You're listening to Satisfaction, Legatum Book 7 by Lulu M. Sylvian.
Prologue. Air exploded from his lungs as Les was tackled from behind. With a loud oof, he fell to the side. He picked up the tiny body before rolling to his side. And then they were on him, like the pack of wild animals they were. Giggles filled the air. Les continued to tickle the squirmy toddler in his hands. He laughed harder as more small bodies crashed into the puppy pile. Human puppies, at least at the moment. At some point in their futures, most of these kids, if not all of them, would develop a unique skill and shift into actual wolf puppies. Not exactly unique to the family, but to the human world certainly. For the first time this generation, Mission Run, the Palatine family's home base in Northern California, was brimming with toddlers and babies. And Les was laying on the floor, being attacked by most of them. Not that Les exactly had plans for babysitting, but toddlers didn't ask intrusive questions. They just wanted attention, and to play or be given more cookies. Even if it was annoying how they preferred the dried stale cookies out of a crinkly snack bag over the perfectly crafted pastries that Les baked. He would train their little palates to appreciate fine dining. He had time and access to a kitchen. But for now, no one questioned his motives. Playing with little kids was something he hadn't done for years. At least not since he was an obnoxious tween, and thought he was too cool for playing with babies. "I'm gonna get you," someone squealed with the lisp of a small child. Les sat up in time to catch Ethan around the middle, mid-flight. "Oh no you don't." Les rerouted the flying small child. "You have to be careful of the little ones. Roxy can barely walk. You don't want to hurt her." Ethan's little face went round, wide eyes, mouth open. Suddenly, he scrambled out of Les's grasp and was next to the bald baby girl. Ethan had his hands out, around her like a shield. He moved slowly, and at her pace. Suddenly, he was her protector. "You look like you're having far too much fun," a rumbling voice said. Remy Palatine, barrel-chested and formidable despite the spinal injury that confined him to a wheelchair, smiled at the mass confusion that was a room full of toddlers and little kids. Remy was from the older generation of Palatines, but it was hard to pinpoint his age. His hair was still thick and dark with barely a hint of age-related graying, and his skin was mostly free from the wrinkles of someone who spent long hours outdoors. "I thought I might find you hiding out in here," Remy said. "Who said I'm hiding? I just prefer the company of short people," Les smirked. "You've always been a bad liar, Les," Remy chuckled. "What's that smell?" Les scanned around. He scooped Cass up. "Got you, you little stinker." A member of the nanny team slipped in behind Remy and took Cass from Les's arms. She carried him directly to the changing table on the far side of the room. "I can handle that," Les said. His arms extended out after Cass. "You seem comfortable with the newest members of the family," Remy said. Les picked up Pole as he crashed into his legs, and turned him upside down as he talked. "Mi primos and casa de mi abuela were always having kids. I was one of the youngest of one generation, and oldest of the next, if that makes sense." "It very much makes sense." "Oh Remy," Honey strode up behind Remy. "And Les, great, Morgan sent me to find you. He's getting started in the dining room." Honey was tall, glamorous even in a worn flannel over an old t-shirt and jeans. In a previous life she had been an underwear model, and one look at her, it was obvious why. No wonder Morgan, the Palatine alpha, had found her irresistible the first time he ever saw her. She was also the mother to the twin boys, Cass and Pole. Les grumbled. "Do I have to?" Honey laughed at his obvious annoyance. "It's the whole reason you're here, remember?" Yeah, command performance by the king. You know, I had hoped all he wanted from me was more cinnamon rolls or something easy." Les loved his families, both of them. And he thought of them as two very separate groups, even though there was some overlap. He had his abuela's family, the one he grew up with his mother and a million cousins. There were kids there that were all somehow related, even if Les never fully understood the connection. And then there was his father's family. The Palatines. Les didn't know the Palatines until he came to live with them as a teenager. The home at Mission Run was both family compound and exclusive private school. Exclusive to shifters. If it wasn't for the fact his mother's sister worked for the Palatine family, Les would have felt completely cut off from the Hernandez family. Especially after his mother died in a motorcycle accident. Les was well aware part of his disconnect from his father's side of things was he had no idea who the man was. His mother refused to tell him. Fortunately, Tia Connie knew what to watch for in the younger Les, and brought him to live with the Palatines before the Hernandez side knew his secret. Morgan is hardly a king, Remy said as he led the way from the nursery toward the wing of the house where they were required. The trip involved several long halls and an elevator. I guess I just don't understand why I'm here. I'm not one of his investigators. And I don't have anything to do with the school like you. He shoved his hands in his pockets and followed Remy into the large formal dining room. Morgan stood at the far end of the room, speaking to someone Les didn't know. Seats around the large table were filled with family members he did recognize. Les made the mental calculations of whose kids were upstairs. Ethan and Mikey belonged to Caro, Cass and Pole were Morgan's. Roxy was adorable, but he hadn't figured out who her parents were yet. Morgan glanced up and nodded when he made eye contact with Les.
Good, everyone is here.
Les, will you close the door? What's going on, Morgan? You haven't called an all hands on deck in a while. I thought we were done with any threats from Lazarus. Shane, not exactly a Palatine by birth, but one of the members of the extended family, asked. Shane had spent the past few years in San Diego, so if he was up here, this had to be big news. Julia, Morgan's youngest sister, started cackling. Oh, Lazarus is not a threat. Didn't you hear? She continued to laugh so hard Les didn't hear the name, said she wanted his head on a platter. Apparently, Fernando delivered and made sure that it was a silver platter. She continued to cackle. No, the issues surrounding Lazarus and that power struggle have been managed rather effectively. I think we can trust the bridges we have built with the vampires to continue on that front. As you know, we have been reaching out when we become aware of shifter DNA evidence popping up on those ancestor test sites. We want to make sure those wolves out there know they have our support. Dante coughed and poorly hid, not wolves, under his cough like some middle schooler. Caro reached out and smacked Dante across the back of his head. Wait, what? Morgan gestured at Dante. Yeah, so Gina and I headed up to the Sierras. Some guy up there, grew up in the foster care system, had no clue so of course got the DNA test. Only when we get there, you're going to love this, he's not a wolf. He's a freaking bear. And I'm not talking leather daddy bear either. A big brown bear. How? Bears. The room erupted in chatter and questions. Les crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. None of this had anything to do with him. Why wouldn't there be bear shifters out there? There were probably other shifter types. It only seemed logical. If you think about it, all apex predators probably have a shifter element. At least the land-based ones, he said. Not everyone stopped and looked at him at once. But enough did so that within moments, everyone else had turned their attention to him. Shit, what? Say that again, Morgan insisted. The thing about apex predators being shifters? Yeah, why not? If you think back on every creation myth you've ever learned, all those old cultures had human-animal crossovers, and pretty much always with predators. A lot of myths were just oral history. So why not? Damn, he's got a point there, someone rumbled. Well? Morgan looked pointedly at the woman he had been speaking with earlier. I don't think I've met everyone. My name is Dr. Stacy Barnes. I work for Roman Aventine at Sequence Labs. I'm one of the researchers working on this whole shifter mutation, and how we can identify it. After Dante and his wife came back saying that Eli Johansson up in the mountains wasn't a wolf, I got a hold of his test results. And then I actually drove up to meet him, to get additional samples. Right now, we can't tell the difference. All we get is shifter. The room dissolved into noise again, as everyone started talking over each other. Settle, Morgan's voice boomed over everyone. It's more important now that we get everyone on board with testing. I need DNA on everyone in this family. Morgan's eyes locked with Les's at that moment. Les narrowed his gaze to a glare. Morgan continued to speak, but Les was no longer listening. This felt like a setup. Morgan had been after him for a while to get tested. Les didn't understand why it mattered. He had made it this far in life without knowing who his father was. And the fact that he shifted into a wolf was more than enough proof for him that he was a Palatine. He slipped out the door when Stacy Barnes started lecturing again. The air on the other side of the door felt cooler. Less pressure. They done in there yet? Jojo, another stray the Palatines had brought into their family, asked. She was curled up on one of the overstuffed chairs, thumbing through a magazine. Her feet in fluffy bunny slippers peeked out from under the blanket she was under. Les shrugged.
No, but it didn't really have anything to do with me.
Werewolf business? You're one of them, you should be in there. You know better than to call them that. He shoved his hands back into his pockets and stepped a little closer. Them. Les, hate to break it to you dude, but you are one of them. If you're going to go hide in the kitchen, ask Connie if she'll make some fudge or donuts or chocolate donuts. No, I want Bavarian cream-filled eclairs topped in thick fudge and a big scoop of ice cream and lots of fudge and caramel sauce. Gotcha, chocolate comfort food. Les nodded. Break up food. Let's never marry a human, they're heartless cheaters, she sniffed. Not all humans. He didn't need to point out how many of the mates to the wolves in that meeting were human. No, all of them. She crossed her arms with a finality that said she wouldn't change her mind. Chapter 1. Tori turned her head to look at the source of the rustling noise coming from the side stage area. Costumed performers shuffled around, waiting their turn on the stage, the curtained-off area of the senior center's cafeteria. There was no backstage since the draped fabrics hid a cinderblock wall. Damn, he's cute. Tori's eyes landed again on the handsome man seated in the row behind her. Long black hair, regal nose. Even when she wasn't trying to peek at him, her gaze was drawn to him. He turned to her. Drool pooled in her mouth as she made eye contact. His eyes were large and black, rimmed with llama-quality eyelashes. He smiled faintly and nodded his head, indicating Tori should nudge Emily next to her. Of course he wouldn't be smiling directly at me. Tori let her face freeze in a kind smile that hid angst, annoyance, and animosity. She nudged Emily and jerked her thumb back over her shoulder. You know him? He's been staring over here and is trying to get your attention. Emily shifted in her seat to see who Tori was talking about. Oh yeah, that's Les. He works in the restaurant at the Vista Antigua. How do you know he's been looking over here? Because he is ridiculously handsome, I've been gaping at him. Because the performers were scuffling about just past him, and I was distracted by him, so I wanted to see if Bella was in the lineup yet. Tori didn't admit that she had been feasting her eyes on him repeatedly since that first glimpse. Emily pointed to the opposite side of the stage. I think she'll come in from over there. I keep seeing big feathery things waft past. The two hushed and faced forward as the next act took to the stage. A group of small girls, who looked more like dandelion puffballs than ballerinas, scampered to the center of the stage area. An over-enthusiastic father and other family members cheered every time one particular little girl did a twirl. Tori felt embarrassed for them. All the little balls of fluff deserved to be cheered on, but since they weren't, those parents were just being obnoxious. Tori leaned over and whispered to Emily, Is Bella really going to do a fan dance at a place that's hosting a kiddie recital? Just watch. All of those people will disappear the second their little angels are done. Emily was almost right. Most of the dancing fluffs were toted away once their show was complete. Tori only saw one little girl around after their number. Tonight's event at the community center was arranged to benefit the Wine and Roses Guild. The community showcase this month featured local dance groups. Last month apparently they had singers, and next month there was going to be an entire play. Tori's purpose tonight was twofold: support her new friend Bella, and see how Peas and Carrots Farm could integrate with and contribute to the community more. The next group was costumed in traditional Italian dress. The women wore full skirts with bands of bright colors, white aprons and white peasant blouses. The men wore black vests and black knee-length trousers, with brightly colored scarves knotted around their necks. They did a group couples dance to music that had too much accordion. Finally, the group Tori and Emily were here to see. Bella had been taking burlesque lessons at the community center from some washed-up celebrity who decided to cash in on her infamous past and teach others the art of the tease. Apparently, she had become famous as a special guest on afternoon game shows. That was so last century. According to Bella, the dancing was definitely more tease than bump and grind, but the music insinuated the latter. If they were supposed to give the impression they were hiding their nude bodies behind overlarge fans, they failed. Their costumes looked like plain cotton undies from the big box store in Napa with stitched-on sequins. There was more fabric than the average tankini. The fans looked like DIY concoctions made with copious amounts of hot glue and Marabou boas. Feathers flew off at an alarming rate. Tori gave her friend and the rest of her class kudos for getting out there and performing, for learning something new, and for contributing to the enjoyment of their local arts community. So what if the fan dance wasn't exactly expert-level burlesque titillation? It was body fun. The last number of the night was a music video reenactment from one of Tori's favorite bands. The song had been popular during her school years. She had been mercilessly picked on for being a boy band fan and carrying their faces emblazoned across t-shirts and binders. Yet more than half the audience sang along to the performance as the dancers on stage twitched around like marionettes and told everyone, "Bye, bye, bye." At last, the lights in the big room came back on. Tori stretched and twisted with a fake yawn as an excuse to look around for the attractive Les. He was setting up sample-sized treats at the Vista Antigua's display table. Local restaurants contributed the hors d'oeuvres and snacks at these monthly community showcases, giving them an opportunity to show off, just as the dancers had. Emily made some lame excuse about borrowing a book, and left Tori alone in the middle of a row of chairs. Tori called bull. She was pretty sure Emily didn't read. Tori yawned, a real yawn this time, and sat back down. Roses. BS. That gave her an idea that just might work. She pulled out her phone to look at the online invitation for tonight's event. There it was, the name of the person she needed to find. She flipped through her phone's apps and hit the hip Helena Facebook page. A quick search and a little scrolling provided her with a face to go with the name. Using the phone camera as a mirror, she fixed her lipstick and fluffed her hair. Tori stood up and smoothed her dress into a semblance of not looking like she had been sitting in it for over an hour. She double-checked the photograph on Facebook one more time, took a quick glance around, and made a beeline for Babs Colombo, this year's president of the Wine and Roses Guild. With both of her missions for the evening successfully completed, Tori sat in one of the chairs left out after the recital, now in a random mess of groups. Half of the audience had exited as soon as the show was over, while the other half hung around the snack tables. She had a small plate with 4 sample-sized treats, her reward for a task completed. She didn't blame them, especially with the reception spread provided by the Vista Antigua and Ristorante Vino. Closing her eyes, Tori bit into a second mini cheesecake. The first one was good, but this one. The flavors delighted her tongue, a tangy cheesecake made with goat cheese accented with spicy pepper jelly. Oh, she was in a mouth-watering, delectable heaven. She heard a chair move and sensed a body nearby before a male voice caressed her ears. "You look like you are thoroughly enjoying that." Tori cracked her eyes open to glare at whoever had so rudely interrupted her cheesecake bliss. Her eyes instantly widened. It was the hot guy from earlier. Unable to answer with her mouth full, she shook her head. She swallowed hard, not wanting to rush her taste experience, but needing to answer before he got away. Not enjoying, loving? I want to marry whoever made these, Tori confessed. Sight unseen? He asked, his face breaking into a wide grin. Oh, he was even hotter when he smiled like that. Nice teeth, great cheekbones and the blackest eyes. A flush climbed up the side of her face. They're that good. I had no idea they were going to be so amazing, or I would have snagged at least one more. She sighed forlornly. But now there's no way I'm even going to get near that table with all those people. And they're probably all gone. If they mean that much to you, I can get you a couple more. I have an in with the chef. His wink did funny things to her insides. When he returned, he handed over a small plate with 3 more of the perfect savory cheesecake bites.
You work with Emily?
Tori asked, torn between diving into the plate of goodies and chatting with this amazingly good-looking man. Unable to resist the siren lure of the treat, she took a small bite. She expected that he was one of the new waiters Emily kept talking about. Even if Tori still assisted with deliveries, she wouldn't recognize him. She never saw anyone from the front of the house when she had helped Karen. Just Chef Mark Dalton, the general manager, or whoever was in the kitchen, which usually meant Lucas, which was why Tori no longer helped with deliveries. Yeah, I'm the new dessert chef. Tori choked on the small bite in her mouth. The chef patted her on the back. You okay there? Yeah, she squeaked out. He handed her the bottle of water he was drinking from, and she downed it, too concerned with her need to breathe to be worried about germs. Emily said you were shy, and I should come over and say hi, give you half a chance. She didn't tell me you would propose right off the bat. Tori gave him a sardonic glare. I'm less. I am flattered that you like the cheesecake. And you are. I'm toe. Toe? Like on a foot. No, like toe, you only get half my name, since I'm only getting half a chance. She stood and began to move away. It was amazing how quickly a handsome man could lose his looks after he opened his mouth. Can I make it up to you and get your full name with more cheesecake? You think I'm easily bribed with food? Another jerkwad making assumptions because of the size of her butt. Not food. Cheesecake. You didn't see your face. He stood and leaned close to her ear. I've seen plenty of people eating food they enjoy, but you're the first person to have a near-orgasmic experience while eating one of my desserts. That was positively R-rated. What expressions do you make when you eat chocolate? Tori wasn't certain if it was his proximity, the feel of his warm breath on her neck, or his words that made her shiver. I'm playing with a lavender and honey lemon cheesecake with an almond honey crust to add to the menu once lavender is in full season. You want to try it? He was the reason Penny had requested Tori start searching for organic culinary lavender so early in the season. The mischievous look on his face screamed seduction. She felt like a right jerk jumping to conclusions. Her mouth went dry as her body betrayed her, and every cell became fully aware that an incredibly good-looking, eye-candy quality of a man was literally breathing down her neck. My name's Victoria, but I go by Tori. She found it hard to breathe but managed to gasp out the words. Come by the hotel next week. My supplier said she would get me some fresh lavender by then. I'll make you a sample, and you can tell me if it's worth pursuing. Les winked and left her standing there. Places in Tori's body that she had been certain had dried up from neglect pulsed back to life. Penny would gladly hand back the hotel deliveries. She had to. Tori not only wanted to sample Les's cheesecake, she wanted to see all of his goods. Chapter 2. The bins of fresh vegetables were delivered, but where were the flowers? Karen always came in the back door without much pomp, and barely an announcement of her presence whenever she made a delivery. Of course, Les was anxious for his order of edible flowers, especially the lavender. Last delivery, expecting to see Penny along with Karen, he was pleasantly surprised to meet Tori again. Watching that girl eating cheesecake had crossed the line of family-friendly and into sinful. As the chef who'd made that happen, he was all kinds of smug. With a flush and a giggle, Tori had reintroduced herself as his flower girl, and promised she would have something for him at the end of the week. A loud "uff," followed by "oh no, oh no, oh no" crap, dragged his attention away from his prep. Tori deposited the low crate of summer squash on the trestle table by the door, with a whoosh. "I thought you were my flower girl. What are you doing with those?" "She's too big for a flower girl." Stephen's snide voice rang in from the other side of the kitchen. "Karen needed some help, so I got to handle the tray of green phallic veggies." Les closed his eyes momentarily to stop laughter from bursting out. That girl had an evil sense of humor on her. She sorted through the selection, lifting one bulbous zucchini from the lot. She eyed it with horror and distaste. "Oh no, take that foul beast away from me." Les shook his head and laughed. "This one isn't too bad." The meaning of her commentary was anything but virtuous. "You wouldn't know what to do with one that large if you ever saw one," Stevens quipped. "Neither would you, Lucas," Tori replied. She returned it, and found another vegetable. From her lascivious expression, Les knew he was in for a raunchy comedy act. "Now this one is a bit more manageable." She slowly lifted the long green vegetable, mimicking erect male anatomy. "You should know all about handling vegetables for personal pleasure." "Huh, Tori? Not like you've had a real man." "Stevens," Les said with exasperation. The level of inappropriateness for a work discussion had veered well into the red zone with the jokes, but everyone was participating with good humor. Trust Stevens to turn it into some kind of personal insult. The zucchini in her hand lowered, still mimicking male anatomy, only now she pretended it was flaccid, swinging it back and forth. "Same could be said for you," Tori bit back, not missing a beat. "Not exactly the innocence one expects from a flower girl," O'Connell laughed as she collected a bushel of tomatoes and hauled them toward the sinks. "Jen, I lost my innocence carrying this crate of suggestive zucchini," Tori responded. She held the zucchini, as if it had regained its erect status. As Les watched, Tori lifted the zucchini and opened her mouth. She paused, studying how to best fit it in, repositioning it and her head several times. She gave up and pretended to lick it up the side. Les chuckled. Tori wiggled her eyebrows at him. He lost his composure and dissolved with laughter. "You are wicked, woman." "Gah, drop a house on her already." Stevens continued to contribute his killjoy commentary. Tori air kissed the tip of the zucchini and tossed it back in with the rest of them. "Don't make me sick my flying monkeys on you." "They gonna fly out your fat butt?" "Stevens, enough," Les barked. "I'm sorry." He ruined the fun. "He always does. Come." Tori beckoned Les to follow her. "I have something for you." Les wiped his hands on a small towel and followed her to the loading dock. His gaze fell to her backside and hips as they swayed in front of him. Larger than what he was used to, but damn if the junk in her trunk didn't demand his attention. He cleared his throat and shook his head to clear his mind. Tori stood next to the open van, posed like some TV spokesmodel, and swept her hands into a ta-da presentation. His face split with a grin. Tori was his flower girl, all right, and she more than delivered. Flats of assorted flowers filled the back of the van. He ignored her as she took a few pictures of the flowers in the van. Purple and white pansies, princess flowers, fuchsia and purple bachelor buttons, sky blue borage, and a selection of bright marigolds sat happily in tiny pots. "I wasn't sure how many you wanted, or if you had a specific kind you were in need of, so I cornered the market on what my guy had." "I'll take the lot." Les grinned. He began searching for the much-needed lavender. "Something is missing." "I'm still working on your lavender." "That's proving to be harder than I expected." "What do you mean you can't get lavender?" "This is Napa Valley," Les complained. "My sources just don't have anything available yet. Most are telling me it's too early, we had a wet winter, or they are sold out. It's that, or they don't have food-grade flowers." Tori shrugged. "I'm working on it." "You said fresh." "I can get all kinds of dried lavender. It's the fresh that's being troublesome." "These are gorgeous. I guess I'll just have to wait." I mean, you know it's for that cheesecake I promised you? Les teased. Maybe if he reminded her, she would work a little harder on getting him that stock. Oh, I haven't forgotten. Trust me. Tori leaned into the van and lifted out a flat of the flowers. Karen, he's going to take the flowers. Can you help me lug these in? Tori called out to the other woman, who had been sitting quietly behind the steering wheel, while Tori showed off the flowers. Karen grumbled but got out of the van and picked up another tray of flowers. Without a word, she cut in front of Les and trudged back into the kitchen. Les caught up with Tori so he could whisper in her ear. Hey, I didn't want to ask Penny, being her sister and all, but is Karen okay? She never really talks unless she has to. Tori nodded. She's quiet and not particularly social, but she knows her stuff and is super strong from carrying all the veggies around. There was nothing wrong with being a little antisocial, she got the job done. He never really talked to her anyway. Did I see you at the Agave Grill the other night? He asked as Tori placed her burden on the trellis table along the back wall. Probably. They have good margaritas. I'm meeting my girlfriends there tonight, unless they decide on heading to the cave or something. You gonna be there? Les shrugged. Maybe. Maybe I'll see you there. Either way, see you later. Tori gave him a little wave. Bye, Jen, she called before she bounced out the door. It was not lost on him that she did not say anything to Stevens. Les knew some people could mistake their trading of insults as flirtatious banter, but he did not miss the tone in either one's voice. There was a strong dislike between the two of them. Chapter 3. Look sharp, Chef yelled. Looking up, Les saw the man stride into the kitchen, followed by a complete entourage of people. It was easy to spot the hierarchy of the group by dress and demeanor. The other cooks scrambled to straighten their stations and stand at attention as if this were some kind of military operation. Les smiled and continued stirring. His creme pat waited for no one. It was as demanding as meringue when it came to needy attention. Hernandez. Stevens coughed like he was in middle school, trying to direct attention to Les. Responding to his juvenile behavior only encouraged him. Les lifted his brows, smiled, and gave a generic nod to the group before returning to his stirring. When Chef needed his full attention, he would be ready, but the custard took precedence. Especially if these eclairs were going to be on the menu. The muscle men of the group stayed by the doors to the front of the house, as the all-business woman with a tablet in her hands and the expensive fashion model followed Chef through the kitchen. Les twitched his nose. The smells were all off. The big guys, they didn't exactly stink, but they had a scent that wasn't human. He knew what they were, and that meant the woman with the trench coat that cost more than his bike draped over her shoulders was someone he really did not want to mess with. Reputations were a beautiful thing. And hers preceded her, with a motorcade. This is our dessert, Chef, Les Hernandez, Chef said as they approached. Excuse me, Chef, Les said as he lifted the boiled custard. I just need to transfer this into a cooling pan. It looks like you're making custard, the woman with the tablet asked. Creme patisserie. I'm making eclairs. Excuse me for not pausing. I think we've all watched enough baking shows to know the importance of timing on a creme pat, the fashion model intoned. Her voice lilted with a distinct accent. Les, this is Cyan Del Fuego, head of Cyan Corporation, the new owners of the Vista Antigua. Cyan leaned in close. He could hear a low purr deep in her throat. I believe we have friends in common. Muscles in his core tightened involuntarily. Having one of her kind so close was unexpected. He wasn't afraid or nervous. It was just different. Morgan Palatine is my cousin. Les typically didn't play the I know the alpha card. Somehow it seemed very prudent to let this woman know who his friends and family were. You're a Hernandez? But you are Palatine. Then we shall be good friends. Your cousin Julia is a favorite of mine. Do you know Dr. Melinda Franks? A smile crossed Les's lips. Mel's great, yeah, I know her. She is practically family. My brother is in love with her. And you're Palatine, that makes us practically family. Her smile should have had more teeth, but she was still very much a daywalker. Les pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth as his brain shifted gears, and he realized the connection. Mel was dating a musician who was also a vampire. It was positively scandalous, a shifter and a vamp. But not just any vamp, the chosen son of the Del Fuego Empire. Yeah, I know who your brother is. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. I don't know if I would call meeting Fernando a pleasure. Cyan smiled and chuckled at her own humor. Never underestimate family connections. We have a connection now. Les laughed. She was far more intimidating than he would ever let on, but he liked her. Kiss up. It sounded like another barely suppressed cough. Les rolled his eyes. Chef audibly inhaled a deep breath through his nose. It was a precursor to a bellow. Cyan rocked back, and with lightning speed yet appearing to have made no effort at moving, she was suddenly standing in front of Steven's station. A long thin finger tipped with a pointed claw-like fingernail, painted cherry red, flicked out and stopped mere inches from his nose. You are neither witty nor amusing, and you are infinitely replaceable. Les pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth again. It was one of the more useful things he had learned as a kid, who had next to zero filter when it came to blurting out the first thing that jumped into his brain. He successfully suppressed the urge to whoop and yell burn in a highly juvenile fashion. But Stevens had just gotten seriously owned by Cyan. It was stupid to pull such stunts in front of the owner. Most people had grown out of such childish behavior, and did not put up with it in a professional setting. Les knew better, Stevens did not. The freezer door banged shut. Oh, sorry, O'Connell said. All eyes turned to her as she stood awkwardly in the middle of the action.
No, pardon me, Cyan said.
We have come in here and interrupted your preparations. I am looking forward to tasting everything. She trailed her sharp nail down the edge of a stainless table, careful not to touch any food or utensils. Was that a scratch she left behind? Mr. Hernandez, I may have a special request of your skills, she said as she stopped before stepping into the front of the house. I specialize in cheesecake, if you're wondering. I will take that under advisement. She pushed past her guards, the woman with the tablet followed on her heels. Les watched the door swing shut. Holy shit, the head of the Del Fuego Coven was now essentially his boss. This seemed like the kind of information he needed to share with Morgan. What the hell was that? Stevens asked. That was the new owner putting you in your place. Pay heed, Mr. Stevens, next time you piss off the owner you might not walk away with your job intact, Chef said. It was likely that Stevens wouldn't walk away with his balls intact. Les couldn't wait to watch that smackdown. Cyan Del Fuego was not just a pretty face, she was powerful and dangerous. And she wants to taste Hernandez's goods, Stevens quipped. Hadn't he just learned anything? Mocking Cyan Del Fuego was a stupid game. Shut up, Les growled. Gentlemen, if you want to remain employed, I suggest you both shut it and get back to work. Yes, Chef. Hey, Chef, is Ms. Del Fuego staying on premises or was this just a drive-by, so to speak? Les asked. Ms. Del Fuego has taken the entire 8th floor for a prolonged period of time, Chef said. He twisted his face and lifted his brows. Great, they would all be under her intense scrutiny the entire duration of her visit, especially him. Les groaned. If he told Morgan she was here, he just knew he would be expected to make reports. Act as a go-between. He couldn't play dumb, as much as he wanted to. She already knew who and what he was. There was a very good chance Morgan already knew her whereabouts. Damn it, Les was going to have to ride out to Mission Run and let Morgan know what was going on. Cyan Del Fuego had the entire top floor for an undisclosed amount of time. Chapter 4. Tori inhaled deeply and stepped into the kitchen. She carried a basket with Les's special order of much-desired lavender. It was still early in the season, and she had found one grower with a limited amount, but it had taken her far too long to locate. Tori wanted to make this a memorable delivery she could leverage for a few photo ops. She had already recorded the pickup and the arrangement in the basket. Now she wanted an image of a happy Les with his basket of coveted flowers. She really just wanted an excuse to take a picture of Les. Good thing her job provided the perfect cover. It also gave her an additional excuse to dress up a little bit more than usual. She wore her Peas and Carrots Farm chambray work shirt unbuttoned and tied at her waist over a black tank. She paired this with a swishy navy and pink horizontal striped skater skirt. Instead of her preferred ribbon curls, she'd pulled her hair up in a messy bun and stabbed it all with a copper wire-wrapped hairpiece she purchased from an artist at one of the craft fairs in the valley. Could she remember who the artist was? This would be a good opportunity to give them a shout-out on Instagram, especially if she took a picture of her outfit today. It was cuter than normal for work. Oh, better yet, she should snag a picture standing next to Les. Cute boy, cute outfit, a total social media win-win. "Hi, Chef," she called out as she followed Karen in. "Tori, you look spiffy today," Chef replied. "It's picture day. I thought I'd change it up so that people know I own different clothes. Can I get a selfie before we leave?" She stepped out of the way as Karen stomped back out to the delivery van for another flat of veggies. "Haven't we already done that?" he asked. "It's been at least 6 months. Time to remind folks who I'm out here supporting. Hey, is Mark around? We can get him involved." The more pictures she took, the less it would look like she was trying to be pretty for less. Chef smiled. "That's a great idea. I'll go extricate him from under a pile of paperwork." "Hernandez, your flower girl is here," he called out as he walked through the kitchen. So much for surprises. Les emerged from behind the half wall where the walk-in refrigerators were located. He wiped his hands on a small towel and tossed it onto the counter as he approached. Karen walked right in front of him as she carried another tray in to deposit on the counter. Les skipped around the young woman and his eyes met Tori's. Her stomach did a flip. He was smiling. "Hi, Chef Ruined gave away my awesome lavender." Les's attention was all on the basket. He picked up a sprig of the fragrant buds and crushed it in his hand, rolling the small flowers between his fingers. His ridiculous eyelashes fanned out across his high cheekbones as he closed his eyes while lifting his hand to his nose. He inhaled deeply before letting out a contented sigh. Tori's mouth went dry. She already had issues trying to form words today, and now she'd forgotten how to speak completely. Why did looking at him have to make her skin tingle like this? Les opened his eyes and looked around. "Are there more baskets?" Tori gulped and shook her head. Her euphoria at his acceptance of the flowers crashed. "This was all I could get." The grower had a limited amount in his greenhouse for off-season sales. "I was lucky to get this much." Les shifted his look from the basket to Tori and back to the basket. Disappointment creased his brow. "Look, it comes into season soon, and I can get you all you need at that point. And I can get you dried lavender like nobody's business, but you said it had to be fresh." Tori felt her stomach sink as she internalized the less than stellar results of her paltry efforts. Les gazed at her, and a small smile pulled at his lips. "You did good. I appreciate this much. I need to work out my logistics better. My lavender syrup can be made with dried, only it doesn't have enough flavor, that's why I need fresh." "Thank you, Tori, this is great." He flashed a toothy grin before returning his attention to the basket. "Do you mind if I get a picture of you with the basket to post? I've been documenting getting you a special order, sharing how Peas and Carrots Farm really wants to help our clients." She spoke at breakneck speed, getting the words out before she lost her nerve. She was asking Les for a picture for work, not for herself. This shouldn't be this hard. "Yeah, sure." Les picked up the basket and posed. He looked like a bad yearbook picture waiting to happen. Not on PNK's Instagram feed. A pose like that was not hitting Facebook. Tori prodded him a bit lifted the basket and repositioned his hands. She unsuccessfully ignored how her fingers burned when she touched him. She really wanted to touch him more. Would all of her skin feel on fire like that? Karen muttered something and stopped in front of Tori. I need to get a few shots and then I'll be right out. Okay. Tori replied. Karen nodded as she trudged out to the van. Tori pulled over a stool and climbed up for a better vantage. You're dressed too nicely to be climbing around on the furniture, Les commented. The stool wobbled beneath her. Les had noticed she was dressed differently. Had the stool moved or just her world? After a slow breath, her equilibrium returned. I'm good. Have to look nice in case I end up in any pics. She directed her phone to focus on Les, and she clicked a few pictures. Would you take a selfie with me? She managed to ask before she lost her nerve. Les stepped to her side and took the phone from her. Holding the phone up and away with both hands, he leaned down in front of her as she sat on the stool, bringing his face closer to her level. She wanted to figure out how she could lean on him, but it was look up at the phone and smile time. Les straightened and handed her the phone back. Thanks, she squeaked. Wait up, Chef said as he re-entered the kitchen. Mark Dalton followed him in. You want me for a selfie? Mark asked. Yeah, you, me and Chef. Tori nodded. If that's okay. Let's do this. Mark, being the tallest of the three, took the phone and took a handful of shots. Oh God, is that woman back in here taking stupid selfies again? Is this a kitchen or a high school? Tori's good mood dissipated like spun sugar on her tongue, leaving her empty and missing the sweet. Lucas was in the back of the kitchen, and she hadn't noticed him. You're just jealous because she doesn't want a picture with your ugly face, Les retorted. Do you want to take a selfie, Lucas? Or I can take a pic of you doing prep work. She should be inclusive of everyone in the kitchen, even the jerks. Hell no. I don't want to take a stupid picture with you, Lucas replied. Then shut up, Stevens, and let the lady do her job, Chef barked. Her job is making you look stupid, Lucas grumbled. Stevens? Chef strode over to the far side of the kitchen to have more words with Lucas. Mark patted Tori on the shoulder. His glance after Chef and back to her, coupled with his shrug, seemed to say, kitchen politics, what can you do? He pushed through the doors into the front of the restaurant, as if avoiding their shouting match. The new owner came in and called Stevens on his attitude. He's taken it as some kind of professional challenge. Instead of trying to not be a jerk, he's doubled down. Les approached as Tori turned to leave. Ignore him. He's a jerk. I try to. Tori had dressed up for a reason today, and it wasn't to look cute in photos. She wanted to look attractive for Les. Do you eat? She closed her eyes. That was about as stupid of a question as she could have asked. I mean, do you eat other cooks' food? You aren't such a food snob, you only cook for yourself, are you? This was not how she thought any of this was going to go. Nope. She would show up looking adorable, delivering a Pinterest-perfect basket of flowers to Les. He would thank her and ask if there was anything he could do for her in return, and then she would ask him out. Instead, she was tripping over her own tongue. He tilted his head to the side like a confused puppy. Oh God, he was hot. Tori closed her eyes, shook her head, and tried again. Would you like to go get a hamburger some night? You don't have to work late. Sure, sounds good. I'm in late tomorrow, but day after. I can meet you at 7:30. How's that? How was that? That was perfect, that was amazing, that was, oh crap, she had a date with Les. A grin spread across her face. Fantastic. Meet you at American Buns? The day had not gone well. Tori smoothed her skirt and sat on the bench in front of the diner. She was a little early. Okay, a lot early. This date was the only thing that had kept her going today. She had spent most of last night choosing an outfit. She wanted flirty but not too sexy. Wholesome but not schoolmarm or girl next door. She needed to look like a girl he could kiss on the first date, but not sleep with. She'd narrowed it down to a choice of 3. But her day had been so stressful, there was no way she was going to fight herself into a demonic compression girdle. She'd ended up wearing a black skater skirt covered in a pattern of stars, and a fuzzy pink crop sweater. She put her hair in pigtails, twirling the ends so they curled. Pink high tops finished the look. She was adorable, even if she said so herself. Date makeup should have been heavier than typical day wear, but not tonight. She didn't want to call attention to her eyes, so she kept it light and wore muted natural tones. Good thing last night she had planned ahead on the lipstick. She hated the thought that Les would see her with smashing bright lipstick one moment, and a hamburger bite later, nothing would be on her lips. So she wore a slightly tinted, super shiny lip gloss. It was all planned, only she had not taken into account the possibility that Penny would throw her a curveball. Tori's position was funded by a grant for women-owned businesses, and her challenge as social media and special projects manager was to get Peas and Carrots Farm in front of more people. Spread the word about them in the community. And she was working it. She had created social media accounts on all the platforms, even the ones no one used. She shared images of PNK working with area restaurants on Facebook all the time. They had hundreds of followers, when only a few months ago they had none. But apparently, that wasn't enough for Penny. Even Tori's networking efforts weren't enough. Making a contact with the Wine and Roses Guild should have been a major accomplishment, but Penny didn't consider it as much of a big deal as Tori had. Penny saw no improvement to their monthly bottom line, and as a result, Peas and Carrots Farm wasn't demonstrating the necessary growth that would lead to renewed funding from the grant. If Tori's work didn't improve their net income within the next 2 months, they were not going to be able to hire her permanently. Basically, she needed to prove to Penny her job made PNK money, or she would be jobless. And there was no other way. Tori knew how to directly impact the company's income. All of her work establishing a social media presence, hundreds of pictures of happy clients, hundreds of pictures of happy growers out in PNK's fields, Penny's baby bump watch, all of it was for nothing. Penny wanted a freaking miracle, wanted to go from 0 to thousands of followers overnight, wanted every post to go viral. She didn't understand that traction took time and constant effort. It would pay off, but it was a marathon, not a sprint. None of that mattered to Penny. Tori stretched her neck and looked up, then down the street. She didn't see Les, the perfect distraction from her terrible day. No, she needed to breathe deep, let it go, and not worry that she now needed to track her time and document all of her activities. Apparently, seeing timestamps on all the posting she did all day long wasn't enough. Tori blinked rapidly as tears threatened. Again. It was bad enough. She had cried most of the afternoon, and her eyes were still glassy and pink around the edges. She did not need this stress-ruining dinner. Her thumbs flew over a text on her phone. Crap day at work, but date with cute boy commences in 3, 2, 1. Fill you in later. God, she was hungry. Where the hell was Les? She looked at her phone. It wasn't that late. Only 15 minutes past the time they'd agreed to meet. She punched in the number for Vista Antigua's restaurant. Emily answered. Hi Emily, I was looking for Les. Do you know if he's still there? Tori asked. Damn, what was she going to say if Emily asked why she was calling? Let me check. Tori began pacing back and forth in front of the restaurant, hoping to see Les come down the block. Classic on-hold music wafted through her phone. What was taking Emily so long? Just go into the back and see if Les was there. She was at work. She probably had to seat people for dinner, or refill water glasses. But still. He left a while ago. Tori sighed. Okay, at least he wasn't still at work. Maybe he went home to change. Thanks, I appreciate you checking. What did you need? Emily asked. Tori bit her lip and scanned the sidewalk with wide eyes, hoping inspiration could be found there. I had a quick question about some extra flowers, and I thought he might still be there. You know how restaurant people work strange hours. Tell me about it. Nope, already gone. He's usually only here this late on the nights he covers for Chef. You know, when Chef takes his days off. I'll try him again tomorrow, Tori said. She knew what covering someone's shift meant. She wasn't going to let Emily's offhand comment add to her building frustration. Tori looked at her phone. She would give Les a few more minutes. She plopped back down onto the bench and then quickly stood and fixed her skirt. Her phone sang out with a song about cabbages from an old anime. Work. Penny texting. Penny had been texting all afternoon with suggestions. Maybe she felt bad for making Tori cry, but she hadn't apologized. Not that she needed to. It was a business decision. That still didn't make it hurt any less. Videos, we need to do videos like this guy. Attached to the text message was a 1-minute video by a guy who did an inspirational video a day. Oh no. No. Penny had no clue how much time videos took. And those were filmed and edited. He didn't just film 1 minute of interesting stuff and post it. He filmed lots, did retakes, and spent hours editing. The man leveraged those videos into an international communications business. They weren't quick and easy. Or maybe this was a teaching moment. This guy had a video showing how much time it took to produce one of his films. He also had one that showed how it had taken him months of posting before things snowballed for him. Tori's thumbs flew as she located the different videos and forwarded to Penny. Her stomach growled. She checked the time on her phone and realized that it had taken much longer than expected. She looked up. No less. It was almost an hour past when he'd said he would be here. Well, clearly he had changed his mind. Would she be able to face him the next time she showed up with a delivery? As long as he didn't turn into another Lucas Stevens, she could handle it. She stood up and smoothed down her skirt. Funny, she wasn't hungry anymore. Chapter 5. Chef pushed into the kitchen after making his evening table rounds. The pristine white apron came off and the stained one went on. He left the puffy toque on his head as he prepared to make his station rounds. He said something to O'Connell. She looked panicked, nodded, and scurried off. Oh, screw me, Stevens complained at whatever it was Chef was going around telling people. Way to keep things quiet, Stevens. He grunted and turned his attention to his cooking. Les kept an eye on Chef as he circulated through the kitchen, eerily quiet. Small conversations, no barking of orders, no unrealistic demands. Les prepped his cart. He would make 2 or 3 rounds of the dining room before returning to the back and resetting. The dessert cart was never to look meager or empty. He had everything ready to go, except Chef hadn't gotten to him yet. If he headed out now, it would be another hour before he had a chance to find out what the hell was going on. Why are you just leaning against the table? Chef asked as he finally got to Les's station. I'm waiting for you. Chef grunted. You've got that right. So what's the hubbub? Les asked. Cyan del Fuego has a guest. They are in the dining room. Les shrugged. So? Why was it so hush-hush that the owner was eating in the dining room? She'd already done that a few times. It wasn't the secret Chef was treating it as. And as far as her guest was concerned, Les had already heard the buzz from housekeeping. The man didn't bother to put a robe on when late-night champagne was delivered after he arrived. They are going to want to take a tour of the kitchen when they are done. Les shrugged. That didn't seem so terrible. I'll be out there, he reminded Chef. Right. Then don't talk to them. Everything goes through Ms. Del Fuego's assistant, Madison. Les nodded. Cyan wasn't much different than other crazy rich people they've had stay at the hotel before. Or at the hotel he worked at in Napa before that one burned down. To Les it was an odd combination of an ego-feeding, recognize-me need, with a big budget buying up all the surrounding space so no one can get close. Almost like they wanted to be admired like a big cat in a zoo, but kept separated. Look but don't touch. Les had no problems staying away. He didn't want to get mixed up in anything Ms. Del Fuego might be doing. Pushing the dessert cart out, he took a wide circuit around the dining room. He was prepared to avoid their table when Madison started twitching and making faces at him. She caught his attention and made a very deliberate nod. Les had been summoned. Letting out a sigh, he directed his little dessert cart to her side. "Are they going to be interested in dessert?" he asked that assistant. "Yes, Ms. Del Fuego will have." "Mr. Hernandez, come here, Les." "Oh, leave the cart for later, come. When Cyan Del Fuego summoned, he knew to answer. Les pressed down on the front of his apron. "Ms. Del Fuego, how are you this evening?" "Come now, Mr. Hernandez, I thought we were friends." Les let out a soft chuckle. The big man seemed to growl. "How was your meal, Cyan? It looks like you had the wild mushroom risotto, and your dining partner had?" "Roast duck," the man stated. "Victor, this is Les Hernandez. He is a relation of Nando's little Melinda. You remember her?" The big man, Victor, gave Les an assessing look over. "You don't look like a woo," he left the sound trail off. "And you don't look like a creature of the night. Play nice, Victor Kilbride," Cyan cut him off. "What desserts would you recommend for us?" "I have an acorn squash creme brulee, with rather surprising fall notes that would put the finishing touches on chef's roast duck beautifully. Don't let the thought of squash put you off, it's a nuttier take on pumpkin." Les knew how to do his job very well. He knew what flavors worked with sweets and what sweets wrapped up a good meal. "And for the risotto? I believe you mentioned you specialize in cheesecake?" Les tilted his head to the side. "Following the creamy risotto, you might find a cheesecake to be too rich. Or exactly perfect." "Thank you, I will have cheesecake." Cyan dismissed him with a nod. Les turned away from the couple and plated their dessert selections. "What wine shall we have now?" Victor asked. The table already had a selection of open bottles, none of which were empty. And none that would be finished, from the looks of it. The waitstaff were going to have some good drinks tonight. "Our sommelier can help you with a wine selection far better than I can." Les gestured to the man who was hovering by Madison, and then stepped aside. "Enjoy the rest of your evening." He grabbed his cart and made a beeline straight back to the kitchen. He grabbed one of the waiters. "You take the cart around. I'm out." He pushed into the kitchen. Tossing his toque, he crashed out the double doors to the loading dock. As he paced back and forth in the cool night air, Les tried to run through every single word Cyan had said to him, every word Victor said. Nothing seemed off, it all seemed so very normal. But something in his gut said nothing about that exchange had been normal. Damn it. He wasn't one of Morgan's investigators, but he was going to have to let him know what was going on. 2 daywalkers had taken over the top floor of his hotel. Daywalkers with their teeth filed down, and who weren't afraid of hiding. Thoughts of Cyan and Victor plagued him all night. He didn't sleep well. Les didn't have to be in the kitchen until early afternoon. Knowing what he needed to do and liking it were not mutually exclusive. He rolled out of bed before his alarm clock went off. He walked over and turned it off so the annoying beep 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 wouldn't assault him when he was drinking his coffee. He stumbled across the floor of his overpriced studio, which had been advertised as a cozy loft, and set the electric kettle on. He rinsed the coffee press in hot water and pulled the pack of pre-ground coffee out of the freezer. Just because he liked good coffee and was willing to take the steps to make it, it didn't mean he had time to grind the beans every morning. He scooped in a couple of tablespoons and waited for the kettle to let him know it was ready. The boiling hot water went in and he stirred. Leaving the coffee to sit, he finished getting dressed and packed his work clothes into a duffel, just in case he ended up at Mission Run all morning. The French press had sat more than long enough by the time he returned, and gently pressed the filter down. Resting his hand on the plunger, gravity did the work. His first cup was always black. The bitter and the undiluted caffeine hit his system first. He poured the rest in a blender, and added everything that bastardized the coffee into a milkshake. He didn't care. It tasted better with the good stuff, and after the caffeine, the hit of sugar was appreciated. He hated morning traffic. And it was worse, since he could have gotten up at any other time, left his apartment at any other time, and not been stuck in the commute. Connie was still cooking breakfast when he sauntered into the kitchen. "Hola, tia," he said before getting in close and kissing her on the cheek. "What brings you here so early, mijo?" Les snagged a couple of strips of bacon. Why did everything his aunt made taste better than anything he could cook? Except for pastries, his ego wouldn't concede there, she ruled in the kitchen. Even her bacon tasted better. And this was just fried in a cast iron pan. She wasn't being fancy and cooking over the mesquite. Now when she did that, the bacon was even better. He grabbed a few more pieces and hopped up on the counter. "You know the breakfast is still set up in the morning room. You could go in there and have a proper meal and not steal from in here." She smacked his knee where he sat. "Food tastes better in this kitchen." He looked around, he could eat, and it looked like Connie was finishing up. Some of the older students were already working on the other side of the kitchen, scraping dishes and loading the commercial dishwasher. He remembered those days. Elite private education, realistic life skills like cleaning up, laundry, kitchen duty. He liked the kitchen best because Tia taught him how to bake. When he first started living here, she was home for him. This kitchen became an extension of what he missed. It still was. Now, home was a one-room apartment. He no longer fit in with all of his primos back in Sacramento, and Mission Run still felt like a boarding school and not a home base. "I need to see Morgan about something." He jumped off the counter, gave his aunt a quick side hug and grabbed more bacon before heading out. "Hey Les." Some of the kids called out as he made his way into the morning room. He waved and tried to remember everyone's names. Half of the buffet chargers were hanging open, empty. He scrounged enough to make an egg and bacon sandwich on dry toast. He waved as he left and headed down the hall toward the household offices. Jinx had a little command center there. It was a space shared with security cameras and extra keys. And it's where he thought he would find Remy. "Hello Les," Remy's voice boomed. His voice was always bigger than life. "What brings you by this morning?" Remy knew him well enough to know that Les didn't just swing through Mission Run without a reason. "Is Morgan around?" "I'm sure he's here somewhere." "He is in residence, if that's what you mean." Les nodded. Remy had a way of being overly formal that made Les feel as if he weren't living up to his potential. "Have you stopped by his office or rooms?" "I was headed there now. I thought I'd stop in and save myself the trip if he wasn't around, you know?" "You can always call first," Jinx, the household manager, said. Les shook his head. "This isn't an over-the-phone conversation. Besides, I can see Tia this way." Morgan's office was deeper into the house, and his rooms were upstairs and in the opposite direction. He had a 50-50 chance at going in the wrong direction. He stood at the bottom of the stairs and yelled, "Marco." Les didn't actually expect anyone to answer. "Polo," someone responded at the top of the stairs. "Who is that?" Les asked. "I'm Polo, you're Marco. That's how this works." Jojo bounced into sight as she made her way down. "Hey Les. You don't know if breakfast is still set up?" "Yeah, there wasn't much left. Cleanup has started. You'll find something." "Thanks." Her high pigtails swayed and she bounced down the hallway. "You haven't seen Morgan this morning, have you?" he called after her. "No, but I could hear the twins. They are not having a good morning." He took the stairs two at a time. If the twins weren't having a good morning, Morgan was either there helping or Honey needed help, and she would know where Morgan was. The door to the large suite that was Morgan and Honey's rooms was open. Loud wails came from inside. Les wandered in, uninvited. "Need some help?" Honey took one look at him and held out a crying toddler. "I'll be right back." "Hey buddy," Les said as soon as the child was in his arms. He wasn't sure which of the twins he held. "Pole fell and Saz thinks he's the one who got hurt," Honey said when she reappeared. Morgan followed her out from the other room, a sniffling Pollux in his arms. He had a band-aid across his forehead and over his chin. Saws started to settle down as soon as his brother was in the same room. Honey took the crying boy back. "Your timing is impeccable. Have you considered being a Manny?" "You have the magic," Honey stated. "Manny?" Les asked. "Male nanny. But you're like Mary Poppins, arrive just when needed, leaving just when wanted." "That's Nanny McPhee," Morgan said. "The British have far too many magical nannies." "I need one," Honey said. "How do you know Nanny McPhee?" Les asked. "Same as you, the movies," Morgan said with a nod. "I take it that means no, you aren't here to be some kind of super nanny?" Honey joked. "Sorry, not today." "Then you're here to tell me about Cyan del Fuego." Morgan made it a statement, not a question. "Why did I even bother to come here, if you already know about her?" Les asked. "Cyan did me the favor of letting me know she would be in our territory for a while. Think of it as professional courtesy." Les rolled his eyes. He could have slept in. Morgan took one of his sons from Honey and followed her out of the suite and down the hall. Les trailed behind. "You know she's bought the Vista Antigua in St. Helena?" "I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. She likes boutique hotels, owns quite a few of them up and down the coast. As I understand it, she prefers to stay in the properties she owns." Les shook his head. "I told you I wasn't one of your investigators. As soon as I think I have something to tell you, you already know it. I appreciate you taking the time to come over and fill me in." Morgan and Les stopped outside the nursery as Honey continued inside, and then returned to take the boy from Morgan. "I'll see you later, babe." She kissed him before heading back inside the room that Les thought of as the home base of chaos. "Come on," Morgan cocked his head to the side and began walking. "All I know is what kind of property Cyan likes to build and acquire. I've worked on a project or two for her. What I don't know is why did she pick wine country?" "Then you don't know about the big guy she's hooking up with?" Morgan stopped and turned to look at Les. One eyebrow went up. "Oh, really? You know, I never put much thought into the kind of guy Cyan would be interested in. I always assumed she'd go for the skinny goth, pretty boy type. Victor Kilbride is about as far from skinny goth as it gets." "Kilbride?" "Victor Kilbride." "Shit, why is he here?" Morgan turned and grabbed Les by the arms. "Listen to me very carefully. I don't think Cyan del Fuego is hooking up with Victor Kilbride. He's basically her political equivalent for vampires north of the Canadian border. I know you keep saying you aren't one of my investigators, but I'm going to need you to keep your ears open when you're around her. And if you're ever near when Kilbride is around." Les chuckled and brushed Morgan's hands from his arms. "You're way overreacting, dude. Trust me, Cyan and Victor are having a hookup. Half the staff is already aware of it. But I'll keep my ears open, in case anything more interesting than a corn soundtrack comes out of their room. If you know what I mean." Morgan ran his hand through his hair, all while shaking his head. "I guess I didn't expect that of Cyan. She's so intimidating," Les suggested. "Yeah, that," Morgan agreed. Les followed Morgan until they reached his office. "Do you think you can check in next week?" "What? You think because I came over to tell you Cyan del Fuego has a monster of a man-boy toy that I'm going to be making reports?" Morgan sat and pulled something from his desk drawer. Les glanced down at the box Morgan placed front and center. He shook his head. "Not that again? You just made a report. I'm not looking for anything official, just keep an eye out for anything unusual. Let me know if Cyan makes off requests. Like raw oysters after midnight? Like blackout shades in all the rooms, mysterious deliveries after hours?" "I don't really know," Morgan said. The box sat there, drawing in Les's attention. He would ignore it as long as Morgan did. "Just keep tabs on her." Les nodded. He pushed off the door where he had been leaning. I can do that. I'll swing by as it fits my schedule. One last thing, Morgan started. He held up the box. Les stood up and took a step closer. I don't you. Just take it, hold on to it. If you change your mind, you can take the test and send it in. Or you can put it in your medicine cupboard and let it collect dust. Les reached out and took the box. He'd take it as long as it kept Morgan off his back. The Palatines really weren't much different than the Hernandez. They were all pushy and up in his business. Chapter 6. Tori took a break from assisting with deliveries for a few days to see if she could come up with a new strategy to appease Penny. How could her work as a social media marketer get more clients? Apparently, special projects were more than securing local honey resources and edible flowers. She now had to broaden the scope of PNK's sales reach. Tori scrolled through a Pinterest board looking for inspiration. She was grateful to not have put in an appearance in the kitchens of the Vista Antigua the day after the non-date, helping Karen with trays of veggies. Penny had put Miguel, her senior grower, on deliveries. She wanted to give him a chance to talk to the clients, see if they were getting what they needed. He would find out if there were other vegetables that PNK needed to add into their mix, talk shop. Meanwhile, Tori could focus on how to save her job and not have a panic attack over having to see Les again. The obvious idea, to Tori at least, was to host a booth at the local farmers market. At all of them, actually. PNK had never done direct farm-to-table consumer sales. Their produce wasn't typically pretty enough for the mass consumer. Maybe that could be a selling point? True beauty was on the inside, which was one of the mottos Tori tried to live by. Then again, that could be why Les hadn't shown up. Maybe he didn't date in her size range. That had certainly happened to her more than once. Some guys were nice about it, others not so much. Well, screw him and his preconceptions. She didn't need to meet his beauty standards to be beautiful. What she did need was inspiration and motivation, some of those mottos she had pinned and regularly posted for herself. She was cute, she was funny, she made an effort to be fashionable. But there was always going to be a Lucas Stevens in her world, to remind her that her size did not conform to their brainwashed expectations. Beauty standards. That would be her angle. Wasn't there a campaign in Europe by some grocery store for ugly fruits? A few false starts on an internet search and Tori found it. Inglorious Fruits and Vegetables, a direct result of the European Union initiative against food waste. Moreover, reduced food waste fit right in with sustainability and direct-to-table. This would definitely appeal to Penny. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard. She had to think this through. Pushing her laptop aside, Tori flipped open a notebook and found a stack of sticky notes. What did she need to do to make this happen? She started making lists. Research, applications, timetables, displays, equipment. She created a sticky for each title. She flipped the page in her notebook and stuck a note at the top of the page, one for each category. She rearranged her notes several times before her master list was ready. Tori pulled the laptop back and woke it up. Were her Google Foo skills up to the challenge? Tori located all the local farmers' markets in the valley. There were plenty. She even found some in areas a little farther out, and in Sonoma. She created a spreadsheet with the names of the markets, locations, days and dates they were open, contact information, booth fees, and how many visitors on average. There were enough markets that PNK could have a booth every day of the week if they wanted. She made sure to bookmark all the links for the applications. A question dawned on her as she began her next search for a display. How much produce would they need? And what kind of profit margin would make this beneficial to Penny? She pulled the notebook over and jotted down more notes. Maybe she could find answers for those later. Displays and equipment were next on her list. They would need a tent, they would need bins and bags and scales, and there was a lot to be done before she even thought about putting together a presentation for Penny. Tori leaned back in the chair and squeezed her head together. This felt like one of those semester-long school assignments, where her entire grade hung in the balance. Well, maybe. Tori grabbed her phone and quickly texted both Emily and Bella. Margaritas tonight? I'm going to be in need of tequila and queso, lots of queso. Tequila surged up Tori's nose. She was mad at the man, so of course he would go and do something like this. It was not fair at all. She coughed and sputtered as Les strode into the bar at the Agave Grill. Emily patted her on the back. Are you okay? Tori nodded. She was glad he hadn't witnessed that, but ow. She wanted to ogle, but damn, if frozen margarita up the nose didn't hurt. Her eyes watered as she buried her face in a napkin. Yet she did not want to take her eyes from him. Les looked like some kind of rock star. She never realized how tall Les was until she saw him towering over his friends. Was that Miguel? Well, crap, it was. She never really thought of Miguel as anything other than the guy at work who knew everything about anything they grew, but clearly, he had a life outside of work. He didn't look like a rocker, though. He didn't even look like he belonged in the same band, in his baggy jeans and long gray dress shirt with only the top 3 buttons done. Les wore a... OMG, Les is wearing a kilt. Do you see that? Emily asked. Tori pointed to her face and nodded. That's why I snorted margarita out of my nose. Someone should tell him he looks ridiculous, Emily continued. Someone should tell him I no longer seem to have panties on. Poof, they're gone. Tori agreed he looked ridiculous. Ridiculously gorgeous. His black hair was slicked back, wet, based on the telltale damp patches on his shirt. His eyes could have been rimmed with eyeliner, but Tori was pretty certain that was just because his eyelashes were insanely thick and long. No, Les's appearance tonight hadn't choked her up because she was laughing at him. His look tonight made her brain cease functioning. Could she even go over and talk to him? She wasn't dressed to impress, still in her work clothes, though she had taken off the chambray overshirt with the peas and carrots logo. Her jeans that may be a skosh too tight, and silly t-shirt with laser cats and unicorns, was an outfit for working on a computer, not for hanging out at a bar. She should have changed. How could she approach Les, who was dressed to the nines in a black kilt and a light blue vintage tux shirt with black piping along the collar and front ruffles, when she looked incredibly uncool? Damn, in ruffles and baby blue he looked so damned fine she could hardly stand it. Right, she was mad at him, that was how she could go over and talk to him. Les leaned against the bar as Miguel was distracted by some flirting tourist. Now was her chance. I'll be right back, she announced as she slid from her chair. If Maria comes back, get me a Coke. I think I'm done with margaritas for the night. She might be done with them forever, if they were going to attack her like that again. Tori stalked across the bar and stopped in front of Les, arms folded. I thought you were gonna meet me the other night, she asked without any preamble. Hola, Tori. Les righted himself. She noticed his accent when he spoke Spanish. Things in her body quivered but stopped as he gave her an up-and-down body scan. She huffed and put her hands on her hips. You did not just do that. Les quirked a half grin at her. Damn, this was hard. Why not? You're checking me out. I was checking your outfit out. You just happened to be in it. She could feel her face flush. Wearing a kilt is a bold choice. I don't think it's something I expected of you. She stopped herself from reaching forward to catch the edge of one of the pockets near the side of his hip. It's a good one too, one of those utility ones. Les smirked. Aren't you going to ask what I have on under it? Tori shook her head. Nothing. You have nothing under it, because you are the kind of guy who has the balls to wear a kilt to begin with, so you're going to be the kind of guy who wears it traditionally. Besides, you're in a kilt in a bar. Probably going for easy access. She let her eyes trail down Les's front and stopped when she got to his boots. She lifted her gaze to peer up at him through her lashes. They weren't nearly as long as his, even with lash-plumping mascara. Boots. You're wearing boots underneath. Les laughed. He reached forward and clapped Tori on the shoulder. Damn, a shoulder pat. That meant she was out of the running for gaining access, no matter how easy. Man, I'm sorry about the burgers. I totally forgot. Hang out and have a beer with me and mi primo. You know Miguel, right? Tori's gut clenched. He had just brushed off their date completely. Well, that was better than reactions she had gotten in the past. Fine, if that's how he wanted to deal with it. Hey Miguel, I didn't realize you two were related. I can't stay. I'm with my friends, Tori pointed with her thumb over her shoulder, but maybe next time. Or you guys can come over to our table. Les nodded. Yeah, maybe. Tori turned and crashed into Maria carrying a refill basket of chips. Chips spilled everywhere and crunched into her back. I am so sorry. Are you all right? Tori asked as she bent to pick up the baskets. Yeah, it's fine. I'm so sorry, all my fault, Maria said. Maria, watch where you're going, Les chastised the waitress and continued saying something in Spanish. Maria responded with a torrent of rapid Spanish. Tori may not have understood the words, but that attitude could not be missed. Maria was not going to take any of Les's guff tonight. Les replied with a hearty laugh, and something else Tori didn't understand. Tori wished, not for the first time, that she had learned a second language. She suppressed a shiver. Les's accent was doing things she didn't need right now. Maria rolled her eyes and gave Tori a big grin. She tilted her head back at Les and called him idiota. It was a mutual crash. Tori handed Maria the baskets and flicked chip crumbs from her shirt. You have some on your back too. Les spun her around and began wiping off her back. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. You know, Tori, you should wear jeans more often. Your butt looks good in these. His hand lightly slapped across her lower back, or was that really more top of butt? Tori closed her eyes and prayed she wasn't blushing too hard. Les Hernandez was touching her butt. Chapter 7. Tori watched Penny expectantly. Which was to say, yes, Penny was hugely pregnant, so every pause she took was pregnant, but she was taking her time lingering over Tori's presentation. Tori had a notebook full of reference material and costs, if Penny would only ask questions. Tori had taken a field trip to check out the farmer's market in Calistoga, an excursion well worth her time. The sellers were set up to take credit cards, and even EBT cards. That meant farm-to-table food was available for all. This key selling point was featured prominently in her presentation. Tori titled her presentation, Beauty is only skin deep, but nutrition is all the way through. She needed to shorten it for a booth slogan, but it got the point across. PNK wouldn't have to sort through their produce for commercial beauty standards, because they would sell what they had in all its glorious weirdness. Penny leaned back and rubbed her baby bump. She hummed a bit before sitting upright. She clicked the keyboard, backing the presentation up. How soon could all of this happen, she finally asked. I have us on the waiting list for Calistoga. We can basically walk into the markets in Napa and Yountville. Tori pulled the already filled out applications from a file folder. Just need your signature. And St. Helena? We have to be reviewed by a committee. It's only open seasonally. They want pictures of our booth, Tori answered. We don't have a booth, Penny countered. Sure we do. Tori leaned over the computer and clicked the slide in the presentation, featuring an image of a market booth with crates and signs. It wasn't pretty, but that was the point. We can put up a banner or a bunch of chalkboard signs with, give ugly food a chance, or, you don't eat veggies because they look good and stuff like that. This is all from what we currently have, and we have plenty of these delivery trays. Putting them to use at a farmer's market wouldn't impact operations at all. Besides, if we get started in the other places first, we can have pictures of a live booth in action for future applications. Penny leaned back in her chair. How soon can we do it? Tori's insides bubbled up with excitement. She flipped open her notebook. We need someone to man the booth and take care of sales. I figure we can rotate this through a few different people. We should get you out there as much as you can handle. It will probably be a long day, so you'll need backup. And you'll need someone to do the heavy lifting. But in the beginning, your presence is a boon for us. Even if all you are doing is standing around looking pretty. You mean pregnant? Tori chuckled. I mean, like the person who owns and runs Peas and Carrots Farm. Get a face with the name. So back to your timetable. People power we already have, a booth we already have, veggies we already have. What we don't have is a delivery van for the market day, or an idea of how long the waiting process is for us to be accepted. But I do have an idea for the van. I went ahead and applied to participate in the Golden State Fresh program, so that we can be participating in that EBT card program as soon as possible. This might be a feasible idea, Tori. I need to think about it. Penny played with the application forms in front of her. Tori pulled out another document from her file folder. She slid it in front of Penny. Here's a cost breakdown. I compared the prices of things at the farmer's market and the grocery store versus what you currently sell to restaurants. This isn't a suggestion to replace restaurant sales in any way, shape, or form, but it's a decent side hustle. Numbers aren't my thing, but you said I had to make a positive impact on your bottom line to keep my job. I like working for you, for PNK. I like the mission and the message you are trying to achieve here. I appreciate this, Tori. You really ran with this challenge. How could you leverage this with your online social marketing goals for PNK? Penny had to ask a tough one, but Tori was prepared. Hashtags and silly signs for selfies. We need an artist. I bet one of our growers has hidden talent and would love the opportunity to paint some signs. She leaned over the keyboard and navigated to a Pinterest board. I was thinking something like this. Tori rotated the laptop to face Penny again. This time it displayed happy customers posing with their shiny purchases in front of a sign that said, I got stoned at the gem fair. The setup was clear even to Penny, a self-proclaimed social media idiot. The customers were sharing the gem dealer's information on their social media platforms. That sign and the humor in it was going viral, a small community-sized viral, but viral. It wasn't just the dealer making the posts, but everyone else sharing it out. Leverage. Penny grinned and nodded. Sold. I'll get back to you. Which meant that Penny would get back to her with a check and signed applications. Hippo. Before tonight, Tori would have said she had never met a cheesecake she didn't like. The agave grill stepped up to the challenge. She stared at the slice of cheesecake in front of her. Her days were beginning to become boringly redundant. Work and then margaritas, or work and then home, because Bella and Emily wanted to hit the cave. Tori didn't go to the cave, not anymore. She wasn't sure which was worse, here where she got to see less hanging on hot female tourists, or home where she would be alone. The margaritas were better here. The mariachi music in the air taunted her. She should be enjoying herself, but this cake had other plans. She had taken one bite, and couldn't decide if she wanted to attempt another one. Could it really be as bad as the first taste indicated? Her gaze drifted from the dessert to Bella's oversized purse slouched on the end of the table next to a plate of decimated nachos. Even if she did come back to finish them, they would be nasty cold. Tori picked her phone up to check in with Sam. Her thumbs typed up a quick message, filling her friend in on how life this week was going. It was boring, it was all work. Tori poked the fork into the creamy white cake. She had ordered it as a way to pass the time, while she felt confined to the booth. Emily had started a new job, so it was just her and Bella tonight, and Bella had taken off, saying she would be right back. That was over 30 minutes ago. Tori was stuck watching her friend's purse while her friend was off doing whatever. She needed to come back and pay for her nachos and her drinks. Tori fumed. She wanted a decent slice of cheesecake, and she wanted to hang out with her friend, not her friend's purse. Hey, gorgeous? Les slid into the booth across from her. He shoved Bella's bag and plate farther down the table. Tori forgot everything she had just been fuming about. Her face broke into a grin all on its own. Okay, maybe this wasn't going to be such a crappy night out after all. She didn't say anything, as he reached forward and picked up her fork off the plate and took a bite of her dessert. Les was sitting in the booth with her. Everything in her body went stupid, happy. This is crap. He made a face and scanned the table for a napkin. How can you eat that? I thought you liked cheesecake. She suppressed a giggle. That's not cheesecake. It's frozen cardboard. I don't know what it is, and I wasn't eating it, I was staring at it. Les turned his attention back to the restaurant at large, making a nodding motion when he spotted whatever he was looking for. Maria approached the table. Sup? She nodded at Les. Les rambled a stream of Spanish at Maria and pushed the cheesecake toward her. Tori really needed to learn the language. She was picking up more and more at work and had learned enough to know Les called the cake crap. He handed the waitress an unwrapped setting with a flourish. Maria slid her gaze to Tori. Why haven't you said anything if it's as bad as he says? Maria pulled the fork from the napkin bundle and carefully took a piece of cake. She spit the offending piece out into the napkin and followed it with a torrent of Spanish epithets. Tori could not suppress her giggle, especially since Les was roaring with laughter. I was trying to decide if it was really as bad as I thought. You know, working my way up to a confirming bite. But also figuring out the best words to describe it. Gross just doesn't seem to do it justice. I mean, how many times has that been frozen and refrozen? Maria swept the plate with the offending cheesecake away. I'll take care of this. You still want something? I'll bring you a flan, I know that's good. We make that here. She left with an expression of extreme distaste as she stared at the rancid piece of cheesecake. You're all dolled up. What's up? Les asked. Nothing, and I'm just not in work clothes. I mean, you aren't in your black and white chef pants. Point taken. Where are your friends? Tori shrugged. Emily had to work, and Bella said she would be right back 30 minutes ago. I have no clue where she went. Fall in the toilet? Les chuckled. Butterflies flitted in Tori's stomach when he grinned at her. She shook her head. I checked. And I can't call her, 'cause her phone is in the bag. Tori pointed at the offending property she felt obligated to monitor. To be honest, I'm ready to leave. What about you? Maria appeared again and slid a plate with a glistening flan onto the table between Tori and Les. She placed napkins and 2 spoons down. I promise you this isn't gross, and I made sure it's not on your bill. She reached over and picked up the plate of cold nachos before leaving. Thanks. Tori reached for a spoon. Les was already scooping a serving of the creamy dessert into his mouth. I'm ready to bounce too. We were hanging with some chicks earlier but they left, me primos already took off and this place is dead tonight. Thought I'd come over and... She closed her eyes and experienced the flan as it played across her tongue. Les stopped talking but Tori didn't care. She hated that she knew he was in her booth because there was no one left for him to talk to in the bar. She didn't particularly want to know about some chick he didn't manage to successfully hook up with. Actually, it made her a little happy. This way, he did come and talk to her, even if it was a crappy reason. More importantly, why hadn't she ordered this before? She breathed in and noticed the perfection of the caramelized sugars as they mingled with the rich custard. She may have hummed in satisfaction. This more than made up for that painful attempt at cheesecake, and almost consoled her over being stuck with Bella's bag. She was going to need a second bite to get past being Les's fallback. Tori watched as the spoon cut into the dessert, scooping up a mouthful of confectionery delight. She closed her eyes as she slid the spoon back between her lips. She savored the moment of perfect happiness. No matter what else was going on in her life, right now the flan seemed to take all of her pain away. Les cleared his throat. You enjoying that? Tori blinked at him. Yes, this moment was bliss, a perfect dessert. Les looking at her with those fathomless dark eyes of his mouth twitched up into an amused grin. Tori felt like purring. I am. It's really good. You're the professional. What do you think? It's good, but I don't think I got nearly as much out of it as you did, he said with a chuckle. The dessert was small, and between the two of them they finished in a few bites. You need a ride? Les asked. Tori shook her head. I'm walking, but I can't go anywhere until Bella comes back. I can't leave her shit here, and I really don't feel like paying for her drinks. Where is she? Like I said, I don't know. She took off a while ago. Les managed to grab Maria's attention again. He asked if she had seen Tori's friend. Maria pulled a check from her pad and paused. Oh, she's out on the patio smoking, she answered. Les took the check from Maria and handed her several bills. She looked at the money in her hand. You need change? Les shook his head. Wait, she's been outside this whole time? I could have left. But she was glad she hadn't because Les and Flan. Maria, she called after the waitress as she was leaving, can I get my check? Maria looked confused and pointed at Les. He just paid me. Oh, okay. Tori turned her attention to Les. How much do I owe you? Nothing. You shared your dessert with me, so call it even. I can't let you do that. You aren't letting me. Come on. I'll walk you home. Tori huffed, grabbed her bag, and scooted out of the booth to follow Les. She wasn't about to let this opportunity slide by her. Once she exited the front door, she walked along the patio until she saw Bella, sucking on a cigarette, and curled up in some tourist's lap. Hey Bella, don't forget your purse when you leave. You just left it? You could have brought it out to me, Bella grumbled. I didn't know where you were. You could have told me where you went. Tori shook her head. Look, I'm headed home. Your bag is back at the booth. Bella rolled her eyes and Tori just shrugged it off. Bella was always doing shit like this. See you later, okay? Bella jumped out of the man's lap, stumbled over to Tori, and leaned over the railing separating the sidewalk from the patio to give Tori an air kiss to the cheek. See you later, sweetie, and thanks. Didn't mean to ditch you like that. This guy is really hot. I think his name is Scott. She turned and yelled back to him. Scott, wave hi to Tori. Tori coughed and waved in return. The guy was good-looking and was just Bella's type, buff and temporary. Good, that's his name. Okay, I'll see you later. Bella tottered back to Scott. Tori caught up with Les, who stood waiting by the front door. You all good? He asked. Not really, but she didn't need to share that she hated it when Bella treated her like a purse babysitter, or that everyone seemed to prefer to do anything instead of hanging out with her. She just nodded and set off down the street. You walk home a lot, or was she your ride? Les had his hands shoved down into his jeans pockets. She was my ride, and I end up walking a lot. Why do you put up with that? Tori shrugged. I know it's gonna happen, so it's not like it's a surprise. Besides, I live downtown, barely a mile away. Is it safe for you to walk home alone at night? No less safe than getting in a car with a tipsy driver. Look, most anybody out this late is in a car, not out walking. And if they are walking their dogs or out for a jog. It's probably as safe as any other time of day, Tori explained. So where do you live? Les asked. Tori pointed north and a little to the left. Her insides did a little happy dance. She needed to tell Sam that Les walked her home. Just up here. I'm in a back apart. A loud honking cut Tori off. A bright red convertible, clearly a rental, pulled to an awkward stop alongside the curb. Hey Les, you still interested in partying? The blonde who leaned out of the passenger's side was lean and tan and falling out of her spaghetti strap ruffled tank top. It was too cold to be wearing a tank top without a jacket. The other woman behind the wheel was dressed similarly. Tourists, thinking California was perpetually beach weather. Tourists who looked like every other woman she had ever seen Les with, shiny hair, big eyes, big chests. Izzy and Emma, right? Les halted next to the car. Tori's stomach sank. She knew exactly what was about to happen, as if she was a psychic. She didn't need to be clairvoyant to know that Les would jump in the car to leave with these two. Tori, you're good from here, right?
Bingo.
She should go buy a lottery ticket. She gave Les a weak wave and concealed her huff. Can't be mad at a dog for being a dog, can you? She should have expected it, just as she'd known Bella would go home with some guy with a neck thicker than his IQ. Les fell into the back seat, and the passenger chick tossed her arms up in the air and shouted, "Woo-hoo," as the car pulled away from the curb. "Woo-hoo," Tori muttered as she watched them drive off. She couldn't keep doing this to herself. Setting herself up for a fall. She needed to do something nice for herself. Remembering a notice for social dance lessons and open floor on the front door of the community center, Tori took a detour. She walked the extra few blocks to check. The office was closed, but the class schedules were taped to the plate glass window. She confirmed the information she wanted on the website. Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. Show up 15 minutes early to learn the dance steps. Hanging out at the bar at the Agave Grill wasn't doing her any favors. She wasn't meeting new people, and Bella and Emily preferred the cave anyway. Tori couldn't go there anymore, she just couldn't. It was bad enough having to deal with Lucas at work, and she didn't want to deal with him on her own time, and on his home turf. Chapter 8. Les leaned over and piped a tiny carrot on top of the thick white frosting. It looked like a little orange male appendage. Once the green was added, it would look like a carrot. The table in front of him was covered in personal-sized cakes. As soon as he finished piping the frosting design on all of them, he would complete the decoration with sprigs of crystallized mint leaves. That reminded him, the kitchen needed more fresh mint. He would ask Tori next time she showed up. He smiled and began humming. He didn't realize the tune was the R&B funk classic Brick House until he started singing out loud. Next to him, the tall aluminum baker's rack spun. Cyan Del Fuego stepped out from behind it. She obviously had filched something from the rack. These eclairs are almost as good as the ones I had last time I was in Paris. Cyan licked her fingertips like a cat licked its claws. You won't tell on me for stealing a pastry, will you? Les shook his head. Who would he rat her out to? He didn't think excessive pastry consumption was something Morgan would be interested in. It's quiet, she pointed out. The lunch rush is over, and the dining room is closed for a few hours before dinner, Les said. Cyan pursed her lips. Closed? Is that such a good idea? Les shrugged. I don't manage the place, I just make the desserts. And what fine desserts you make. Les narrowed his eyes. Somehow, I don't think you're here to steal an early afternoon snack. Very perceptive. That's such a Palatine trait. Les bristled. Down, boy. He let the edge of his upper lip curl up in a mock snarl. Cyan's sharp laugh set the rest of the mood. He could be snarky, but within limits. He wasn't comfortable pushing that limit. She was a very powerful individual. And even if she wasn't physically strong enough to take him on, that brute, Victor, could probably take on Les's wolf. I need you to be perceptive. Someone isn't playing very nicely with me or mine, she confessed. She used such a tone that Les wasn't immediately certain that he got her meaning. Is someone messing with you? You? Her eyes widened for a brief moment and she nodded. Some delightful person or persons, Lefta. She paused, casting her gaze side to side as if searching for the right words. Gift. Yes, let's call it a gift. You know how kitty cats will bring their humans little creatures, mice, birds, lizards? Well, it's like that, only far less charming. I don't have a cat, and these presents have been separated from their heads. Les put down the piping bag slowly. He focused on the thickening in the back of his throat and swallowed the urge to puke down hard. After slowly wiping his clean hands on his apron, he leveled his gaze on Cyan's face. If someone were giving you dead animals, why haven't I heard about it? The gossip mill in this place is through the roof. There's no way housekeeping has kept this to themselves. Oh, housekeeping doesn't know anything about any of this. I do know how to clean up my own messes. I wouldn't necessarily put it past it being someone from that group. But I doubt it. It is an inside job. But how deep inside? Whose house is the call coming from? Les pulled his brows together. Cyan rotated her hands, fingers splayed, until her palms pointed upward. Your house. She then folded her wrists until her fingertips rested lightly on her collarbones. My house? Or Victor's? Leaving one hand resting on her chest, she twisted the other until she held up a single finger. Les nodded in understanding. You want me to make sure that my house is clean? I want you to find out what you find out. Les bit the inside of his cheek and nodded. You know, Morgan lives just in the next valley over. Maybe you should give him a call. He's got guys who are trained to do this kind of thing. I'm literally a pastry chef. And a Palatine. I need the Palatine in you. Sounds dangerous. Can I leverage this for a raise? Les chuckled as he eyed the orange semi-phallic veggies he had been piping. Internally, he wasn't laughing. Around Cyan, he needed to maintain a cool and in-control facade. Cyan was silent for a moment, and then she also chuckled. For a second, I thought you weren't joking. No raise, but there will be a substantial bonus. I have an in with your boss. Sounds reasonable. She leaned in uncomfortably close. I'm glad we understand each other. Use your nose. Each word was emphasized by the slightest tap of her finger against his nose. She smiled her vicious smile, blood-red lips parting. Body parts quivered. Not in lust or excitement but in fear. He didn't want whatever this attention was. He wasn't a fan of being a favorite of a woman like Cyan del Fuego. Then again, he would much rather have her like him than not. A shudder danced down his spine. It took every ounce of control not to let her see him flinch. I'm so glad we understand each other. She took a rather large, unladylike bite from an eclair off the rack. She wiped the corner of her mouth and rolled her eyes with a moan that sounded sexual. So good. Les held perfectly still, only his eyes moved as he watched her leave. Someone thought they could mess with Cyan del Fuego and Victor Kilbride and get away with it? Les pushed his tongue into his cheek as he thought. Why would someone like Cyan need his help? Didn't she handle it all on her own? He started chuckling. Of course, someone as powerful as Cyan would have a cadre of spies working behind the scenes. Someone who pulled as many strings as the Northern California Coven Master wasn't all-knowing. She just seemed like it because of her network. Well damn, he said as he picked up the piping bag of icing. She was trouble, only he wasn't certain exactly what kind just yet. This was something else he should probably fill Morgan in on. But so far no one from Mission Run seemed to think that Cyan del Fuego's presence was worth a look-see. He shook his head to clear it. He had orange phalli to pipe. Lost in the placement of his mint leaves, Les started singing Brick House again. A low curse came from the back door, followed with an uff, and other sounds that accompanied the carrying of large delivery trays. Tori lugged the bushel of tomatoes through the back door to the kitchen. She left it on the trestle table and headed back to the van. Les leaned against the half wall and watched her wrangle her load. Hey Tori. She sidestepped as Karen entered, her hair in tight coils of bright colors, held up in a ponytail on top of her head. When she smiled back at him, he couldn't help but smile more broadly. Had he noticed that her eyes twinkled like that before? She seemed brighter, almost as if she shimmered. Probably her makeup or glitter. She seemed the type to do arts and crafts and be covered in glitter. What's with the crazy hair? He nodded, indicating her cascade of curled ribbons. She reached up and touched her head. Her eyes went wide, and she flushed a light pink under her freckles. Oh crap. I forgot to take those out. She left her hand resting on top of her hairstyle. Tell everyone it was on purpose. They kind of look like those extension things me primas put in their hair for parties. Then pretend that's what I told you. How's that cheesecake coming along? Someone I know didn't get me enough lavender to make more than a few sample batches, Les teased. He felt like a goon the second he saw Tori's face. She really did feel bad about that. But hey, she's promised to get me all the lavender I can handle as soon as her contact's crop blooms. I'm sorry about that. So many growers in this area pre-sell, Tori tried to explain. I didn't mean to poke at a sore spot. I've been busy doing production runs. I'll have time to experiment and make samples next week. Chef wants a full seasonal shift. Time to phase out the heavier cakes for lighter options. With the new owner around, it's a good time to impress her. The owner is here? Yeah, why surprised? Les asked. Tori shrugged. I don't know. I thought the Vista Antigua was a corporate chain. You know, like the upscale brand for Hilton or something. It is corporate, technically. So the CEO of that company is here, and she's an interesting person. Les was tempted to lean in and tell Tori about Cyan and her trysts with her boy toy. Gossiping about Cyan del Fuego was a very bad idea. Karen appeared silently behind Tori and tugged on her shirt. I'm gonna have to head out, Tori said. I'll see you later. Wait. Les stopped her. I need more mint. That's you, right? That's us. I'll make sure you get some. And I'll make sure that slacker lavender supplier of yours delivers. I really want to try that cheesecake. Her hair bounced in springy coils as she left. She was wearing jeans again. Her backside was mighty. Chapter 9. Suze, Tori imagined it spelled with stars and no last name, much like Cher or Prince, carefully placed the arm of the turntable on the spinning vinyl record and the music began. The dance teacher slithered and dragged the toe of her shoe across the floor with so much sexuality, Tori was surprised there wasn't a damp streak. But she loved the way old-fashioned big band music made her want to dance. She wanted to step and kick, and know exactly where to put her feet so that she didn't injure her dancing partner. She could only hope to embody such fluidity and confidence. Oh yeah, there was that. She also wanted a dancing partner. Maybe that would happen later. For now, she stood to the side and slightly behind Suze and mimicked the steps. When Tori dragged her toe over the floor, her foot lurched like Frankenstein's monster twitching to life. All the newbies to the Thursday night open floor social followed the teacher's foot placements for the first 15 to 20 minutes before they broke into dance partners, while the more comfortable students were already partnered up. That was to say, Babs Colombo and her cronies Dorothy and Mary, and Babs's husband Charles. Tori was painfully aware she was the only new person tonight, and from the look of who else had come, she'd been the only new person for quite a while. There was a distinct age gap between herself, Suze's partner David, pronounced David, and the geriatric set. And there were only two men, David and Charles. From the expression on Charles's face, Tori wouldn't be surprised if he only danced with his wife. Well, she would make the most of tonight. The music was fun, she was expanding her horizons, and more importantly, she wasn't home alone after Bella and Emily had announced they had a big change of plans for the weekend, which did not include Tori. Tori didn't really want her brain to drift into thinking about how she still didn't have any real friends here. No, not going there. And 2-3 step 4 turn. She directed her focus at Suze's feet. They barely appeared to be moving, with soft side steps. Oh, a waltz? Tori chided herself for not having picked up on the one ballroom dance she actually knew. The music changed and Suze stepped out of her partner's arms and faced Tori. You ready? I'll lead. The next thing Tori knew, she was smiling awkwardly into the other woman's face. There wasn't enough room between them to watch her feet. Suze kept a quiet count going. Pause and on the left, the other left. Good 2-3 step 2-3. Remarkably enough, Tori felt like she was dancing. They swung around the dance floor for 2 more songs, before Suze left her for another partner. To Tori's surprise, Suze began dancing with Charles. So he did dance with other women. Considering the majority of dancers this evening were older, the music never whipped up into the frenetic horns and drums, Tori was pretty certain she had heard a time or two with big band jazz. She found herself laughing and dancing with Babs as her partner. Fortunately, the other woman took lead. Tori knew she wasn't accomplished enough of a dancer for the reversal of steps required to lead, since she was still wrapping her head around back, slide together. "You're doing well," Babs encouraged. "Thank you. Oh, and I never did thank you for allowing Peas and Carrots Farm to donate compost for the rose garden." The guild appreciated the offer. "The garden smells much better this year." Babs smiled. She had the opportunity to dance with David, Sousa's ridiculously handsome partner. He was good. Smooth and unflappable. He made Tori almost believe she knew what she was doing. When Suze called the last number, Tori decided to sit it out. With an odd number of dancers, she had been incredibly lucky to dance as much as she had, especially since there were 3 women without partners, and 2 of them couldn't lead. This had been nice, but Tori didn't think she would be back. She was the odd man out, and threw off the others who clearly had a groove going. The song ended, and everyone applauded, as if there was a real band to thank. Mary patted Tori on the forearm. "You will come back, won't you?" "You were really picking the moves up by the end of the hour," Suze added. Tori shrugged. "I'll think about it." It was a lot of fun. Charles helped Babs with her coat. She said, "Come back and bring a friend." Tori's smile quavered. She felt her lip wobble, along with a stinging sensation behind her eyes. "I'll see what I can do." She left without putting her jacket on. Once outside, she slid her arms in and pulled the coat closed. She ground the heel of her palm into her eye. That had been a little too close. The tears had sprung up so unexpectedly. Bring a friend, sure? Sam couldn't come, she wasn't here. And Tori didn't have any friends locally, possibly not anymore. Not the way Bella and Emily had been giving her the cold shoulder recently. She had really hoped to meet people tonight who weren't older than her grandparents. Tori slowed her pace. Where was she running off to? All she had was her apartment, and that only reminded her she was alone. The night had that quality of spring, only a bit chilled, and the scent of fresh growth wafted on the breeze. Maybe she would cut through the rose garden on her way home. A motorcycle sped past her with a whoosh. The rose garden wasn't out of the way, but it was dark. Tori huffed and shook her head. No one was around, and they wouldn't bother if they were. Sitting amongst the fragrance of new buds would be a welcome way to relax after her dance class. Another motorcycle rumbled slowly past her. The rider, hidden behind a full-face helmet, waved tentatively before zooming off. Had that been the same bike? Tori shook her head. No face, no identity. It could have been any number of people from work. She did try to be friendly with all the growers, after all. She considered their skill akin to magic. Tori couldn't grow weeds if she tried. Tori sat with a thud on the bench in the gazebo. Even in the dark, the rose garden was lovely, and it smelled so nice. She was glad the guild got the city to use composted organic waste from PNK's farm and not manure. She should take a picture of one of the roses. The compost would be a good angle for an Instagram post. Nothing ruined the beauty of a rose garden, like the smell of crap. Even without the smell of it in her nose, Tori could not escape the bullshit that danced in her brain. Emily was one of the first people she had met outside of work. They seemed to hit it off pretty well, plus Bella, but this whole sudden change of plans seemed to be happening more and more. Tori figured if they really wanted to go to the cave, they could say so. Tori refused to go in there anymore, but she would understand if her friends still wanted to go to their established hangout. She just wished they would say something about it. Instead, they had to be all mysterious and change plans on her for the entire weekend. They really hadn't needed to make such a big point of letting her know she wasn't included. That had been so unnecessary and hurtful. A chill washed over her, and Tori stood. Stepping down from the gazebo and heading into the rows of plants, Tori found herself humming and following a step-step slide-together walking pattern. She would stop by in the morning and get a picture, an open rose with a drop of dew gracefully poised on one of the petals. Yeah, she would go back to dance class next week. It would be good to make friends from a different generation. Maybe Babs or Mary had a good-looking grandson who wasn't already married, and maybe closer to her age. Tori slowed her car at the light. The same motorcycle had been following her for miles. That shouldn't have bothered her, considering there was only one main route in and out of town, and only 2 roads that would take someone all the way into Napa. But she kept wondering if it was the same bike she had seen last night. She was being silly. There were lots of black motorcycles, and lots of riders in similar helmets. Nevertheless, when the bike stuck to her tail once the highway opened to 2 lanes, and she passed through a few towns into Napa proper, she grew paranoid. She tried to ignore the rider as he pulled up next to her at the big intersection. 2 lanes turning left. He was going left too? It was almost too much. She kept her eyes forward and did not look over at the biker. Her hand slammed into the ceiling, fingernails clawing the fabric as she jumped out of her skin when the rider knocked on her window. The guy was laughing, whoever he was. He flipped the face visor up and yep, he was laughing. She rolled down her window and yelled, "Oh my God, Les, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Pull in up here." He pointed at one of the fast food restaurants up ahead. Tori nodded and this time she followed him, easing her car into a spot next to Les's bike. He opened the passenger side door and slid into her car. Her heart raced. It had to be, from the jump scare he gave her back at the intersection. "Damn, your car is tiny." He wiggled, trying to accommodate his longer limbs into the restrictive space of her Fiat.
Yep, but it's a convertible.
Besides, it's typically just me in here. Scoot the seat back. The entire car jerked as Les adjusted the seat. Her heart continued to race. "Did I see you dancing down the street last night?"
Maybe.
Why? Tori hadn't realized she had been dancing, other than for a bit in the rose garden. "What were you doing out that late?" Les asked. "It wasn't that late, and I was walking home." "Did you have a date?" "You were all dressed up." Tori shook her head. "I was at the open floor ballroom class at the community center." "Open floor, meaning anyone can come?" Tori nodded. "That sounds interesting." Les's voice rumbled with an almost laugh. "Yeah, well, it's small. It could use more people." "How long have you been ballroom dancing?" Les asked. "About 2 hours," she answered. She liked his laugh. Les smiled and laughed around her. It wasn't much, but she'd take it. "It took me a while to figure out I was following you." "What are you doing in Napa?" "I'm going to a movie." "What are you doing here?" she countered. Les chuckled. "I live here." "Isn't that a far commute?" Tori asked. "It's not that bad. I'm not gonna move to St. Helena until I feel settled in at the Vista Antigua, and my lease here is up. I'll probably move sometime in the summer, I guess." Tori really didn't know what to do. Les was sitting in her car chatting as if it was nothing. Right, friends, it was indeed nothing. She was the one making it into a big deal in her brain. "Who are you meeting?" he asked. Tori was confused for a moment. She hadn't said she was meeting anybody. "Oh right, the movie. I'm on my own. I was going to go with some friends. But they really aren't my friends, and so I'm stuck doing social things all by myself. But they couldn't make it, and I was really in the mood for a movie theater movie. You know, popcorn, the big screen, that whole experience." Les nodded. "Why not just go to the one in town? They don't typically show the movies with the big explosions." Tori shrugged. If she wanted an intellectual art film experience, she could have stayed in town. But she wanted mindless mass-market action-adventure, or a rom-com. "What are we seeing?" She tilted her head at him quizzically. "We." "A movie sounds like fun. Mind if I tag along?" "Okay. Do you want to move your bike, or is it okay park there?" Tori asked. She was a little shocked that she was now going to a movie with Les. It wasn't a date, but it was a million times better than being here with Emily and Bella, just because it was him. They agreed on a horror movie. When Les said he wanted to see it, she said yes. She hated horror movies, but for Les, she could give one a chance, couldn't she? Big mistake. About 20 minutes in, she flipped up the divider arm between their seats and hid behind Les's shoulder. "Are you okay?" he whispered. She flinched at another exploding head. "I'm fine. I'm forwarding my therapist's bill to you," she whispered back. She cowered behind him for the rest of the movie. The credits began scrolling, and Tori grabbed Les's arm, yanking him out of his seat. "You should have said you didn't like horror," he said as he followed her from the theater. "I didn't think it was going to be that gross." They continued the conversation as they walked to Tori's small car. "Sorry, the movie freaked you out." Les pulled Tori in for a brief hug. Maybe the icky movie had been worth it. Now that she thought about it, she had spent the entire movie clutching his arm, and now he hugged her. "I'll see you at work." Les sauntered off. Tori twinkled her fingers at him in a goodbye wave he didn't see. She didn't want to be friend-zoned. She knew she was crushing on him pretty hard. If this was the only way she was going to make any friends around here, she could handle it. There were worse things than being stuck in the self-exiled friend zone, like not having anyone to talk to at all. Unrequited, was this love or infatuation? Whatever it was, it sucked. Chapter 10. "Hey Tori. Could I borrow you and Karen for like 5 minutes? Chef asked as they deposited the last trays of produce for today's delivery. Tori looked to Karen for confirmation. She shrugged. Returning her attention to Chef, Tori said, "Sure, what's up?" "We want you two to test some desserts for us," Chef responded. Tori brushed her hands against the thigh of her jeans before following Chef into the dining room. Karen quietly followed. One of the round tables was set with 4 place settings and an array of desserts. Les was chatting with the hotel manager, who was already seated. A single butterfly in Tori's stomach flapped in happiness to see him. Had he gotten better looking somehow this week? It wasn't until he smiled that the rest of her nervous butterflies began to riot. "Hey Les." "Mark." She greeted the 2 men and took a seat as Chef indicated. Karen sank into the chair next to her. Les began talking. "We just want your opinion on a few new desserts we're considering." Tori excitedly shifted her attention away from Les, as gorgeous as he was in his bright white, perfectly clean chef's jacket, and onto the confections in front of her. Les had already proven to be an expert at cheesecake. He had to be, or Chef never would have hired him. What was she about to thrill her taste buds with? The door from the kitchen swung open. A quick glance let her know she did not need to pay attention. Lucas. She thought that by ignoring him, he would eventually stop pestering her. She could hope. "Geez, Chef, you could have asked me. I tell you, Hernandez bakes crap. These 2 won't know quality taste," Lucas whined. Lucas always whined. "I want an untrained palate. Their opinions will be more valid than yours as a trained chef," Mark responded, justifying the selection of taste testers. He turned his attention to Tori. "You are helping us narrow down what we'll present to Ms. Del Fuego."
Look at her, she'll eat any.
Tori stared at the space in front of her, trying desperately not to let Lucas bother her. "Stevens." "Back to the kitchen," Chef yelled, cutting him off. Maybe she needed to rethink having taken back this delivery route. "I'm just saying." Lucas persisted. "One more word out of your mouth and you are fired." "One thing." "Try me," Chef growled. The swinging door flapped as Lucas retreated into the kitchen. Tension swept from Tori's shoulders with his exit. "Thank you, Chef," Les muttered. Tori looked up. Les was staring at her. His expression soft, like he wanted to ask if she was okay. "Ready?" he asked. Tori nodded. Les slid a small glass dome in front of Karen and then gave one to Tori. It wobbled a bit, so it wasn't glass. "Gelatin?" In the center was an arrangement of flowers. It looked like a dust collector her mother would put on a shelf. It was too pretty to be a dessert. I can eat it? Karen asked the question Tori was thinking. Tori poked at it with her spoon a few times to make sure it really wasn't solid. Sharp and clean, slightly fruity, the flavor sparkled on her tongue. This is the fanciest Jell-O I've ever had. That's too strong, Karen whispered as she pushed the plate away from her. I think it's fine. I like the flavors but I can't place them, Tori admitted. Sparkling white wine from Lupercalia Vineyards for the clear layer and a sweet cream panna cotta for the base. I wanted something that was sweet with local flavor. And not too heavy for the summer. Mark seemed to like it, since he continued eating his piece. Good flavor, Chef agreed as he put his spoon down. Les passed around plates with small pale cubes dusted in confectioner's sugar. What are these? Tori asked. The powdery white cubes were different colors under the outer coating, and slightly bigger than a square inch. Karen picked a cube up and blew on it, scattering the sugar like fine powder. Those are Turkish delights, Les explained. There will be 6, 2 of each flavor in a serving. Tori bit one of the paler cubes in half. Her teeth slid through the jellied candy. It tasted like the sparkling wine gelatin. Delicate yet sweet. She popped the entire next cube into her mouth and let the sugar dissolve. Closing her eyes as her tongue made contact with the flavor underneath, a smile played across her lips. She breathed deeply through her nose and relaxed around the lavender flavor. The candy had the perfect balance. Not too sweet and not too lavendery. The last one made her think of her grandmother and soap. What's this one? Tori pointed to her mouth. The first one I had was the sparkling wine, the second lavender, but I can't place this one. That would be rose. I selected the flavors that would best represent the valley, without being overbearing. You want to serve candy in the restaurant? Mark asked. Have you met Cyan del Fuego? Do you really think she'd go for that? Gummy candies in the restaurant? She's kind of classic old school. I think she'd be into Turkish delights. They're the kind of light accompaniment that would be perfect for a tea serving or a lunch dessert. We can call them Vista Delights. If they are popular enough, you can package them up and sell them in the gift shop, Les suggested. The next piece Les indicated was a yellow wedge with thick white frosting, and accented with a perfect curl of lemon zest. The cake was light and perfect. A salted caramel blonde brownie, and a decadent chocolate and sour cream cake followed. The chocolate is too heavy, I think, Mark commented. I thought you were going for lighter fare for the summer months. The Turkish delight was a surprise. But I'm not sure on this one. The brownie is too sports bar. We need something chocolate, Chef replied. I can work on something else if the cake is too much, Les added. Tori scooted her chair back, ready to return to work. Those were great. Thanks for asking us to help. She was a little disappointed that there hadn't been cheesecake. Les had mentioned he specialized in her favorite dessert, and yet nothing. Oh, we're not done. Les smiled before turning away. He bent over and pulled something from the lower level of the serving cart behind him. Tori's eyes went wide. Les held 2 long white rectangular plates with 5 round mini towers of cheesecake. I don't eat cheesecake. Karen quietly pushed out of her chair. I'll see you in the truck. Everyone watched as she quietly left. Is she okay? Mark asked. She's just really quiet and shy. Tori screwed up her face. And very particular about her food. I think she appreciated being asked to help out. She said something. Tori turned her attention back to the cheesecakes. Now this is what she was hoping for. She smiled with delight as Les slid the long plate in front of her. Are you going to do a cheesecake flight? That would be awesome. She looked at Les expectantly. Hadn't thought about that. Chef tapped his fork against his mouth. That might be worth looking into. A flight? Mark asked. Yeah, you've had them. It's like a wine tasting, where you get a smaller portion of different flavors. People have been doing it around here for so long, but they don't call it a flight, just a tasting, Les answered. He turned to Tori. Well, what are you waiting for? Sorry. Yeah. She slid the fork into the first cheesecake. Chocolate, by the coloring. It was delicious, smooth and perfect. The cocoa flavor was almost as intense as the cake earlier. She wanted to dive in and finish the entire small piece, but Karen was waiting and there were 4 more mini cakes. The next one played a myriad of flavors across her tongue. She closed her eyes and savored the nuances of a red wine combined with white chocolate. She may have moaned. Les watched as the tip of Tori's tongue touched the morsel of food on the fork. She guided the fork into her mouth and closed her pink lips around the piece of cheesecake. The fork slid ever so slowly from between her lips, wiped perfectly clean. His body pulled. What he wouldn't give to be that fork right now. Stop it, dude, that's just Tori. She focused on a bite of a different flavor. Mouth, lips, tongue. She made a stuttering mew of a moan. The look on her face. Les felt a throb in his crotch. Chef cleared his throat and put his fork down. Les looked over at Mark, who shifted uneasily in his chair. Damn, Les wasn't the only one thinking that Tori might be enjoying her cheesecake a bit too much. Then again, what would it take for a man to satisfy her to that level? Les started clearing the table as Tori sampled the last flavor on her plate. He felt like he was watching Tori pleasure herself and not eating dessert. It was far too sensual. Watching made him feel almost dirty, like he had been caught sneaking into his Tio's Hustler collection. He shook his head. Tori was cute and all, but no, not Tori. Not with her plus-size jeans. Shut up, you're beginning to sound like Stevens. Why not Tori? After a few false starts and a voice crack, Chef managed, you certainly enjoy your cheesecake. That was positively. I feel like a bit of a voyeur having witnessed that, Mark added under his breath. Tori blushed and stared at her plate, embarrassed. That rosy pink on her cheeks made him throb again. Les cleared his throat. No, boss man, that's exactly the reaction we want. Tori, you clearly had favorites, care to share? Okay. She pointed to the chocolate. This was nice but boring, especially after trying the rest of these. The wine, is that white chocolate? Tori slid her fork back into the swirls of the cheesecake in question, and then slipped another small bite between her lips. White chocolate ganache with black currant marbling. Les swallowed the dry lump in his throat. The way she enjoyed the dessert made it hard for him to focus. He needed a moment or 3 in the deep freezer to cool off. Yeah, she hummed. It's amazing, but I think too rich for a full slice. You really should consider a flight, because this amount would be perfect. Include a plain cheesecake as a cleanser between the fancy ones. She tapped her fork against what remained of a soft orange and lavender-tinted piece. This is the one you've been teasing me with, isn't it? It's amazing. It could easily stand on its own. I'll make sure to get all the lavender I can. The kitchen doors swung open. Your ride is honking and it's distracting. Stevens sneered at Tori. That's not like Karen. I better go. Tori stood in a hurry. Thank you for letting me try all these out. You have to do the honey lemon and lavender. It's amazing. You didn't like the chocolate cheesecake? Les asked. People loved his chocolate cheesecake. Don't get me wrong. Tori flushed again. The chocolate was fantastic, but I want to have the honey lemon and lavender's babies. Why have just good when you can have cosmic? In the back of his brain, Les was kicked with a thought. What would it be like to have Tori look at him as if he were cheesecake? Chapter 11. Last week, the social dance class had been a repeat of her first night here. The geriatric set, Sue's her partner with Tori as odd woman out. Maybe she shouldn't go again. It was fun for a bit, and got her moving. But at the end, she crashed into that reminder of how alone she was in this town. At least Bella and Emily were speaking to her again. That had been strange. They'd picked right back up, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. She knew she should invest in some self-care and not rely on them so much, but it was hard. Going out for nachos and margaritas was fun. It gave her a reason to dress up in the clothes she loved, but couldn't reasonably wear to work. Sustainable organic farming was almost incompatible with fashionista. It was hard to do one while being the other, at least until the time she mastered the combination. It was one of the reasons Tori thought ballroom dancing would be good for her. She could dress up, feel pretty, and in her imagination dance with a handsome prince. While Charles had clearly been a looker back in his day, that was 50 or so years ago, and he only danced with Susan Babs. David was handsome, but he was sugar daddy age, and in a committed relationship with a capital R. Even if Tori closed her eyes, dancing with Mary wasn't much like dancing with a prince. She wore too much rosewater and muscle rub to smell like anything other than a little old lady. "Are any of your friends going to show up tonight?" Dorothy asked. Tori smiled and shrugged. She had no friends. "I have no idea. I did mention it. Someone might come." She told everyone at work about the class. Karen had shown the enthusiasm of a turnip. Typical. But Les had asked her about it, as if he was interested. She sighed. She wasn't going to get her hopes up. He had to close the kitchen on Chef's night off, and with her luck that meant Thursdays. "Tori, let's skip the intro lesson and jump right in with a foxtrot. I think you know that one well enough," Sue said before starting the music for the evening. "Why don't you start with David?" Tori smiled weakly, as Suze basically handed off her partner. It wasn't nearly as awkward as it had been the first night when Tori had tried to dance with him. She had the hang of a simple foxtrot now, and David was an excellent leader. She thought she was doing well until he stiffened and stopped, staring at something over her shoulder. "Welcome," Tori heard Sue say. David's eyes squinted at whomever Suze was speaking with. His arms stayed rigid, but any pretense of dancing was over. When Tori turned to see, her heart stuck in her throat. Les and his friends from the bar. Les wore his motorcycle jacket and still had riding gloves on. He channeled a tough biker guy image, though he was a total sweetheart. Miguel and Hank both wore flannel shirts with the top button secured, and Miguel wore a pork pie. The different hat meant he was dressed up, or he'd be in a baseball cap like the one he wore for work. Tori dropped out of David's properly placed arms and scurried to the front of the dance studio. "You came. We aren't too late, are we?" Les looked from Suze to Tori. "Not at all, let's get you signed in." As Suze started to get Les and his friends signed in, and before the soft chatter of class started back up, a couple straight out of the pages of a fashion magazine stepped in. "How quaint, a gymnasium with a record player for dancing," the glamorous woman proclaimed. Someone bumped into the record player. There was a discordant scratch before David grabbed the needle. "It's charming and you will enjoy yourself," the man said with good humor. He was big, brawny, with a square head and fair features. His smile was big and broad. In contrast, the woman looked as if she never smiled. She was porcelain pale with glossy red lips, and her black hair was cut in a severe bob. In the silence that followed, all eyes in the room looked at the new couple. It was as if a spell had been cast. Tori could hear her pulse throb in her ears. 5 long heartbeats later the spell was broken. "Ms. Del Fuego, nice to see you outside my kitchen," Les said. "Oh, lovely, more people. You must have invited everyone," Dorothy said as she grabbed Tori's hand. "Now there are enough of us for everyone to have a dance partner." She leaned in and whispered not too quietly, "Which one is your young man? Don't want to elbow in where I'm not wanted." Tori smiled at the older woman. She felt a little flushed. She wanted to claim Les, but that wasn't a reality. She shook her head.
"None of them, Dorothy.
They're friends from work. And the couple. I don't know who they are, but Les seems to. They were too formal to be local, unless there was some charity event going on. But their style screamed rich, super rich." She heard a faint "good" as Dorothy sashayed forward and asked Miguel to dance. Tori huffed out half of a laugh. Sue started the music again, and led Les onto the dance floor. Tori pushed down the stab of jealousy and returned to David. She couldn't help but notice how distracted he was now that a young and good-looking man was dancing with his partner. She wasn't the only one feeling a bit possessive. The miracle of the evening was that Charles rotated through dance partners. Tori found herself dancing with almost everyone multiple times, including the large blonde man whose name was Victor. She did not get a chance to dance with the one person she really wanted. "Where the heck did you learn how to dance?" Tori asked Miguel as he guided her smoothly across the floor. "You sound like you can't believe that some Mexican field worker would have the finer habits of society." His tone indicated he was picking on her, joking, but it did reveal the possibility of unconscious bias. She stumbled over herself to respond. "You're not some field worker. And you aren't?" "I know. I'm a cultivator, the senior cultivator no less, not a field hand." Miguel cut her off, repeating Penny's often recited spiel on how she felt everyone who worked for Peas and Carrots Farm was a cultivator and nurturer of health and well-being. Miguel was the senior grower in charge of crop scheduling. "You get so flustered I couldn't help myself." "Relax, Tori. Mi abuela made sure all of us had social graces." Saturday afternoon, Junior Cotillion. She wanted us to be presentable for our female cousins and their friends at the millions of quinceañeras we had to attend. Step, step, slide together, turn. Tori forgot about her feet and tried to wrap her brain around what it must have been like growing up surrounded by a family that had regular parties. Especially big blowout celebrations, like the quinceañeras celebrating a girl's 15th birthday. Those were a bigger deal than the typical Sweet 16 her friends had celebrated. "How many cousins do you have?" "Too many. I mean, here I am miles from where I grew up, and I'm still stuck with these two in the same town." The music ended, and Miguel offered Tori a slight bow, clearly showing off his training. She thanked him, found her water bottle, and slid into a chair. The extra people made the open floor dance feel like a social event. There was no time to sit one out and catch your breath. She loved it. She would love it even more if she could get an opportunity to dance with Les. After all, there were only 12 people here. She would have thought that within a single hour, she would have danced with him at least once. But no, he was always in the clutches of one of the geriatric set, or that Del Fuego woman. Tori stood and sauntered her way back to the edge of the dance area. The music had ended, and everyone was milling around, switching partners. "Last dance of the night," Suze announced. Okay, she was going to do it. She would ask Les, since he hadn't approached her once. Tori stepped toward him. She made eye contact. He smiled. A million butterflies rioted in her stomach. Her heart pounded. "May I have this dance?" Charles slid in front of Tori. He obscured her vision, and she could no longer see Les. She held her breath for a mere second of a pause. Of course. She wiped her sweating palms down the side of her skirt before placing her hand in his. Charles slowly walked her through the steps. Back and forth across the dance floor, they moved in a straight line as if they paced. No turns, no fancy spins. Tori focused on Charles's ear. There were tufts of old man hair sprouting from it. Should she tell Babs to shear him? The song ended, and Tori graciously thanked him for the last dance of the evening. She turned in time to see Les bowing and kissing that woman's hand. Tori's insides cringed at the kick she gave herself. Why couldn't he be gallant and charming with her? Les made his cousins wait on the sidewalk in front of the community center so he could get a chance to talk to Tori, specifically to thank her for letting him know about this place. It had been years since he had danced. He hadn't realized how much he missed dancing with known steps and no expectations until Tori had mentioned the open floor night. Sure, he did the nightclub bump and grind, but this was different. This reminded him that someone out there expected him to have manners and be polite. And dancing with Babs reminded him of dancing with his abuela. "Mr. Hernandez, you are a chef of many talents," Cyan said as she stepped out the center's double doors. He cocked up one eyebrow. Mi abuela did not raise a Philistine. And here I thought you were raised by a pack of wolves. Les laughed. Only when it came to high school. I was raised by my grandmother, until puberty did its damage. Victor chuckled. Cyan smirked and tilted her head to the side. Good night, Mr. Hernandez. Ms. Del Fuego. Les watched Cyan and Victor saunter away. That woman is crazy rich. Does she need another boy toy? Miguel quipped. Are you volunteering? Hank asked. And you wouldn't? Miguel asked. Nah, I'd be afraid of her. She looks mean, like she bites. I prefer my women sweet, like Sophie. You prefer Sophie to breathing. And Cyan Del Fuego does bite, stay away from her, Les said. I prefer Sophie to you. Can we go? Hank complained. No, we're waiting for Tori. Les started kicking the concrete planter in front of the center's windows. What was taking her so long? When Tori finally emerged, her cheeks were pink from exertion. It hadn't been a taxing dance, but it had been constant. Her eyes flashed a bit brighter than normal. He should have danced with her. Hey, Tori. He stopped kicking the planter. She smiled, and he felt it somewhere in his gut. Oh, hi, Les. She sounded surprised. I hope you don't mind that me and me primos came tonight. Les twisted to point at Miguel and Hank as they leaned against the front of the building. No, why would I? She asked. It's open floor. Other people even came. Her voice sounded sharp. Yeah, that was kind of weird dancing with the boss. She's the owner of the Vista Antigua. Les shrugged. People can be weird about things they do. You know, territorial. Tori scoffed. Oh, I know all about that. I wouldn't have said you should come if that's how I felt. I'm glad all of you gave it half a chance. She leaned around Les to talk to the other men. It certainly made things livelier. I had a good time. I don't know about these two. Les rolled his eyes in the direction of his cousins. If you don't mind dancing with old ladies, Hank rumbled. Shut up, we had a good time, Miguel chimed in. Tori giggled, and Les really wished he had danced with her. She would have been fun. You have a ride home? I didn't see your freakishly small car in the back lot. At that moment, Dorothy and Mary came out the front door, arms linked. They paused their conversation, looked at Tori, and slid their gazes to the men loitering outside. You okay, honey? Dorothy asked her. Even though they had all spent an enjoyable evening dancing, the older women were clearly watching out for Tori. Fine, I'm just headed home. Les didn't want the older women to think of him and his cousins as creeps. Ladies, who reminded him of his grandmother, were women he wanted to be on the good side of. I'll make sure nothing happens to Tori. I was just asking if she had a safe ride home. I can give you a lift, Mary offered. Les wasn't certain, but he thought he saw Tori wince. I'm walking. It's only a few blocks. Tori said. I'll see that she gets home safe. Okay, if I walk with you? Les asked. We'll all go, Miguel said, pushing back off the wall. Hank grumbled some more. Mary and Dorothy opened their mouths as if to protest. Les began explaining quickly. Tori is my very valuable supplier of lavender, and Miguel works with her at Peas and Carrots farm. We'll make sure nothing happens. Sounds like I have an escort brigade. Tori laughed. Swing by the yarn shop in the morning, won't you, dear? Dorothy asked. Les smiled. Yep, the abuelitas were watching out for Tori. He would not disappoint them. Why don't you give Tori your phone number so she can text to let you know she's gotten home safe and sound? That's a smart idea, Les. Why hadn't we thought of that before? Mary asked. Because you'd never left Tori alone with 3 men before, and you're being smart. I know we are the good guys, but you don't. Les cleared his throat as he watched the women exchange numbers. Shall we? Tori glanced up at him once she was finished. Les shoved his hands into his pockets and tilted his head with a nod to get his primos moving. Hank complained. Hank complained even louder after walking a block. Dude, why don't you go get your car and meet us at? Les cocked an eyebrow at Tori. Closest intersection? Have him pull up to the row of shops across from the rose garden. You know where Adam's furniture is? There. That's not too far, she said. Miguel pushed Hank to redirect him. I'll go with this one and meet you there. Suddenly, Les was alone with Tori. This wasn't a new situation, but the suspicion of the grannies weighed on his shoulders. If he ditched her now, he would be a loser. If he said something that made Tori uncomfortable, he would be a predator. I had a good time tonight. When had he become so awkward? I don't think Hank particularly enjoyed it. He doesn't particularly enjoy anything. Tori laughed. Thanks for saving me from having to ride with Mary. I've seen her careen through town in that ancient oversized Cadillac of hers. And it seems silly when I'm 3 blocks away. So she had flinched at Mary's offer. They're just looking out for you. I don't blame them. Me primos don't present the most trustworthy of facades, and Les looked down at his clothing. I guess I don't really either. Well, this is me, Tori announced as they turned the corner to the back of the row of shops, including the furniture store. Just as she had said. You're right. This wasn't very far at all. He pointed above them to the ironwork staircase. Up there? I'm the last apartment on the end. I'll be sure to text Dorothy the second I'm inside. Don't want her to think you're some kind of stalker. Les watched as she climbed the stairs. His brain tried to say one thing, but all he could think was boom chaka boom as her backside moved. He fumbled over his words and then tried again. Yeah, she definitely seemed to have yeah. She wanted to make sure we weren't going to jump you or something. I find it nice that someone is watching out for me, even if it is unwarranted. Good night, Les. She waved and disappeared behind her front door. He was going to have visions of that butt climbing the stairs in his head all night long. That wasn't so bad. He hoped it was a long night. Chapter 12. For someone who is the boss lady's favorite, you don't smell like some fancy boy toy. Stevens took a long sniff of the air just behind Les's neck. If he was looking for a fight, he was going to find one. And Les was feeling like being a delivery boy. He spun, a snarl on his lips. He felt his nails thicken and start to curl out of his fingertips. The sharp claws bit into his palm as he curled his hands into fists. You don't have to attend every fight you're invited to, O'Connell said in a calming voice. Are you a greeting card? Stevens quipped. O'Connell glared at him, before returning her gaze to Les. Ignore him. I try, but the bastard is sending out engraved invitations, Les snarled. And he is such an jerk. Oh, now you think you can talk big because the boss lady has your back? Stevens would not shut up. Ms. Del Fuego doesn't have my back or my balls, so enough out of you. We aren't so busy that I won't tell you to close your station and go home, Les reminded him. And before you ask who put me in charge, that answer is Chef and Mark. You just love to be a pain in my ass when you think you'll get away with it. You think we need you tonight. I'll run this kitchen short-staffed if I have to. Are we clear? What do you think our owner would do if I went to her with a complaint about a hostile work environment? Stephen asked in a sing-song voice. Dude, she's seen you in action firsthand. She would see through your bull as if it were made out of crystal, O'Connell said. So back off. Stevens continued to mutter under his breath. Les followed O'Connell to her station. If you want to put in a complaint about a hostile work environment, I will have your back, he said in a low voice. She shook her head. I'm good. I'm just holding out for the day Chef loses his shit on Stevens. I'm gonna film it and go viral online, and live off all the money I will make from the billions of views it will get. Les laughed. Good plan. Everything was operating as well as could be expected. Chef's night off was always a little shaky. Jenna from the front of the house ran into the kitchen. We just got a huge room service order. Okay, put it in over there, Les gestured to the tablet on the far counter. The waitstaff had stands in the front of the house for putting in orders. He didn't know why this one wasn't already put in. You don't understand," she continued. Les stopped and looked at her. "Okay, explain." Jenna looked panicked. She lifted her finger and pointed at the ceiling. "It's for the couple on the top floor." Les nodded and spread his hands. "So? No one wants to go up." She said, "Send someone who knows how to serve dinner, and..." She chewed David out in Spanish last time. "And David is our go-to." "Send Mark, I don't know," Les suggested. "Mark's not in tonight," Jenna said. Well, that was a cluster in planning. The manager and chef were both not on site. Crap. "I'll take it up," Les said. "I bet. You just jumped at a chance to go see your girlfriend," Steven said. Les closed his eyes. He was not going to jump to the bait, and that's all it was. Stevens wanted a reaction. Les grinned. No reaction would drive that jerk crazy more so than a fight would. "Turn the order in, I'll deliver, not a problem," Les said. "Flag it so we know it's mine when the order is up. Get the sommelier to review the order, and get a couple of bottles prepped." "Thanks, she freaks people out," Jenna admitted before leaving. "That's part of her charm," Les muttered. He returned to plating the orders that came off the line. When the room service order was ready, he completed the order with a dessert selection that he figured Cyan and Victor would appreciate before he traded his work apron for a clean one. He pulled his cap off and placed the chef toque on top of his head. He looked every bit like a head chef, as he pretended to be on the night's chef hat off. It pissed Stevens off. That was part of the fun. Les wheeled the trolley into the service elevator and punched it for the top floor. He hated being a waiter. He wasn't cut out to serve. One summer of working a mundane job between getting his associates and entering pastry school had convinced him he never wanted to do that again. Being a line chief or running the grill at a greasy diner was easier for him than being a waiter ever was. He puffed up his cheeks as he watched the numbers up to the top. This wasn't exactly being a waiter, but if Cyan and Victor expected him to know how to set a table, well, at least he would know what Cyan was saying when she started to cuss him out. He wheeled the cart down the hall, surprised there wasn't a guard lurking in every doorframe. Cyan's phalanx of bodyguards had been conspicuous in their absence. Now that he thought about it, Les hadn't really seen anyone from Cyan's entourage other than Madison ever since Victor arrived on the scene. A door about halfway along the hall creaked open. His hackles rose. Suddenly, Les was aware of every hair on the back of his neck because they were all standing on end. He let out a long breath when Madison stepped out. There was something creepy about that woman. Hell, she worked for a vampire organization. Creepy was probably in the job description? "Is that for Cyan?" Les stopped. "Yeah, and Victor. There's a lot of food here. Victor must eat like a whole high school football team." Madison just stared at him. "You know, a lot?" She rolled her eyes and began peeking in under the silver domes. "Oh good, dessert. And wine." She took one of the bottles while staring Les dead in the eyes. "They won't notice one less bottle. Next time bring an extra fudge tart, those are my favorites." He agreed. The sommelier had sent an abundance of wine. "Am I cleared?" he asked. She shrugged and stepped back into her room and closed the door. "I guess that's a yes." With a heavy breath, he continued to push the trolley to the end of the hall. Les rapped on the door with the back of his knuckles. He straightened his posture and tapped the toque to make sure it was in place. "Buenas noches," he said as the door opened a crack. The door closed again before opening wide. Cyan reached out and grabbed the trolley, pulling it out of Les's grasp and into the room. He stared in disbelief. And then she reached out for him and dragged him inside. The door slammed shut behind him. The big blonde Victor slid a chain bolt into place. "That's not hotel standard," Les dragged out. "No, I installed it this afternoon," Victor said. Les stared at the man. He didn't have an accent of any kind. His voice had the flat, atonal quality of Middle America. It created a disconnect in the wiring of his brain. Victor looked as if he should have a thick Slavic voice. Les turned to Cyan. More problems? It's getting worse. The dead things? Les asked. Dead things, and now stuff is going missing, Victor responded. He peered under the first silver dome. At least the food isn't being tampered with. He set the lid onto the table and picked up the plate, unrolled silverware from a napkin and crossed the room. Leaning against the cabinet that held up the TV, he shoveled risotto Alfredo into his mouth. Les picked up the dome and placed it onto the lower level of the cart. Have you considered moving to a different hotel? Whoever is doing this, if they work here, they wouldn't follow you to another hotel, Les suggested. The call, as the saying goes, is coming from inside the house, Cyan stated with a finality that made Les queasy. Team Cyan or Team Victor? Les asked. Victor grunted around his dinner before speaking. The incidents didn't start until I arrived. However, that doesn't mean someone in Cyan's camp didn't wait until we got here to make it look like one of my men. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not some kind of investigator. Les felt like he was repeating himself when it came to telling Cyan no. I can't bake cookies and get your answers. She ran a finger through the bechamel sauce that accompanied the salmon. She licked her finger and considered either the food or what Les had said. Can't you? Cyan asked. All investigators do is find out stuff, she continued. Find out stuff, make connections, get in fights. When's the girl? Les muttered. Oh, there's a girl involved. This is interesting, Cyan purred. Darling, you are the girl, Victor corrected her. I am hardly a girl. And Mr. Hernandez is not interested in winning me. Les cleared his throat. There's no girl. But Mr. Kilbride is correct, you are the damsel in this mess. How would Les feel if Tori was the one in the middle of this mess? Would he do anything to help her out? Would he shuffle her off to his cousin to keep her safe? He closed his eyes and tried to think. Why wasn't Victor Kilbride using his considerable resources to, oh right. Rich men's resources were hiring other people to do the work. Cyan adjusted her plate at the table and began taking delicate bites. She pointed at the chair across from her. Sit. Les took the seat. Under normal circumstances, he would never sit while serving a patron. As chef, he was to stand quietly by and accept the accolades of a meal well prepared. This felt weird. He slid the toque from his head and ran a hand through his hair. Are you sure you don't want me to get Morgan to come in? Cyan shook her head. Your cousin is a little too well known amongst our people, Victor said. And Cyan's people know Morgan's my cousin. I basically announced it the second she walked in the building. But nobody paid you any attention. You are simply kitchen help. That other annoying man, they paid attention to him. Les chuckled. Stevens wanted attention, and apparently he got it. What do you want me to do? Les asked with a resigned sigh. Bake cookies. Take snacks to everyone in our employ. Victor will get you a list. So, feed them cookies and you expect them to just talk? Commiserate, Cyan said. You're an employee, they're employees. It's not like someone is going to tell me they tucked a beheaded pigeon under your pillow for a chocolate chip cookie. No, but they might confess to really hating their boss over a really decadent chocolate eclair. Find out what they like, surprise them with a little treat. Like Madison and fudge tarts? She likes fudge tarts? I always thought those raspberry thumbprint cookies were her favorites. But yes, that exactly. Most of the men are easier, beer or a bacon cheeseburger. Les let out a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll woo your security teams with cookies. But then what? I'm not the kind to make the connections. You won't have to. Just tell us what you learn. We can connect the dots, but we need dots to connect, Victor said. This is good. What else did you bring? He set down the empty plate and examined the other plates on the trolley. Les stood. I'll let you finish your dinner. I'll take your suggestion and start making cookies. He grabbed the toque. Just place the trolley outside your door when you're done. He thought about cookies and then about cheesecake. Specifically, how Tori had responded. That's what Cyan was looking for. That's what he needed to figure out. What flavors unlocked the tongues of Cyan's entourage? Now that was a challenge his skills were up to. Chapter 13. Warm water ran down Tori's back. She closed her eyes and let the shower wash all of today's worries down the drain. Day 1 at the Napa Farmers Market had been a success. Well, she certainly thought so. Penny would make the judgment call after balancing the books. In the morning, Tori would check all of her social media to see if they'd been mentioned anywhere online. A good portion of her day would be spent in preparing images and getting them up on Pinterest and Instagram. It had been a good work day. But she still needed to be able to demonstrate an improvement in social media reach, as well as make a positive impact on the income of PNK. That part just wasn't fair. Social marketing wasn't the same as advertising. She couldn't control whether anything would go viral or net responses. She polished up PNK's social presence, and she responded to comments and shoutouts. Penny didn't grasp what social media actually did. She assumed Tori could do all kinds of graphic design work when she really couldn't. At least, Penny gave up the idea of producing a video a day. It had been an absolutely crappy friend day. Another day, Sam hadn't texted back. Bella had snapped at her over text messaging. OMG, stop asking me if I want to go to your stupid dance class. I thought you liked to dance. That's why you took those burlesque classes? Tori had asked. No, I like to take my clothes off. That had felt like a low blow. Then again, Tori was already realizing that her dancing time didn't need to blend with her bar time. It was probably a good thing to keep tequila out of the mix. Besides, minimizing time spent with Bella might not be a bad thing. Unfortunately, it was a lonely thing. Tori hadn't made many friends since moving here, something that she was reminded of every time Emily and Bella called her interests stupid, bitched about not going to the cave, ditched her on movie night. Well, that had actually worked out in her best interest, hadn't it? The movie sucked, but being tucked up next to Les was memorable. Sigh. Les. Hopefully, he would be at the dance class again tonight. And this time, she was going to get him to dance with her. She turned the water off and wrapped up in towels, one for her hair and one for the rest of her. She had plenty of time to get ready. The most important goal at the moment was to be dry enough before she wrestled herself into her elastic girdle. She padded into her bedroom, proceeded to dry off and wrapped up in a thick warm robe. Once all bundled up, she walked down the short hall into the rest of her apartment, really just a large room with a narrow kitchen along one side, separated from the rest of the space by a short countertop. The end-unit apartment wasn't the biggest, but it had nice hardwood floors. Her downstairs neighbor was a home furnishing store, so there was never any noise at night, and her other neighbor was a middle-aged couple who kept to themselves. Tori pulled a frozen dinner from her freezer and noticed she was out of ice cream. She closed the door and made a note on the shopping list magnetized to the front of the fridge. The paperboard box made a zipping sound as she ripped the package open, and the plastic wrap made a satisfying pop, pop, pop as she punched holes in the top. Tori set the temperature on her small oven and slid the frozen meal in, on a cookie sheet. She set a timer on her phone and went to lay down for a micro nap while she dried off and her dinner cooked. After all her preparations, it looked like it was going to turn into a crappy Les night. Tori's heart sank when Les walked into the dance school escorting a beautiful woman with languid dark eyes, full red lips, and a cloud of dark hair. What was it with all the beautiful women showing up at the dance class all of a sudden? There was another new couple. They looked like a settled married couple, but even so, the woman was gorgeous. Tori instantly wished she hadn't selected a body contour dress tonight. It had been a bold choice because she wanted to make a bold move. Now she felt like the bad example of how to dress for your body type, while Les's date was the example of how to make a bodycon dress actually work. She slapped her best fake smile on and asked Mary if she wanted to dance. They were down a man, no Miguel tonight. Tori refused to let this get to her, at least not during the hour she had with music and movement. She could drown herself in vodka and ice cream when she got home. Well, vodka, since she didn't have any ice cream. After Mary, Tori danced with David. Les danced with the goddess twice before he let himself be taken in by the geriatric set, and then the new woman, and then Cyan. Tori couldn't help but notice the men were all clamoring to dance with Les's date. Even Cyan's date, Victor. She was gorgeous, so of course they were. Tori was always partnered with somebody else when she wanted to dance with Les. Even though there was nothing in the rules that said she couldn't ask him just because he'd arrived with another woman, she just couldn't. The one dance she got with Hank, he was so concerned with Les's date that Tori ended up bowing out before the song was over. The night couldn't be over soon enough. For the first time in the month Tori had been coming, the evening dragged on. She considered leaving early, but then the partners changed again, and Tori found herself facing the fair-haired man from the married couple. As they smiled and said hello and reached up their arms to take a dance position, the woman Tori assumed was his wife, hip-checked him out of the way. "My turn," she said with a smirk. The man rolled his eyes and chuckled. Married or not, they were clearly a couple. "You don't mind, do you?" the woman asked. Not at all. It was the closest Tori had come to laughing all evening. "I'm Caro. You're Tori, right?" Tori nodded. How did this woman know who she was? The question must have been written all over her face. "I'm one of Les's cousins," Caro said. "He certainly has a lot of them." "So you're cousins with Miguel and Hank too?" Tori asked. Caro shook her head. "Paternal side. Miguel and Hank are from his mother's family." "I wanted to thank you for the suggestion." Tori shook her head, uncertain what Caro meant. "The dancing. I overheard Les talking about it. I understand you're the person who told him." "Oh, that. I mean the class schedule is posted on the front window." Tori wasn't certain if that warranted being thanked. "Well, I'm thanking you because I doubt it if Les has." "And he should," Caro said. Tori felt her cheeks tighten with an embarrassed smile. Tori remembered every word Les said to her. He had asked if she minded that he had brought his cousins to the dances, but he had never actually thanked her. "I appreciate that." Finally, Suze called last song and Tori made a beeline for Charles. His wife got there first. Tori turned to see who else was available. Les. Okay, she would do it because she didn't have any other options. "I guess it's you and me for this one," she said as she approached him. Les shook his head and sat down. "Not this time, Tori. I'm done for the night. It's been a long day." He nodded to the empty chair next to him. "Sit, enjoy the music." Tori huffed out a sardonic half-chuckle. "I'm going home. Let everyone know I said good night." She offered a small wave to Dorothy, lifted her coat from the line of hooks along the wall, and pushed through the door. She didn't pause to put on her jacket, but slid her arms in as she walked. Picking up her feet took extra effort. They suddenly felt like lead. "Hey, wait up. I'll walk you home." Les ran up next to her. "Why?" "So that you don't have to walk alone in the dark. So that we can talk." "So?" Les shrugged. "You won't get back before the song's over." "So?" "Your date. Won't she be wondering where you went?" Les guffawed, not nearly as nice on her ears as his laughter. "Sophie? She's Hank's girlfriend. Definitely not my date. Hell, she isn't even my type." Tori had seen Les with women who looked like that numerous times. "Oh, and your type is?" "I like women who can form complete sentences." "You thought she was my date?" "Well, you did walk in with her and then you spent all your time dancing with her," Tori said, abashed. "I wanted Suze to be able to show her how to dance, but we got there late. Hank sucks at teaching anything. I mean, he's not that smooth on his feet anyway, so I had to show Sophie the basics." The tops of my feet are beat to hell from her pointy-ass shoes. Hank brought a girlfriend to dancing? I guess he was trying to impress her? Tori asked. Or show her off? Or both? He really likes her. He even went to Sunday dinner at her mother's house. Sounds serious. Les tilted his head and raised an eyebrow in a noncommittal answer. Tori sucked in a breath and held it for a second longer than what was comfortable. She didn't want to read anything into it, but why had it felt like Caro was there to check her out? You have an awful lot of cousins. And every last one of them is nosy. What did Caro say to you? She only showed up to see what I was up to. She said she was enjoying the dancing, Tori said. Les didn't say anything else. He barely even shrugged. Here you are. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs, leading up to the landing, in front of her apartment. Tori's stomach flipped. Should she ask him up for a drink? Crap, what did she have to offer? Tap water. She couldn't invite him up for tap water. She had some vodka in the freezer, but how much? Maybe she should lean in to kiss him on the cheek. As she panicked over her next move, Les patted her on the shoulder. Ah, right, she was the shoulder pat kind of girl. Hey buddy, how you doing buddy? There you go buddy, see you later buddy? There was no reason for Caro to come and check Tori out, because Les was not interested. I'll see you next delivery, right? Or will I? Les asked. Tori shrugged. I've started working at the farmer's market for Penny, so it just depends on who is on the schedule. I'll make the delivery rounds a few times each month to check in on everything, but it won't be nearly as often. Then I'll catch you at the Agave Grill or something. He lifted his chin in a nod. Yeah, I'll see you. The stairs were impossible to climb. But somehow, she managed to run up them and into her apartment without a backward glance or one last wave at her door. Tori sat with her feet up. Her laptop was open on the table in front of her, open with a movie streaming. Her feet hurt from working at the farmer's market all day, and she desperately needed to find a sun hat so she could continue to be outdoors for this job. If Penny was going to insist she spend time working the farmer's markets, she was going to need better sun protection than just sunscreen. And she was going to make Penny pay for it. While the social in her job title did mean talking to people, it meant talking to them online. Of course, if she brought it up, Penny would counter with the special projects portion of her job title. It was hard to balance working the markets and minding the media outlets on her phone. It made her look like she was slacking off and playing on Facebook instead of selling vegetables. Well, she was, sort of. But she was paid to interact with clients and fans online. Tori wanted to make sure that the 60 new followers PNK had gained on Instagram remained. If PNK ignored them, they might not stick around. But if PNK responded to their shoutouts with a happy quirky reply, Tori increased their chances of getting a second share. Tomorrow she would bow out of accompanying Karen on deliveries and spend a high-quality day in the office. Or not. Depended, really, who was on the delivery route for the day. Tori ground her hand across her face. She should know this by now, but with her focus on the farmer's markets, she couldn't remember the delivery run for the week. Was tomorrow a Vista Antigua day, or not? She hadn't seen Les at all last week except for the dance class. And she hadn't enjoyed that at all, believing the hot chick was his date. And then his super posh boss, and his cousin on the other side of his family. Meanwhile, Les was gorgeous and always had his attention needed elsewhere. She had SOOMED herself right into a depressed and pissed off state. And when she had no choice but to ask Les to dance, he had said no. Face it, you are a friend, with a capital F. Her best course of action was to get over him pronto. She picked up her phone and typed up a quick text to Sam. How am I supposed to get over the hot guy? Maybe she needed to take a page out of Bella's playbook. Thick necks, ripped abs, no brains, and no need to remember their name because they were tourists anyway, and going home the next morning. She should get all dolled up and see if she could follow through with that plan. How would she feel if she woke up in some guy's hotel room in the morning? Or should she bring the big meat puppet here? No. She shuddered. She did not want to think about letting some oaf know where she lived. Les knows where you live, the back of her brain taunted. Yeah, and he wasn't some oaf either. No, Les was a friend, and the sooner she came to terms with that, the sooner she could get over him. Chapter 14. The light drizzle was unexpected, but the weatherman had said to expect the possibility of rain this week. With rain, Tori would believe it when she saw it. It was time to believe. Typically, the clouds blew in, taunted the region, and then continued farther east to dump on the mountains. Today, they hung around. Besides, it was a little late in the year to expect heavy rain. The rain they were getting made for a miserable and chilly day to be working outside. The crowd at the farmer's market was thin. Probably staying indoors out of the wet. Sales were noticeably down. Hopefully, it wouldn't be enough of an impact for Penny to pull the plug on the entire project. They were now vending at 2 markets and waiting to hear if they'd been accepted into a third one. Penny had yet to let Tori know if this was a success or not. If not, Tori would be out of a job in a few months, and that meant she needed to start applying now. If Peas and Carrots Farm had the numbers to support financial growth through Tori's employment, then Penny would qualify again for the grant that funded Tori's salary. But Tori wasn't even certain if this was all worth it. Maybe she should be looking for another job anyway. After all, this was not what she expected when she'd taken the position. She had been hired to create, grow, and maintain the farm's social media. She understood why she needed to go on deliveries every few weeks. It was a great way for her to make contact with and show off their clients. But then Penny had tacked special projects onto her job description, and it felt like nothing had been going right. Her phone pinged with a notification. PNK had been mentioned in a post from the Vista Antigua. Les's gorgeous face smiled up at her, surrounded by bushels and bushels of lavender. Her tummy did a little flip. She needed to get over him. Well, good, his delivery came in and he was a happy man. That special project had been a fiasco. It shouldn't have taken her 3 weeks to track down a lavender supplier. She hadn't even known where to start. It was all good now, but that initial failure was probably in her file. Tori is unable to locate a source of edible lavender while standing in the middle of a lavender field. Sigh. Les. Double sigh. She should have been there for that delivery, not sitting in the rain hawking deformed carrots. Does this taste any different? A woman held up a misshapen zucchini. Tori slid off her perch and stepped closer to her side of the display. Not at all. They look a little weird, but once chopped up and cooked, they taste the same. But it doesn't look right. At the grocery store they all look, like zucchini. These are all curly. It looks like it tastes funny. Tori smiled. This was the perfect teaching opportunity, the whole theme of the PNK market booth. True beauty is on the inside, and that goes for veggies too. She selected a bifurcated carrot. Take this little guy, for instance. Your standard grocery store won't carry it because it won't sell. But do you have any idea what your carrots originally looked like in a piece of carrot cake? Would you be able to tell the difference between a cake made with this, or say a picture-perfect one? The lady nodded. I hadn't thought of that. Are all the vegetables at the farmer's market going to be like this? Tori pasted on her get-me-through-this smile. No, you'll be able to find normal-looking produce at other booths. Another sale lost. She was going to need booze to survive this day. It was wine country, so it was totally within her rights to start day drinking. Or maybe she just needed to dress up and get a margarita. She hadn't done either of those in days. She picked up her phone and sent a quick text to the group chat with Bella and Emily. Then she did her social media manager job and shared Les's tweet about being a happy chef with loads of lavender. Peas and Carrots Farm loves to make you smile. Our pleasure putting in the extra effort. P.S. I'm really looking forward to more of your lavender delights. She hit send before she thought about it. Was that too flirty? Would Les take it the wrong way? Arg, she needed to not care if he did. He would just have to get over it if he thought she was flirting with him, and she needed to figure out how to stop. More stupid F-words, flirt, friend, frustrated, faulty, far-fetched, effed up. Tori picked up one of the otter-shaped zucchini. It was particularly phallic, which she did not need a reminder of right now. Powerless to fight it, she started laughing, wishing someone was here to be silly with over the incredible way nature loved to make this very particular shape. Clearly, Mother Nature loved the D. She had an idea. A few minutes later, Tori had drawn up a sign, "Dirty Veggies, Adults Only," and taped it over a small display bin. Of course, the first person to look was a man. His roar of laughter made Tori's day. He purchased a selection of items from the bin. One mother of a particularly inquisitive child was aghast that they would have anything so prominently displayed, until Tori showed her that they were actual dirty vegetables, covered with more of the field mud than the rest of their selection. Any other implications were imaginary. Flushed from embarrassment, the mother ushered her child away from the booth. Her phone pinged. Bella had replied. It had taken her long enough. Good. They would meet her at the Agave Grill. Within an hour, Tori had to refill the dirty veggies basket twice. She needed to find another, slightly twisted pun to try out on the customers. She found another phallic-shaped veggie. No, that would be crude. Or would it? She wrapped her fingers around the bulbous zucchini and... Yep, too much, too far, too rude. Les sat on his motorcycle, with the engine off in the parking lot of the Agave Grill. Tori was in his line of vision, and headed this way. He should get off the bike, say hi, and buy her a beer. The lavender delivery this afternoon had been exceptional. He hadn't realized until this second, seeing her hair bounce around her shoulders, that he'd missed her when the flowers had come in. Why wasn't today's big delivery a social media moment, one deserving of her attention? Morgan's words cut through his brain. If she glowed, Les owed it to himself to follow through. She was already taking up too much space in his mind, rent-free. What would happen if he gave in? She wore a swishy little skirt tonight. One that emphasized the boom 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 of her backside when she walked. He felt a sinking in his stomach, and a tightening in his groin. Looking down at his crotch, he said, "What is it, boy? See something you like?" He scanned the parking lot and returned his gaze to Tori. She glowed. And it wasn't the soft shimmer he could tell himself was glittery makeup. An aura radiated around her. Dude, it's just Tori, he chastised his anatomy, and tried to convince himself that he wasn't feeling anything. As she approached the front of the restaurant, a crowd of men blocked the entrance. They looked like a bunch of preppy fraternity boys, and they kept getting in her way. At first, he thought it was bad timing, then he realized they were doing it intentionally. She tried to walk around the group, but her passage was thwarted. She said something, and one of the larger guys loomed over her. When she backed up a few steps, she bumped into another one of the men, who moved in behind her. Les saw red when the jerk flipped the hem of her skirt. She smacked his hand hard. It was about to get ugly. Confront or deflect. Those were his choices. A confrontation would definitely result in him getting beaten, if he kept his wolf in check. He could take a punch or two, no big deal. But if the wolf got out, Les could probably bring the lot of them to their knees. There would be blood, and a lot of explaining to do. Would Tori be able to accept who he was, when he could barely deal with it? No matter how mixed up his feelings over her were right now, he needed to protect her. He didn't want to accept that every cell in his body roared that she was his. But he still had to get her away from those guys. He ran up on his tiptoes. No one saw or heard him until he slid over the hood of the car blocking the group, took a long step, ignored the men, and scooped Tori into his arms. The electric charge that surged through his body left him breathless. He barely managed to say, "Hello, beautiful," before his lips were on hers. His body raged. Every cell screamed, "Finally, you jerk." She was soft and warm and pliant, and his arms never wanted to let her go. He crushed her to his chest and his heart pounded with joy. He clenched with need. She fit like his missing half, like no other woman had ever fit before. Les sank his fingers into her curls, the flat ribbons of hair that he wanted to pull just to watch them spring back. Now he recognized that urge for what it really was, a desire to touch her. Any excuse to be close. Her hand fisted in his shirt, and she either was holding on from shock or pulling him closer. Les opted for the pulling closer choice and redoubled his embrace, holding her even tighter, deepening the kiss. Her soft lips tasted like peaches. She worked his lower lip and moaned slightly as he slipped his tongue in to dance with hers. His lips were no longer his own. They were forever hers, and he never wanted to stop kissing her. In the history of first kisses, and Les had more than a few, this was the most perfect. That little soft noise she made, again straight to his groin. If she touched any part of his body right now, he might just explode. Hell, she felt like the first time he had ever felt so perfectly wrapped around a woman, the first time a woman crushed ideally against him. Tori was his first, his only, his mate. And he had fallen completely in love with her, and was only now cluing in that this is what these feelings were. He tried to deny what she was to him, and he ended up falling for her anyway. What an idiot! His brain shifted, and remembered what he was supposed to be doing. He lifted away, before he began manhandling her in front of these losers. Tori blinked those large green eyes up at him. Her plump lips were ready for more of his kisses. She was breathless and slightly flushed. He smiled, knowing that was the expression he would see when he made love to her. The glow had been trying to tell him she was the one for weeks, and he was too stupid to accept it, and was only catching up now. He had never wanted to make love to a woman so much before. He had a desire to merge with her and worship her, and care for her forever. This hurt, creating a wrenching pain in his chest. Now he understood what Morgan had been saying. He closed his eyes and let out a long, ragged sigh before he got back to the task at hand, getting Tori to a place of safety. Les rotated, wrapped an arm over her shoulder and led her into the bar. "Sorry fellas, this one is mine. You'll have to find your own goddess." He guided her through the doors, and panic punched him in the gut. He didn't want a mate. His lungs wouldn't work, he could barely breathe. A shiver ran down his spine, causing his entire body to shudder. This was not what his life was supposed to be about. Mates meant kids settling down. Scanning the crowd inside, he found her friends and helped her into their booth. Some jerks were harassing her outside. "Oh no, not that nice guy Tad and his friends?" Bella asked. Tori shrugged. "Yeah, well, he's not so nice. Don't let her walk home. I don't trust guys like that." Les patted Tori on the shoulder, leaned down, and kissed her on the cheek. "You'll be okay now. I'll see you later." He left her there and made a beeline straight to the first girl who looked like she gave oral for a hobby, without bothering to ask his name. Screw the glow. Screw the fates. He had free will. He was in control of his choices, not some trick of the light. Tori sat, numb, trying to recall exactly what happened. The only thing her mind could grasp was Les had kissed her. And it wasn't merely a kiss. He'd branded her with his mouth. She placed her fingers over her lips to make sure they still existed and hadn't been burned off. Yes, he'd kissed her, and not 5 minutes later, his arm was draped over some other woman. A woman who looked like, it didn't matter how she looked, did it? The point that was driven home like a hot railroad tie through butter was that she didn't look like Tori. She was thin and tan and dressed to expose her figure. Which, to be fair, was exceptional. She had everything that Tori did not, and that included Les. How could he walk away from a kiss like that? How could he return to his normally scheduled programming? A pat on the shoulder, and a see ya later? Didn't he realize how absolutely perfect and earth-shattering that had been? Tori started to shiver. "Hey." Bella rubbed her shoulder. "Are you okay? You're all shaky." I'm not feeling good. I'm going to head home. Tori slid from the booth and placed her purse on her shoulder. She froze, watching Les and his bar buddies all laughing. His arm was firmly draped over girl du jour. Tori's friend said something about dropping her off on their way to the cave, since this place was dead tonight. They were sick of tourists anyway. Instead of listening to them, Tori replayed the kiss over and over. She wasn't actually scared of the frat pack, mostly annoyed. And then Les had swooped in like some movie star action hero, all tall and clad in black. He'd looked at her with the most amazing expression she had ever seen on his face, hooded eyes, half a grin, and then, bam! Fireworks and sizzle and panty evaporating hotness. Tori waved absently as she got out of Bella's sedan, climbed the stairs and let herself into her apartment, all in a daze. She sat in the middle of her couch, purse still slung over her shoulder. Fingers barely touching her lips, lest they somehow erase the memory of his kiss. But not just a kiss with a capital K. Every time Tori thought he was done, Les had redoubled his efforts. And he made exceptional efforts. But then he'd patted her on the shoulder and found another girl. She slumped to the side, letting gravity pull her down. The purse dug uncomfortably into her side, waking her up. Her face was smashed against the seat of the couch, and her fingers were still on her lips. She was alone and would always be alone. The sob that escaped her throat shook her entire being. Les could walk away from that kiss because he never had and would never have feelings for her. Tori was a grade A imbecile. She'd let her crush on him get out of hand because she hoped there might actually be something to his smiles and the way he flirted. She found it hard to breathe through gasping sobs. There was no one there to ease the pain, to stroke her back and tell her it would be all right. Once she gulped down her tears, she staggered into the kitchen area, opened the freezer and searched for an emergency carton of double dark chocolate. Nothing, not even booze, since she downed that after dance class. And no 24-hour stores within a reasonable distance to fill the void. Sometimes small-town living wasn't best suited for her needs. She dug through her purse and pulled out her phone. She was out of ice cream, so texting her closest friend was the logical step for dealing with her broken heart. She focused on her thumbs through the watery haze of her vision. Things suck, I really need to talk to you. I wish you would please text me back. I'm having a really hard time. She texted Bella next. Nothing. She tried again. Tori stared at her phone. How could the woman who was attached by the retinas to her phone not see the message and text her back? She texted Emily. Hey, I'm having a hard night and could use a friend. If you need me so much, why did you text Bella first? The words stabbed into her chest. She gasped, unable to form thoughts beyond pain. Breathe, damn it. The text stung as much as if Emily had actually slapped her. I thought Bella would have her phone out. It was hard to see through the tears. Tori had to send the message twice, since the first one was incoherent with typos. Yeah, well, she didn't answer you for a reason. Tori gaped at the words on her phone. She understood them perfectly. They were in English, the only language she spoke. But they didn't make any sense. Her phone chimed and a new text message scrolled up. WTF, we have other friends, you know. Stop being so needy. If Emily's text had been a slap, Bella's text was a full-blown knockout. Tori's head reeled. She stared at the message, too numb to reply, to react. The phone fell from her fingers. Tori slogged down the hall and into her bathroom. She turned on the shower to full blast, full hot, and stepped in. She towed the dial down a step below scalding, before crumpling to the floor of the tub. Her body quaked under the torrent of hot water. Tears and misery mixed with the shower, all washing down the drain together. Tori was cold and stiff, and the ache in her heart barely outpaced the ache in her body. She had turned the water off at some point, but she had spent the rest of the night in a crumpled heap in the tub. Light from her windows told her it was morning when she finally crawled out of the bathroom. She didn't even bother trying to stand. It took a few moments of fumbling around before she found her phone on the floor, glanced at the screen that showed Emily and Bella had messaged her repeatedly. She didn't care. She didn't even care that it was 9:15 and she was late for work. Tori called Penny. "I'm not coming in." "Ah, Tori, are you feeling okay?" "I just woke up and..." Her voice croaked, her throat raw from all the crying. "You do sound rough. Go back to bed and feel better. Check in with me later about tomorrow?" "Yeah." Tori left the phone on the floor and crawled to her bedroom. She stripped out of the wet clothes and slid under her thick comforter. Blessed dreamless sleep claimed her once more. Chapter 15. Les hadn't slept a wink. He couldn't get the feel of Tori off his lips, the smell of her out of his nose, the feel of her off his skin. And he didn't want to. But he didn't want to just lay there with the memory of her. He needed her. She glowed and he had walked away. He was the jerk he had bitched to Morgan about. Why hadn't Morgan told him that he would regret ignoring the message with every cell, every follicle of hair he had? He couldn't kick himself enough for being a complete chicken shit and ditching her with those girls. But the intensity of it all had shaken him to his foundation. She was his friend. Friends were for drinks and laughs, not for kissing. And damn, the girl could kiss. Just remembering the feel of her lips against his, and his body wanted to play along. It was as if the fleshy appendage had a brain all its own. All he had to do was think about Tori, and he was awarded with pants full of steel. At least his glands had its priorities straight, even if his 2 brain cells had managed to mess everything up. When he'd kissed that other chick? Instantly limp. He had to artfully dodge her grabby hands until he bowed out for the evening. It was time to leave before little blue pill jokes started circulating. He wasn't having it if it wasn't Tori. His heart seemed to freak out the closer it got to her normal delivery time. Not that she was ever there at a set hour, but he could usually count on her showing up about 30 minutes or so after he arrived at work. And not that he should expect her. After all, she hadn't been in for a week and hadn't even delivered the lavender. The crash and burn expanded from his chest to his gut when she didn't show. He knew he had messed up, her absence confirmed it. He peered around the wall separating his workspace from the back door. Karen was making her typical noiseless foray back and forth from the truck. "Haven't seen you for a while." He took a bushel of onions from Penny as she stepped inside. "Nope, not since Tori took over this shift. I miss seeing all the people, but I can't say I miss the delivery work." Penny grunted to emphasize the difficulty of the task. "I saw her last night and wanted to ask about a special order, but it was off hours. I didn't want to talk shop, and I figured she didn't either. She called in sick this morning, sounded rough. Let me know what you need, and I'll pass it on. I know she has some secret sources for your flowers." Penny smiled. "Would you let her know I really appreciate all the fresh lavender?" "Good. She had a bit of a time getting hooked up with the right grower for that. I'll let her know. Also, I'm going to need more flowers. I'll take whatever she can get her hands on." It was so hard to talk shop when his body roared at everything that could be a double entendre. He wanted to get his hands on Tori, not her flowers. Penny waved and left, her delivery complete. There was no visit, no smiles, no laughing, no Tori. And Tori wasn't feeling well. It was still pretty early. As soon as the soup was ready, he would run some over to her apartment. Chef should be able to do without him for the 15 minutes it would take him to make a delivery to her apartment. Sleep was Tori's friend. She didn't have to worry about the stresses of work or the two-faced, backstabbing actions of her so-called friends. And she didn't want to think about less. She wanted to do nothing but sleep and eat ice cream. Not caring about her appearance, she dragged herself to the store for vodka and ice cream and frozen microwavable burritos. Comfort food. When she got back, a to-go container of hot soup was sitting in front of her door. A sticky note said, "Feel better." Penny must have gotten it from the hotel during the day's delivery. Not that she was sick, but Tori had found cold medicine always put her to sleep with no dreams, And right now she didn't even want anyone, especially less, worming their way into her subconscious. She spent her days off, numb and asleep as much as possible. Her sick day kicked off her weekend. 3 miserable days in bed. Alone. A thick haze surrounded her when she returned to work. She barely cared anymore if the farmers' markets were a success. There would always be something threatening the security and viability of her job. A job that was not necessary to running the farm or selling exclusively to commercial clients. A job she loved, except for that sort of Damocles bit where Penny couldn't be certain if she would get the grant to cover Tori's salary. Of course, the rain wasn't helping either. It started seriously raining during Tori's second day in bed. The pitter-patter against the roof lulled her into a deep, numbed-out sleep. It had been great during her sick days, but trying to manage a rain or shine farmer's market wasn't doing her attitude or mood any good. She dragged her body through the day, and after a quick stop at the grocery store, finally up the stairs to her little apartment. She needed to text Sam, but today texting wasn't enough. Sitting with a thud on her couch, Tori opened her laptop. It trilled as it started up. A few clicks later, and Tori stared at a photo of 2 smiling young women about to make their way in the world. That had been the plan, hadn't it? She hadn't even known Sam was sick. The bald head didn't give it away. She had just thought Sam was a badass because she was. Tori hadn't known until Sam was too sick to hide it. Day 1 at UC Davis and Sam had strode into their dorm room with her head half-shaved and the other half dyed blue. Tori stood there, self-conscious in her cobbled-together, plus-sized, fashionista-on-a-budget outfit, and stared doe-eyed at her new roommate. She was punk and ballsy, everything Tori was not. Sam's gaze traveled down, then back up Tori's outfit. "We are either going to be best friends for the rest of my life, or we're going to hate each other by the end of the week." "I vote friends," Tori replied hesitantly. With a laugh, Sam dropped the laundry basket of belongings on the empty mattress and flopped down on Tori's newly made bed. "Samantha, I keep telling your father to have the mini fridge delivered, but he," an older woman stopped talking as soon as she was all the way in the room. She looked at Tori and then at Sam, kicked back on the bed. "Samantha, get off that girl's bed." "Mom, meet my new best friend." "What's your name?" And they had been best friends for the rest of Sam's short life. She had known, of course. But she'd wanted to be a normal kid and do normal things, like go to college. Sam had graduated, barely. That last year had been tough. Tori had seen the inside of the cancer treatment center more that semester than she had the inside of a classroom. Sam had been a badass up until the very end. "I miss you so much." Tears streamed down Tori's face. Cancer sucked. Tori had wondered why she couldn't Skype with heaven. If Sam had been released back into the universe as a being of light and energy, why couldn't she text? Texting was just energy. It didn't matter that it had been 3 years. It had been 3 long years without the best friend she had ever had. "I need to talk to you, to someone." "I did it. I don't know if you've been getting my texts or not. Remember how we said that adorable little town in Napa Valley was the ideal place? I'm here, I promised that I would do it, and I did. But nothing is working out. Remember that guy the first told you about? Les the hot chef?" Tori ground the heel of her palm into her face. "I need to get over him. But I don't know how. At least he doesn't hate me like Lucas does. Sam, he just sees me as another fat girl. You know, I'm safe to call cute, I'm good for a laugh, and I won't have any expectations or something. Other women have no compunction hitting on him if I'm around. I convinced myself it was okay to get shelved in the friend zone. The friend zone sucks. I need out, and I know that the out I want isn't what's going to happen. How do I uncrush on someone who isn't bad? I cannot think of any reason to dislike him, or find him unattractive. Sam, he wears a kilt. As much as I want to just step back and put that distance there, every time I see him it all comes rushing back. What am I gonna do?" Tori got off the couch, wiped her face some more, and headed over to her refrigerator. She opened the freezer and pulled out a pint of ice cream. She had eaten a lot of it in the past few days, and drunk a bit too much vodka. She was already almost out of the bottle she had just purchased, and this was her last pint of fancy gourmet gelato, Madagascar vanilla with toasted coconut and salted caramel. She had finished the toasted marshmallow s'mores pint last night. Okay, I'm back with reinforcements. She tipped the carton and the bottle toward the photo of her and Sam. I think I might have to move. The job is being all weird, and those girls I was hanging out with are really mean drunks. They are we wear pink on Wednesdays mean. I think I already knew that, but I was desperate for a friend. It's been really lonely without you. Tori continued to talk to her friend, drinking straight from the bottle and eating her ice cream. When the pint was empty, she swirled the last of the vodka into the carton and drank the creamy spiked remnants. I'm drunk. So I'm going to go to bed now. You need to figure out how to text me back at some point. I'm kinda tired of this friendship being all one-sided. I know, you can't help it. I'll talk to you later. Love you. Tori closed the laptop and staggered to bed. She was going to have one hell of a hangover tomorrow, but right now she didn't care. Chapter 16. Have you learned anything, Mr. Hernandez? Cyan swayed across the dance floor. Les did not like the glares her boyfriend was giving him. This was an open-floor dance class. It wasn't like Les was making a move on Cyan. He was only there because he wanted to talk to Tori, but she was a no-show. Your staff doesn't like cookies. Everyone is counting calories. Madison will only allow herself one bite of fudge tart. One bite, and then she makes some comments about having to punish herself with the gym or going for a run. Yes, she is very strict with herself. She has a very high level of self-control. Yeah, maybe. But she isn't the only one. Do your guards also model or something? Because they were almost as concerned about their abs. Cyan chuckled. I believe you are seeing the result of social media expectations and cultural stigmatism more than anything else. Les shrugged in time to the foxtrot. You relish food, and Victor, who I can only imagine is carved out of granite, puts away multiple meals at a time. Please, Mr. Hernandez, you know we do not have the same metabolism as regular people. That would be like comparing your physique to any of the other cooks. It simply isn't reasonable. Now, other than being obsessed with diet culture, what have you got for me? Les hummed. Let me put it this way. If anyone on your staff has chlamydia and needs antibiotics, they all need antibiotics. And so does the hotel manager, Mark. Cyan cleared her throat and looked over Les's shoulder, but she did not stumble or skip a beat. Explain. I'm pretty sure Mark is banging Madison, he said. Well, that's not particularly professional. Okay, and the rest of it? Your guys all seem to be banging Madison. You've got two that I think aren't, but they are very aware the rest of the guys are. I only have 5 men on this trip, Cyan said with clipped tones. You have 5 and Victor has 2. And the hotel staff is talking about the revolving door on your assistant's bedroom. She isn't being particularly discreet, except for times with Mark. Which bites because I liked him. You don't approve of him having relations with my assistant? She asked. If he wasn't married, I wouldn't care. And I don't care if she is sleeping with everyone on the hotel staff. It bothers me that he made a commitment to someone he is supposed to love, and he isn't keeping that. And that I found out, and I feel like an accessory to his infidelities. How am I supposed to have respect for a person like that? How am I supposed to hold his judgment as having value anymore? And you are faithful to your mate? Mr. Hernandez? When I take a mate, he shuddered slightly at the word, I will be fully dedicated to her. Are you fully dedicated to our little Tori? Tori isn't my mate. I think you should dance with Victor. He looks as if he wants to tear my head off and spit down my open throat because I have dared touch you. Les stepped away from Cyan. She chuckled. You should see your face when anyone is dancing with Tori. Good evening, Mr. Hernandez. Les shook off Cyan's words. He pushed out through the double doors into the night air. He needed to cool off. Tori wasn't his mate. But it sure felt like she should be. The rain continued in a never-ending downpour. It had been for days. Tori stomped in puddles, her crisp chambray work shirt a sodden mess. Her hair hung uncharacteristically straight, unable to defy gravity in the rain. Her wet clothes clung to her shape, her beautiful bountiful shape, and she glowed with a soft beckoning golden light. Les sat on his bike and watched her. How had he never realized what she would have felt like in his arms? God, desire stabbed just from watching her. Funny, now that he wanted her, she had firmly put herself off limits. Her recent actions had made that clear. Not showing up for deliveries, not responding to being tagged online, not hanging out at the Agave Grill. He knew exactly what he had done. Was she mad at him for the kiss? Or maybe she'd found someone who actively appreciated her in the past week. Something Les had failed to do. Well, the object of her affections was one lucky guy. Too bad Les had been too stupid to realize how he felt in time to do something about it. Well, his body had known, but his brain was stupid, making him one big idiota. Why had he been fighting the inevitable? For all appearances, she seemed like she was having a grand time kicking and splashing about. It was late, and he almost hadn't shown up for open-floor ballroom dancing tonight, too afraid to face her. Too afraid, but he had to see her, so instead he showed up late, and now he stalked her from the shadows waiting for her. Why was Tori dancing alone in the rain, in the tiny park around the town gazebo? It was too wet to be out. She hadn't been in the class earlier. Leaving his bike, Les ran with large loping steps as if he could dodge the raindrops. The smell of kitchen grease that had clung to him all day wouldn't even wash out of his hair from all the rain. He stopped in front of her. His gaze took in her furrowed brow and sad eyes. Her soft bow-shaped lips pursed tight in an expression of concentrated rage. He wanted to tease her, tell her she looked like a little kid out here in the puddles, but the look on her face made it clear she was not in a teasing mood. When she spotted him, Tori halted mid-splash, and the hard lines around her soft mouth dropped away. She inhaled sharply. Les stepped closer and Tori back-stepped away. She stepped to the side and he cut her off. She tried again, but he was there. She stopped, no longer moving. Slowly, he slid his hand down her arm and captured her hand. It was cool from the rain. Compared to his, her hand was tiny and soft. If he had danced with her before, he would have known, been prepared for her hand in his. He wrapped his other arm around her shoulder, before sliding it down her back and began a slow step-step slide together. There were no smiles, no laughter, nothing. She wouldn't look at him. His gut bunched. He wanted her in his arms properly. He tightened his embrace, bringing them closer. Tori continued to look away. They moved to a rhythm that Les felt fit the symphony of the falling rain. She was so perfect but sad. He had done that. He knew it. If he could have changed his stupidity, he would have. They moved along the sidewalk in a slow waltz. Tori started to step away. Les redirected her, so they turned like planets orbiting each other until she was pressed against his chest. Slowly, Les dipped his face toward hers. Tori threw her arms up, shrugged away from Les, and continued to kick at the water. No, I can't. What's going on? Les asked. I'm hiding. She pushed her hands out, as if she was pushing him away from her head. She walked away. In the middle of the town, in the middle of the night? That's not very hidey. Les followed her. He reached out, grabbing her wrist. She turned and faced him. I am invisible. No one can see me. Anyone who does ignores what they see and keeps on with their own self. Tori flung her hand up in the air with a dismissive wave, breaking his hold on her. Hiding in plain sight. It's easy when nobody cares. She glared at him. Her eyes were red and puffy. Les felt her pain in the center of his chest. He struggled to find his voice around the burning lump in his throat. You're soaked. You need to go home and dry off before you get sick. Tori laughed, bitter and full of daggers. I have an iron constitution. I'll be fine. Iron rusts. Can we at least get out of the rain so I can talk to you? Tori made a growling noise and stomped toward the gazebo. Les followed her up the steps into the gazebo, which only offered protection from the rain, not the chill seeping into his skin. How did he begin to tell her how he felt? I thought we were friends. I did too. Tori slumped onto the wrought iron bench that someone had dragged into the center. She stared at her toes as she tapped her soggy sneakers up and down. They made a squelchy noise. Her voice grew quiet, and she wouldn't look at him. The lack of eye contact felt physical. Yeah, well, I'm done being the friend who gets ignored when someone better comes along. I'm done being convenient, being the friend no one calls unless they can't find anyone else to hang out with. I'm done being told, well, I do have other friends you know, when I ask if they are busy. I'm tired of being the perpetual third wheel. And I'm done with allowing myself to be tucked away into the friend zone, because I can't seem to get attention any other way. I'd rather just be alone than constantly hurt by my so-called friends. You have friends here, Tori, he started. Really? Who? Bella and Emily have proven time and time again that I am nothing but a nuisance. My best friend from Davis hasn't texted me or called me in years. What about the ladies at the dance class? Tori let out a long sigh. I'm not friends with them. They are my grandma's age. They eat dinner at 5, and on the nights they aren't in dance class, they are in bed by 8. It's not the same. What about Karen? You're always sticking up for her. I stick up for her because I don't think people should make judgment calls about something they don't understand. I don't understand her, but that doesn't mean I have to treat her differently than any other co-worker. Les stood in front of her at a complete loss. What could he say? Everyone that he knew she knew could be explained away. He sat on the bench, propping his elbows on his knees. My friends, she started. No. Not my friends. I have never made friends easily. I try. I really do. I make sure I'm understanding and respect other people's foibles. Unfortunately, that tends to land me with people who are only my friends because they think they can get something from me. And when I don't meet their expectations, when I can't be used to their advantage, I am disposable. I put up with a lot of crap so that I can feel like I have friends. And you know, it still catches me off guard every time it happens. You aren't disposable. Emotion sat thickly in Les's throat. Tori turned her gaze to him. He looked over at her. The impact of her emotions felt like a brick landing on his chest. She stared at him, waiting. He sat there like the idiot he was, with his mouth hanging open. Les tried to say something more, but words stuck in his throat. I don't think anyone does it on purpose, but... She shook her head, stood, and walked to the edge of the gazebo. They don't think about how their actions impact anyone but themselves, and I deserve better. I'm done. I don't think I can be your friend anymore. Without another word, she disappeared into the rain. Hot pain paralyzed Les's body into place. His soul longed to follow her, but she had pierced him with a spike straight through his guts and into the ground. He felt as if all his blood left his body in a rush. He reached up and touched his face at the unfamiliar sting of tears. How many times had he called her gorgeous to her face, and then spent the rest of the night chatting up some other woman? How many times had he found her, for a good conversation full of laughter, after it was clear he wasn't going to get laid that night? How many times had he been a complete jerk to her, only thinking about himself, and not that he was leaving her to walk home alone, or to sit by herself at a table because her friends had dumped her for some guy? And the one time he'd kissed her, it had felt like she was the very air he needed to live. But he'd deposited her with the very people she told him weren't her friends, like a gutless wonder, coward supreme. Les collapsed forward, burying his face in his hands. He'd watched those jerks deliberately hurt her, and never once clued in to the fact that he had been hurting her time and time again. Everything had changed the night he'd kissed her, and not for the better. He convinced himself he'd done it to protect her. It was better to walk away from the mate glow before anything happened, before attachments were formed and emotions were involved, before he hurt Tori. Too late. He was a coward, and she was the one who'd ended up getting hurt. Tori quietly closed the door to her apartment. She flipped on the light and stood, dripping, taking in the lonely home. The stack of the last few boxes to unpack, even after all these months, lurked in a corner. Maybe they were just already packed for her next move. This town felt like a mistake. Les's behavior confirmed all of it. Her heart was hollow, empty. When she'd been younger, raging in the rain had always relieved the pressure and frustration. Tonight it had cemented her grief into a permanence she felt in her bones. She sloshed her way down the short hall to her bathroom, not bothering to take off her shoes. She would need to get a cat or two if she was going to embrace the truly single and lonely lifestyle. Would her landlord allow pets? How much would a pet deposit cost? Did she really want to get a cat if she was seriously thinking about moving? It wasn't like she had job security, since her job might disappear in a few months. Tori leaned down and tried to untie one of the wet shoelaces. They were stuck, swollen together with water. She toed off the first shoe when she heard a loud banging on her door. It wasn't a tap or a knock, but a pounding demand to be let in. Les, no doubt with hurt feelings. He wasn't the type to accept that his actions had consequences. He wouldn't believe that she was merely reacting to how he and others had behaved. No, how she had been allowing others to treat her. She took her time pulling her second shoe off. Let him stew. By the time she returned to the living room, the banging changed in nature to a rhythmic dull thud, paired with a moaning plea. Tori, please let me in. She pictured Les banging his head against her door. Not even a full week ago. Had it really only been a few days? It felt like years. She would have been giddy at the prospect of Les at her front door late at night. Now she was just tired. She pulled the door open and walked away from him. Stay there. Les shivered inside her door. She tossed a towel at his feet. Drip on that. She leveled a glare at him. I'm a jerk. Tori couldn't agree more. She scoffed. Tell me something new. She leaned on the counter by her kitchen sink, arms crossed, the living room between them.
You stopped smiling at me.
Her brow furrowed and she cocked her head back. He hadn't actually said that? You followed me home to tell me I should smile more? Les sighed. No, but I'm stupid. I never meant to hurt you. But you never thought that teasing me or giving me, she made air quotes with her fingers, half a chance would be hurtful. That's just it, Les. She bit the inside of her lip, willing the stupid tears to not start. That was why she had been out in the rain, so the water from the sky could mask the water on her face. Who had she been hiding them from? There had been no one to see. No one to care. She closed her eyes and let the tears fall. Let Les witness what his so-called friendship really did to her. I'm an afterthought. I'm good enough for now, until something better. No. The sound was a rough bark. You aren't an afterthought. I wasn't teasing when I said you had a cute butt. And you are beautiful. I'm the idiot who didn't realize your smiles kept my heart beating until it all stopped. I'm not sure how to read you. It's all mixed signals. Mixed signals? Oh my God, Les, you have no clue about mixed signals. Her voice changed, the sneer audible in her tone. Hey, let me walk you home, only to jump in the first car when some chick honks her horn and says, "Wanna party?" She wiped at her nose and sniffed. I've been pretty damned obvious, and each time I try, I'm reminded that you're only interested in being a friend, nothing more. And you're a crappy friend at that. Huh. The confused look on Les's face hurt more than angered Tori. I asked you out on a dinner date. You blew me off and then acted like it was no big deal, that you forgot. Tears blurred her vision, and she could no longer see his face clearly. You come to that damn dance class and you won't dance with me. But you make sure to hang around afterward to walk me home, and tell me I look cute and that you can't wait for the next time. She couldn't form words anymore. She pressed the heel of her palms into her eyes. "The other night when I kissed you," Les started. She didn't want to listen to him anymore. It was all lip service. "Shut up, Les." She tried to growl, but it came out in a sob. "When you kissed me, I realized that I never would be anything more to you than that funny girl who is a good sport, who you don't mind hanging out with because I don't scare away other women. You kissed me, and then you walked away." They stood in her apartment, dripping at each other. Tori no longer had the energy to glare at him. Les raked his hand through his wet hair. "I've been trying to figure out how to kiss you again all week. I hadn't realized how much I looked forward to your smiles and blushing when you made your deliveries and flirted with me." He walked in a tight circle, staying on the towel, obviously frustrated. "Look, can I come all the way in? Or do I have to just stand here dripping?" Tori slumped against the counter. She closed her eyes slowly before nodding. He was cold to the touch when he placed his arms around her shoulders. His hand stroked her hair, that was already starting to curl against the weight of the water holding it down. She leaned her forehead against his chest. His leather jacket was slick with wet and cool on her burning skin. She hadn't realized how bad of a headache she had until that moment. Les curled his cool fingers over the shell of her ear and along the bottom of her jaw. He lifted her chin, tilting her face toward his. Tori opened her eyes in time to watch Les lower his lids. His impossibly long eyelashes rested against his cheeks as his face descended toward hers. His lips were as cool as the rest of him. She knew she should resist him, but she still wanted him so bad it ached. She closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss. His lips were soft and pressed against hers. She caught the plumpness of his lower lip with her teeth. Fireworks crashed in her head at the contact. Her head no longer throbbed with pain. Instead, she felt his smooth lips sliding across hers, his tongue caressing hers. Chills raced down her limbs and curled her toes. His lips would temporarily retreat, only to press more fervently against her. Her stomach was nothing but dancing nerves. Les's hand caressed the side of her face. "Jesus, Tori, you're burning up. How long were you out there?" She moaned at the loss of his lips, and as the pounding returned to her head. "Let's get you some meds and then out of these wet clothes." Tori pointed to the cupboard with the glasses and the ibuprofen bottle. Les handed her 2 pills and a glass of water. She tried to sip just enough water to wash down the pills, but he stood over her until she drained the glass. He took her hand and pulled her down the hall to her bedroom. She should have been floating. Les was walking toward her bedroom. At some point before he kissed her, she had gone numb. Numb from hurting too much and numb because, as Les pointed out, she was getting sick. She didn't have any fight left. Les could do what he wanted. She would deal with the fallout later. He kissed her again. She had no willpower of her own. He sat her on the edge of her bed and helped her out of the wet chambray overshirt. Next, he pulled her wet t-shirt over her head. He didn't say much, just asked where he could find a clean shirt for her to put on. If he had really meant that kiss, why wasn't he saying anything? She was half naked in front of him, and all he did was give her his back so she could take her bra off and put the clean shirt on without an audience. When she said she was dressed, he turned back around and helped her peel off her wet jeans. "I'll let you finish putting on your pajamas without my assistance. Do you have any sweats I can borrow? I am drenched to the bone." Tori pointed to her closet. "There should be some sweats in the stack at the bottom." Les pulled out a pair of dark sweats and disappeared into her bathroom. Tori stared at the door. She could hear grunts and thumps as he shifted around, changing. Her mouth went dry as Les stepped back into her bedroom. He pulled the tie cord at the waist and looped a knot in the drawstring. The sweats settled an inch below his hip bones. Tori let her gaze drift up his torso. Yeah, there was a reason she had crushed so hard on him. He was entirely too good-looking, and then add charming and flirtatious. Swarthy warm skin, muscular build, broad square shoulders. He was built like a swimmer, long and lean but with muscle definition. When she met his eyes, his expression was kindness and concern. She melted whenever she looked into those dark, dark eyes of his. "Why are you here, Les?" She didn't know if she really wanted his answer. She could feel the fever building behind her eyes. Beat up after days of depression and heartache, she could easily fall into this man's arms and let herself be used. Les pushed Tori into her bed and he followed her, pulling covers over them both. I'm taking care of you. I am still your friend. Even if I've been shit at it. You're a jerk. Tori sniffed as Les pulled her against his chest. Unapologetically so. You think you can put up with me knowing I'm a great idiot? I'm sorry, Tori. I honestly didn't realize you had asked me on a date. That's how dumb I am. I don't want to lose you. You don't want to lose me as a friend? She felt the hollow in her stomach return as the friend zone tried to swallow her. I never want to lose you as a friend. He sighed, shifted, and positioned himself to look her in the face. You not talking to me this week has been a real wake-up call. I don't want to go through that again. Friends first. Lovers, partners. I never want to lose you. The intensity in his eyes frightened her. Oh. She couldn't hold his gaze and dropped her eyes to his chest. A smattering of chest hairs curled around the otherwise smooth skin between his pecs. Your intentions are what, exactly? Les laughed. The sound rumbled deep in his chest, his naked chest that she was snuggling against. She felt dumb, but she had made stupid assumptions in the past. My intentions are to get some sleep. Yep, misread this whole situation. She closed her eyes and dipped her head away from his line of sight. Platonic man doesn't have a clue how to be a nursemaid without getting physical. Why had she allowed herself to get into this situation? Right, she liked him despite all the stupidity. She still held on to a tiny glimmer of hope. Hopefully you'll feel better in the morning, so I can kiss you and maybe make love to you. Tori's head snapped up. Les chuckled. You don't feel good, do you? You've missed the whole point of me being here. I think I'm in love with you. I want you to have a crush on me again, so I can convince you to fall in love with me. Come on, let's get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning, and this will all make sense when your head isn't feverish. Les reached up and behind him and snicked her bedside table lamp off. Tori snuggled against his chest. Les said he thought he was in love with her. This had better be real and not some fever-induced dream. Chapter 17. Tori had never felt sexier, more desired than she had this morning when Les had looked at her with that calm, even gaze, barely a twitch of a smile on his lips. No matter what happened later, this morning he hadn't been teasing her as he'd traced his fingers around her face. Was that the moment she could claim she was in love with him, or had it been love at first sight? It had definitely been crush at first sight, and she had certainly been heartbroken this past week when she had thought he would never return her affections. Maybe she had been in love with him all along, and it wasn't until she knew he felt the same that she could admit it to herself. Somewhere deep in her toes, she still wasn't certain this was real. She didn't quite believe that he wouldn't turn around and laugh and say it was all a joke at her expense. Just because that had happened once in her past did not mean it would happen again. That boy had never looked at her with a serene expression that said everything at that moment was perfect. What do you want, Les? Why are you here? Her voice was barely above a whisper. I want to hear your giggle when you say something evilly witty, and you catch yourself being funny. I want to see your eyes sparkle when you smile at me. I want to know that I am the reason you smile that way. I want to be the best friend you ever had. Les continued to caress the side of her face. If possible, he was even better looking close up. It sounds like you want me to adore you, she said with a sigh. She needed to hear him repeat the words of love to be sure she hadn't dreamed them. Would that be so bad, he asked. What's in it for me? Everything that I am. Te amo. He dipped his head ever so slightly and claimed her lips. Tori grabbed onto him and pulled him tight. This was the most perfect moment of her life. Les was in her bed and he loved her. The jarring cacophony of her alarm clock interrupted their kiss. Les rolled out of bed and bashed on the top of the alarm until the noise silenced. Tori groaned. I have to go to work. She hit her head into her pillow. Les sat on the edge of her bed. She ran a hand over his sleep-warmed skin. Les, how do I know you aren't going to change your mind? I won't. I know I need to build your trust. We can work on that together. Can I see you tonight? You want to meet at Agave Grill? Les shook his head. No, here, you and me and more of this. He leaned over and kissed her again. Les slid another tray of pre-plated desserts onto the bakery rack. Today was the longest day in the history of work. Cyan's judgmental assistant had been hovering around the kitchen off and on for days. Apparently, she was doing observations for Cyan. Which was weird, after all. Cyan had him trying to figure out what was going on within her ranks. Whatever. If it meant he no longer needed to bake and deliver cookies to all the bodyguards, that worked for him. Today, Madison's presence was like a gloomy cloud as she loomed over Les's workstation. Maybe she had found out what he reported to Cyan. He wasn't cut out for this espionage crap. But Tori was on the other end of this day, and he couldn't wait to have her in his arms properly. So he smiled. It seemed to annoy Madison. Maybe she was waiting around for when he would whip up a batch of fudge tarts. That wasn't happening today. He didn't have time for Cyan's games. She knocked sharply on the far end of his work table to grab his attention. He looked up at her. There's some woman at the back door asking for you. O'Connell started to laugh. Chef is going to have a fit if he finds out. She was right. Chef hated it when girls who thought they were his girlfriend showed up looking for him. Of course, he wasn't as bad about it as Stevens was. Stevens apparently lied to every girl he slept with, telling them he was the head chef here. Les made sure to not let his one-night stands know where he worked. At least this one approached the back door and didn't pass through the restaurant. He wiped his hands and dropped the small towel on the table before walking around back to confront this woman. Who was it? He hadn't hooked up with anyone for a while now. He would have to tell her sorry, not sorry, because he was taken. There wasn't some chick hanging out by the back door. It was Tori. He stopped and let a grin spread across his face as the rest of his body flooded with warmth. Chef towered over her as they discussed something. Les approached. Hernandez, Chef grunted at him and walked off. Mi amor, what brings you here? Les leaned over and let his lips slide across her mouth. I couldn't wait to see you. She blushed along with her confession and threaded her fingers into his. I like the way you think. He nuzzled his nose into her hair. His shift seemed like it was going to last 100 more hours. Hernandez, stop wasting Tori's time and get back to it. Chef's voice rang out from deep in the kitchen. Les checked, but Chef wasn't in his line of sight, so that meant he was just yelling because he liked to yell. Yes, Chef. He turned to Tori. Let me set you up some soup to go. I can at least make sure you have dinner, since you came to see me. Les squeezed her hand and left her to put a to-go container of the soup of the day together, along with some crusty sourdough bread. Chef picked up the to-go containers. I'll give these to her. I need you to plate up cheesecakes and get them delivered. Yes, Chef. Les's chest compressed. He wanted another kiss from Tori's soft lips, but it would have to wait. It was hours before he was able to leave the kitchen. He broke speed and traffic laws getting to and from his apartment. He needed a shower and a change of clothes before seeing Tori. Les knocked lightly before twisting the knob and pushing into Tori's apartment. She had said it would be unlocked and to come on in. He wasn't sure what to expect. Would she be laid out on display for him, or snuggled up in bed and asleep? The small living room and kitchen area were empty. Tori, he called out, loud enough that she should be able to hear from the back half of her small apartment, but not so loud to wake her if she was indeed asleep. This morning he'd noticed she kept a tidy house, and now it was cleaned up even more. The coffee table was cleared off. Only an arrangement of pillar candles on one end was left. Perfect, as if she knew his plans. A door creaked. I'll be right out, Les. Her voice brought a wicked grin to his lips. Why hadn't he realized how sexy her voice was before? There were a lot of things about her he was kicking himself over this past week. Add her voice to that list. His list of atonements was growing by the hour. As long as she accepted him and his apologies, he would spend years making up for the lost time of these past weeks of being an idiot. He placed the paper grocery bag he carried onto the kitchen counter and lifted out a Lupercalia Vineyards label sparkling white wine. The local vintners were the best, and for a sweet dessert wine perfect for seduction, none came more highly recommended than this one. The expression on Chef's face when Les had asked for a recommendation, and he'd realized Les intended to share the wine with Tori, was priceless, and then a bit intimidating. Chef had gone from trying to mask his disbelief to protective guard dog in a flash. It hit entirely too close to home that Les understood Chef's confusion. Tori was not the kind of girl self-professed playboys went for. She required special adoration, too sweet, too funny, and too precious for a regular guy. To think he had come so close to missing her because of superficial idealization and his own idiot status. It didn't take long to convince Chef that he was earnest. Apparently, Chef understood that love could deliver an unexpected broadside. Next from the bag came a collection of small, lidded sauce cups and then a to-go box. Les opened a few cupboards before he found the plates and wine glasses. He smirked. You couldn't live in Napa Valley and not own wine glasses. Tori's were stemless. Trust her not to be traditional. He carefully plated the large slice of pale purple and soft yellow cheesecake. From the first sauce cup he drizzled lavender syrup, and then he left a pool of golden honey on the side. He placed a curl of candied lemon zest next to the cake. With great care, he transferred the cake and the bottle of wine to the coffee table. The stemless glasses were stylish, but not efficient when one needed to carry a bottle and 2 glasses with one hand. The long firelighter rested next to the candles. Tori had known, or at least had planned appropriately for this. Squatting down, Les focused on lighting the candles and arranging them just so. Les switched off the overhead light. Hi, Les. Hearing his name, the smile spread across his face involuntarily. He turned to look at the woman he could no longer imagine his life without. She leaned against the corner where the hall opened into the living room. Wrapped in a silk Japanese print kimono with flat ribbon curls in her hair, Tori took his breath. He stopped moving in case he stumbled and ruined his reputation of cool. Slowly Les stood, his gaze hungrily taking her in. Bare feet. Butterfly tattoo by her dimpled knees. Short robe hanging open. Black mesh lingerie. Cleavage. Her angelic face with pointed little chin, full lips, and eyes that looked even bigger in the candlelight. And those damned curls that he always wanted to play with. Please tell me you plan on seducing me tonight. Tori giggled. It was a shy little sound. The tightening in his chest told him he was as nervous as she was, maybe more so. Les held out his hand to her. The butterflies in Tori's stomach went into overdrive. What happened to that calm, collected demeanor she'd projected earlier today, when she'd seen him at work? There had been a stillness of knowing deep in her heart when he'd kissed her, but now she felt like a riot of uncertainty. She slid her hand into his and felt a fuzzy electric shimmer across her skin. He backed up and perched on the arm of the couch, pulling her into his personal space so that his knees brushed her legs. You dressed up for me. His eyes didn't leave hers. I want tonight to be special. She slid a strand of his long damp hair behind his ear. You're the one who dressed up. I know how much you like it when I wear the kilt. And I wanted to look good for you, you know, show off a little bit. Les nodded behind him. Tori let her gaze follow his gesture. Perfectly displayed on the coffee table was a slice of the promised lavender and honey lemon cheesecake. Oh, Les, you brought some of the lavender cheesecake. One way or another, I want tonight to be special for you. He slid a hand into her hair and pulled her to his lips. Tori wrapped her arms around his head and held him tight. Focusing on the feel of his lips against hers, she worked his lower lip between her teeth. Les eased the pressure against her mouth, before returning the kiss with more force. His hands slid around her waist. He moaned softly as the kiss broke off. "Come here." He pulled her until he could sit on the couch properly, guiding her into his lap. He held her cradled so she could look into his eyes. They were deep and fathomless and black. She felt as if she fell into them forever. She tentatively reached out and brushed her knuckles down the side of his face, grazing her skin on the spare stubble of his cheek. "It looks like we had similar plans for tonight." A small smile played across her lips. She was sitting in Les Hernandez's lap. He was here with plans of seducing her, and she was going to allow it. How had she gotten so lucky? Les clasped her fingers and held them to his lips. "Yeah, we do." His voice sounded low and raspy. Tori placed her hand against Les's chest. She breathed deeply, trying to calm her nerves. There were things that needed to be said. "Last night." She took another deep breath. "You said something, and I don't think I responded." Les stroked the back of her hand. "I said I was falling in love with you." "Yeah, that." Tori swallowed. Why was this so hard? He was standing right there. His intentions were clear, and he'd even said the words. She lowered her gaze to his belly button. His perfect, "Oh my God, I'm going to sleep with that body" belly button. He dropped to his knees in front of her, so she was forced to look him in those deep dark eyes. "Tori, you don't need to be in love with me right now. My hope is that you will be someday." "I think I already am. But I'm afraid." Her words were small, her fear very real. Les lunged forward, his lips landing on hers. The momentum pushed her down onto the bed. Les broke the kiss and held himself above her. "You have nothing to be afraid of. You're mine. I will protect you." She shook her head. He didn't understand that she was afraid of him. More specifically, she was afraid of losing him. "Will you still be around after I fall in love with you?" Les pushed off the bed, his body shaking with laughter. "Mi amor. I shouldn't laugh, but I have a hard time thinking about anything that's not you. I want to savor every second of tonight, so I'm trying to be romantic and go slow. I don't plan on going anywhere." He reached out to her, twining his fingers in her springy curls. Then he rolled onto his back, his head resting on his hands, and stared up at the ceiling. "I'm nervous tonight, Tori." "Why are you nervous?" He could walk out of here and get any woman he wanted, while she had to work hard for a guy to notice her. How could he not see the inequality in their appeal? Yet he was here with her. He shifted so he was on his side and facing her. "I know how badly I messed up. That night I kissed you, I never wanted to let you go. No one had ever felt so right in my arms before. And in typical Les Hernandez fashion, I treated it like it meant nothing. The next day, you weren't smiling, and I realized how badly I messed everything up. That's the night I realized how important you were to me, the night I almost lost everything." He sighed heavily. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. "Stay with me. For as long as you'll have me." His words eased her fears. He wanted her, he actually wanted her, and she almost let fear get in her way. All of that faded away in a twinkling of dust as she tasted his lips. Chapter 18. It had been 3 days since he'd first made love to her, and everything in her world had improved. Including the weather. Tori finally picked up her phone and blocked both Bella and Emily. She didn't need to know if they changed their minds or tried to apologize again. She didn't need them. That had been more liberating than expected. At work, Penny announced that they had posted an opening for someone to run the farmers' markets, so that Tori could focus on the social media portion of her job. Still no news about the grant, but at least now the stress of creating sales would be off her back. She stretched and yawned and felt like the cat that got the canary. Les banged around and sang in her small bathroom. She loved waking up with him, loved having him sleep with her. Their schedules didn't exactly mesh, but for now having him curled up around her at night made everything perfect. They could work out the other details later. She heard the water cut off, and Les hummed his way into the kitchen. She took her turn in the shower. "If we are going to be together, you can't see anyone else," Les announced as she stepped out of the bathroom. "Why would you even think that? That's not a problem. I haven't had a boyfriend for a while. Or ever." Scott didn't count as a boyfriend. He had been a mistake. Tori wiped water from her face and followed Les into the kitchen. "Come on, Tori, don't lie to me." Les shook her phone in her face. "Just tell me the truth. Don't tell me you're always on your phone for work. You've been texting some guy. What are you upset about?" Genuinely confused, she tried to think who he could possibly be referring to. There hadn't been anyone in particular she had been trading tweets with, on behalf of PNK, that he might misread as a boyfriend. "I thought we were a couple now. You said you wanted me to stay. Not a one and done, or an in the meantime. That's not how I feel about you. You know that, but you're having a long-distance relationship with some guy, so what does that make me?" Les acted like he was going to hurl her phone, but he pulled his arms back and shook them over his head. He stepped in a tight circle. "I can't do this, not with you. I thought you were different." Tossing her phone on the couch, he walked out the door. Tori's not quite awake, waterlogged brain was still not fully grasping what Les was going on about, so she picked up her phone to check it. He couldn't get past her lock screen without her password, but he could see the last text she'd sent. "I love you, Sam." In bare feet, Tori ran out onto the balcony wrapped in a towel. The engine on Les's bike was already idling loudly as he strapped on his helmet. She waved the phone over her head, trying to get his attention. "She was my best friend." When he didn't look up, she scrambled down the stairs yelling, "Samantha's a girl, not Sam a boy." But Les either didn't hear her or he completely ignored her. His bike roared past her out of the lot and onto the street. The lump in Tori's throat felt like Gibraltar, and she couldn't swallow. Her thumbs flew over the phone. Les had to read her text, he had to. She ran upstairs and got dressed. Les wouldn't be at work for another couple of hours, and she needed to be at the farm in 30 minutes. When she got things situated at work, she would hightail it over to the hotel, delivery day or not. This was an easy fix. Except Les hadn't shown up for work. "Wasn't Karen here yesterday?" Chef asked. Tori shrugged. "I'm looking for Les, but Jen just let me know he called in." "Yeah, said he wasn't feeling too good." "Chef, if you called him, would he pick up?" "What's the matter, Tori?" Chef crossed his arms. Tori had intended on giving Chef a brief, non-committal answer, but the words rushed from her of their own accord. "He thinks my friend Samantha is a guy named Sam, and he's mad at me and he won't answer my calls. I think he has me blocked. And I can't lose him over something this stupid." "What do you mean by lose him?" Tori looked at the floor, not sure exactly how to tell Chef. How did she ever tell anyone when she got a new boyfriend? She didn't, this was unknown territory for her. But Les wasn't just a new boyfriend, and she didn't even know if he had told anyone about them yet. "Me and Les were sort of dating. And it's still all new and wonderful, except for this." Tori's heart tried to pound its way up her throat. Chef nodded and pulled out his phone. "Get your ass in here now. Your girl is all freaked out. Sam is Samantha. Now she's here looking at me with big sad eyes." Chef lowered the phone and said, "I left a message. It's the best I can do." With a shrug, Tori thanked Chef and dragged her feet back to her little car. She kept an eye open to see if Les's motorcycle was anywhere. It was stupid, and she knew it. He never cruised off the beaten path. The road to the farm wasn't exactly a thoroughfare with traffic. Her car got her to work much faster than she expected. With a sigh, she grabbed her notebook of ideas and headed inside. "What are you doing here?" Karen's words were clipped. Today, they felt a little sharper than usual. Karen didn't have the best social skills, knowing that, Tori tried hard to not let Karen's tone bother her. That was difficult today, especially after the fight with Les. Tori forced a smile. The fight with Les wasn't Karen's fault, so there was no reason to be cranky at her. I don't have any deliveries on my schedule, if that's what you mean, Tori answered. And the new hire is handling the farmer's market. Hey, I didn't get her name. The person is a her, right? You need to go talk to Penny. You're not supposed to be here. Karen continued out the door. Tori watched as Karen walked out toward the greenhouses. What the hell had she meant when she said Tori wasn't supposed to be there? Where else am I supposed to be? Tori muttered as she stepped into the office and continued down the hall to her little space. Oh good, I caught you. Can you come in here for a quick minute? Penny said as Tori passed her open door. Sure, can I just drop this off in my office? Penny sucked in her lips, rolling them into her mouth. What kind of expression was that? This won't take that long, Penny said. Do I have time to sit? This didn't feel right. Penny was acting weird and Karen, who didn't play games or mince words, had said she shouldn't be there. Tori wasn't sure if she even wanted to sit, or should she go clean out her office. Of course sit, Penny said. There wasn't even a smile in her eyes. Tori saw pity there instead. You know, maybe I won't. Should I just go clean out my office? Penny let out a long, heavy sigh. What did Karen say to you? Tori closed her eyes. She hated being right like this. What should she have said? Penny nodded slowly. The grant didn't get renewed. We're terminating your contract. There was a long pause. Tori felt the news like a punch in the gut. But I was able to increase revenue. I thought I proved my value to the farm. We did have noticeable revenue growth. But we also hired 2 additional employees to run the produce stands. Those were my produce stands. Tori kept her mouth closed, pressing her tongue against the back of her teeth. Her ideas were now being used against her as reasons for firing her. You'll need to leave any of the projects you had in development, along with all the logins for the farm's social media accounts. Tori stood and stared at Penny. There was no offer of a severance, no apology for letting her go, no thank you for the work she had done. Tori dropped the messenger bag over her shoulder, onto the chair she hadn't bothered to sit in. She tossed open the flap and unzipped. She pulled out the large binder, that was everything she had worked on for peas and carrots. It landed with a loud thud on top of Penny's desk. That's everything. All my work, all my justifications, spreadsheets, passwords, ideas, notes. I have a few things to remove from the desk. I assume you have my last check? Penny nodded, and slowly pulled an envelope from under the binder Tori had dropped. Tori accepted it, without a word. If Penny couldn't say anything, Tori didn't think she would bother trying. She turned and walked down the hall to what had been her office. Tears burned as she blinked them away. There were only a few personal items around. All the office supplies she had purchased belonged to the farm, even if they were colorful and fun to reflect her personal style. She booted the computer and made sure to remove any files and photos of hers that she may have kept on the hard drive. Fortunately, that was easy. All of her stuff was kept in a single folder. She logged onto her cloud storage account and uploaded the file before deleting it from the computer. Once that was done, she logged out and cleared the browser's cache and stored passwords. She then deleted the folder. In all, it took about 30 minutes to clear everything out of the office. As she headed out the door, she stopped and remembered to grab her muck boots that she wore when she had to go into the fields for any reason. She didn't bother to stop and say goodbye to Penny. Back at her car, she tossed her bag into the passenger side, and then she sat on the seat and changed her shoes, putting on the rubber boots. There was one person she wanted to let know, and he deserved to learn from her that she was let go. Hola, Tori, Miguel said as she approached him in the back of the second greenhouse. Hey Miguel. Don't tell me Les said something stupid. That boy doesn't know a good thing when it's looking at him. You need me to pound some sense into me, primo? Tori laughed, but the laugh ended in a sob. Miguel dropped the small biodegradable peat pot he had been examining. He turned and paused with his arms out as he looked at her. "I'm gonna get dirt on you if I hug you." Tori didn't care and stepped in close so he could put his arms around her shoulders. "What did that idiot do?" he asked. Tori hitched a sniffle and tried to stop crying. "You're right, he's an idiot. But I'm just as stupid for liking him. But that's not why I'm here." She stood and stepped back from Miguel's embrace. "I wanted to let you know that Penny decided to cancel my contract. I wanted to say I enjoyed working with you, and goodbye." Miguel let out a disappointed huff. "That's crap, Tori. I'm sorry. But hey, I'll see you around." Tori shrugged. "I've got nothing keeping me here, so I don't know. I don't even know if I'll look for a job around here. I don't know if there is a reason to stay." "What about Les? Does he know?" Tori wiped the tears out from under her eyes. "I don't really think he'd care much right now. How do you know about us?" "I've known there's been something building between the two of you. I figured you were tired of him not figuring it out." "Yeah, well we got together." She nodded, a smile as the memory of being happily in love for a few days played across her face. "But then this morning he misunderstood something and left. He's really angry with me, and I don't know if he'll ever let me explain. He's not at the hotel, and he hasn't responded to any of my messages. I don't know how to find him." She left off saying nothing more with a shrug. "What a moron," Miguel bit out. "Okay. I will tell him to call you. You know about his other family?" "Yeah, Caro said she was a cousin, right? He's related to everyone, I swear." Miguel nodded. "They have a vineyard over in Sonoma. Tia Connie is there. Les tends to go to see her there. You might give her a try." "I'm sorry you've had a rough morning, Tori. You didn't deserve any of it. Mi Primo needs to get his head out of his butt and realize the two of you belong together. And I can't believe Penny let you go. She'll regret it." "Thanks, Miguel. Yeah, if you see Les, let him know I really want to talk to him. I'll see you around, right? Agave Grill." She meant to turn and leave, but instead she rushed close and gave Miguel a quick hug. Peas and Carrots was the kind of place she could see herself working at long term. Too bad Penny hadn't thought the same. As she drove back into St. Helena, she couldn't decide what to do next. She drove through the back lot of the hotel, but Les's bike wasn't there. It wasn't in the lot at Agave Grill either. She didn't want to go home. Her apartment was a sad and lonely place. She wasn't making the best memories in that place, and she didn't want to go back there. Instead, she drove into Napa and went to the movie theater. She spent the rest of the day distracting herself with action movies and overpriced popcorn. Chapter 19. Les crashed into the kitchen through the back door. "Is that how you walk into my kitchen?" Connie barked out without ever looking up. Immediately cowed, Les dropped his gaze to the floor. Sorry. This was her domain, and he had crossed a line. Was his lowering of his eyes out of respect, or some reaction of the wolf in him, acknowledging her dominance? What kind of wolf was he? Tori glowed, and yet she was so obviously in a relationship with some jerk named Sam. All this time, he thought she was different. And it turned out, she just needed a local hookup. He felt like a beat puppy. Maybe that's why his ego dropped to the floor the second Tia Connie snapped. He didn't move, just stood there staring at the flooring. It was different. Tia had never had a tile floor. There was a story that everyone liked to joke about, proving Connie was the true alpha of the Palatines. Apparently, when she took over the kitchen, the floor had been ceramic tile. She had that ripped out and replaced with commercial-grade linoleum, much to the horror of Debs, the wife of the alpha prior to Morgan. The last time Les had actually paid attention to the floor, he had been mopping it. This was not the same floor, and that hadn't been that long ago. When did you get a new floor, Tia? He asked. Oh Les, it's you disrespecting my kitchen? was her reply. My bad, he grunted. Shouldn't you be at work? She continued to chop a pile of vegetables. I should. Your floor? He pointed to the checkerboard pattern in smoky blue and soft golden yellow colors. Nice, isn't it? They put this in last week. It's so pretty. Now why are you here if you should be at work? She put down her knife and wiped her hands on her apron before turning to lean on the counter. Les still hadn't moved. He was barely inside the kitchen, a place he considered his home. His mom wasn't back at his abuela's, and Tia Connie was here. He still didn't exactly know if Mission Run was home in his heart, but this kitchen was. So why didn't he feel any better being here? The back of his sinuses burned. He blinked hard. The moisture of tears he didn't want and would never admit to pricked along his lower lids. Oh, mijo. Connie bundled him into her arms. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders and rested his head on her shoulders, seeking maternal comfort. Connie had stepped into the role of mother figure after his own died. He needed that now. A shuddering breath racked his body, making him feel like a complete chump. He hadn't experienced an emotional loss like this in such a long time. He had thought he was immune to it. This pain in his chest was why he didn't get involved. Women had left him all of his life. Why would Tori be different? Because he wanted her to be different? Because she glowed? The glow meant nothing. He never should have listened to Morgan. With a sniff, Les released his hold on Connie and stood. She reached up and brushed hair from his face. You going to tell me about her? That woman didn't miss a thing. What makes you think I'm upset over a woman? Les failed at having a gruff voice, and he sounded more like a miserable teenager. Because, when you are upset, you typically get angry. I haven't seen this sad in a very long time. You have heartache written all over your face. I know you, mijo. Take off your jacket and wash your hands. Talk to me while you chop. What are we making? Les shrugged out of his leather jacket and hung in on the rack in the small space that served as an entryway to the kitchen from the back door. He washed and pulled on an apron, wrapping the strings around his waist and tying them in the front. Connie pointed to a box of mixed root vegetables, sweet potatoes, turnips, beets, and a couple of butternut squash. Cube those for me. Les carried the box to the large double sink and began scrubbing. Dinner is roasted chicken with rosemary and feta. You're doing the roasted vegetables. There's a mushroom risotto to prepare, and a salad. As she spoke, she removed a tray of roasted pecans from the oven. Les nodded. It sounded good, but he wasn't hungry. Chopping and basic meal prep might be what he needed. It took enough focus that it might keep his mind from drifting back to Tori. She was so soft and sweet. Sweet to look at, sweet to taste. There was something delicate about her that made this betrayal feel so wrong. If anyone had asked if Tori was the kind to string a man along, Les would have sworn she wasn't capable. She was too honest. There was a vulnerability about her that bordered on naivety. He was the type to play the field, not her. Ow! He dropped the knife as the sharp sting of the cut registered in his mind. He pressed his thumb against the bleeding cut on his finger before sucking it into his mouth. Let me see, how bad did you cut yourself? Connie crossed the kitchen to him. It's not bad, he said, holding his hand out to her. With a nod, Connie indicated he needed to go bandage his finger. Les opened the drawer with the bright blue kitchen bandages, and then wrapped one around the cut. It stung like a son of a bitch. He hissed and shook it out. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. He rummaged through the drawer, looking for ibuprofen or acetaminophen. You're out of pain meds, he called out. I'll be right back. There was a closet behind the rec room where the family kept random supplies. He headed there, hoping he would find something to take down the throbbing in his finger. At least the stupid cut was keeping him distracted from thoughts of Tori. After all, he came here to maybe not have to think about how she looked this morning when he discovered the message from her other man, Sam. What are you doing here? Jojo's sharp voice caught his attention. Oh hey Jojo. I'm getting some meds to stock up the first aid drawer in the kitchen. What are you up to? I'm getting a divorce, remember? She sounded so bitter and so beat. Les knew that feeling well. Yeah, mission run, Heartbreak Central. I feel you there. Since when do you have a girlfriend? Jojo snapped. She wasn't being particularly pleasant, but Les understood where her attitude was coming from. That pain came from unknown depths and was pervasive. It felt never-ending, and he and Tori had barely been together a week. Jojo's pain had a few years of marital bliss turned sour to harvest. Had a girlfriend. Did she cheat? Jojo was dressed in flannel pajama pants and a sweatshirt. Her hair was pulled into 2 disheveled ponytails. The dark circles under her eyes announced a serious lack of sleep or healthy life choices. Les felt sorry for her. She was clearly hurting, the after effects of her split up. Has a long-distance situation. He didn't want to admit that he had fallen hard for Tori before he even found out if she had a boyfriend. Of course, someone like her would have a boyfriend, and that boyfriend would hold on to her no matter time or space. He knew he would have. Probably still would too. She glowed. I told you, Les, you can't trust humans. Hate to break it to you, Jojo, we're both humans. I might be, but you're not. And I was raised by wolves, so I think like them. We mate for life. Les set out a sardonic chuckle. That explains why I'm here licking hurt feelings, and you're in the middle of a divorce. That's because humans don't mate, they just want to screw. But the second things get serious, or they find out your older brother really isn't. And you are rapidly running out of money, she trailed off. Morgan didn't cut you off? He'd never. Les knew Morgan adored his little sister, even if she wasn't ever officially adopted. Morgan could be hard and annoying, especially once he had his teeth into something, and he wouldn't let it go. Jojo shook her head. No, he didn't cut me off or anything like that. I still get my allowance. If he had cut me off, do you think I would have moved back in? Les shook his head, then shifted into a nod. I found out Kurt had a gambling problem. I wanted to look at getting a family car, but didn't qualify for a loan. And to be honest, we should have had enough to pay cash. Les's brows lifted to his hairline. Jojo shook her head. Nope, dodged that bullet. But I thought we were actively trying. I mean, I was, but she let out a heavy sigh. That's a whole other issue I have to face alone. In one big party of suck, I discovered my husband was spending my money on not one but a series of girlfriends, losing more money with online poker, and I have fertility issues. He wasn't certain what to say. He had his heart broken, but Jojo had her heart broken, had been betrayed, and now faced possible medical issues. You want some brownies or something? He asked. You baking? She practically jumped to her feet. Can I lick the bowl? Connie never lets me lick the bowl anymore. Tia let you lick the bowl? The best I ever got was being allowed to lick the beaters. That's not so bad, Jojo said. Oh sure, but they were still attached and spinning. Jojo laughed and smacked him on the shoulder. Chapter 20. Tori woke up feeling even worse than she had when she fell asleep. She had eaten too much popcorn and her eyes felt raw. She was so tired of crying all the time. Crying over Sam, crying over Les, crying because she was lonely. But it wasn't like Sam had died on purpose, and maybe Les was just as much of a jerk as Lucas, only he hid it better behind a facade of a handsome face and sexy. He had the most beautiful hands with long fingers that really knew their way around a cheesecake, and when he touched her, she could clearly picture the way his lashes, unfairly thick, dark, and long, looked against his cheeks. Sigh, everything about Les was wonderful except this stupid misunderstanding. Distracted by Les, she no longer wanted to think about the people who had pretended to be her friends. They were not worth her time or her tears. She was allowed to feel sorry for herself without invoking their names. She threw the covers off, and they slid to the floor. She harumphed. She was just going to have to make the bed anyway. With a groan, Tori followed the blankets off the bed. She landed on her feet and wobbled. She felt hungover, even though she hadn't sucked down her standard pint of ice cream blended with vodka. After hauling her duvet cover back onto the bed, she grabbed her phone. She didn't expect there to be any messages from Les, but she apparently held her breath until she put in her code and could check. She blew out all the air in her lungs. Nothing. She called the hotel. Is Chef in, please? Which one? The person at the other end of the line must be new. There was only one chef. The kitchen is full of people. Just transfer me to the kitchen, please. Hold music filled the space between Tori's request and someone answering the other end. Kitchen, what do you want? Crap, it was Lucas. He wouldn't have the social graces to ask who she was, would he? Is Chef in, please? She heard muffled yelling. Lucas had probably pressed the receiver to his chest before bellowing that Chef had a call. He wants to know who you are. Damn it. Let him know it's his representative from Peas and Carrots Farms. Her stomach clenched as she said the words. She really didn't want him to start giving her a hard time. This time, when he yelled, he did a crap job of covering the handset and she heard him. She didn't hear Chef's response, but she heard Lucas loud and clear. What do you mean, is it Tori? Have I been talking to that cow? Geez, you need better taste in chicks. I swear. Stevens, enough. She heard Chef's bellow before there was a scrabbling noise, and then he was sharp and clear on the phone. Tori, is that you? I thought Penny said she was taking over your deliveries again. Yeah, it's me. Sorry about that. I didn't want to have to talk to Lucas. I fibbed a bit when I called. I don't work for Penny anymore. No, I'm sorry to hear that. And then you had to deal with Stevens. I apologize for his bad attitude. You wouldn't have to worry about his behavior if you fired him. But that thought stayed in her head. I do my best to ignore him. I wanted to see if you heard from Les yet. Is he there? I'm sorry, Tori, he hasn't come in. I got a message that he called out again. That's not what she wanted to hear. She was quiet for a long moment. Thanks for letting me know. Bye. She hit the end call before Chef had a chance at saying anything. She knew whose words had real meaning, and his were low enough on that scale. If Chef meant anything he said, he would have fired Lucas long ago. Instead, Lucas was still in the kitchen. Maybe Chef just liked having someone he could yell at all the time. Crossing her legs, Tori got comfortable in the middle of the bed. Her thumbs hovered over the front of her phone. She needed to find out where in Sonoma Caro lived. Hopefully she would know how to find Les. Holy crap, Tori said as she took in the front of Mission Run for the first time. It was huge. Holy crap, she said again as she parked her car in the circular drive and climbed out. This was Caro's house? It looked like it belonged in the pages of Dream Homes magazine, if there was such a thing. With a tiled roof and stuccoed walls, it was mission-style architecture on expensive steroids. She climbed the stairs to the front doors. A long ramp zigzagged to the right and back. Someone here had a wheelchair. The doors were heavy and rough wood with metal straps. It was all for design, and not anything structural. She glanced around, looking for a doorbell or a knocker or something. Finding the bell, she pressed it. She turned and looked at the patio lined with oversized terracotta planters. May I help you? A disembodied voice startled Tori, and she jumped before looking around for the source. Hi, yes, I'm looking for Caro, Tori said as she continued to figure out where the camera was. No thank you, we aren't interested, the voice said. Aren't interested in what? I'm not here to sell anything. I was hoping Caro would be home. She knows me from ballroom dance lessons in St. Helena. Would you stop fidgeting? The voice was sharp and scolding. And look at the camera. Camera? Tori spun around looking for anything that looked like a camera. The door swung open. A tall blonde smiled at Tori. She leaned out of the door and pressed the doorbell. I've got it, Jinx. Thanks, she said a little overly enthusiastically. Very well, it's in your hands, the voice said. The blonde waved Tori inside. Sorry about that. I thought I overheard you say you were looking for Caro? I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I could hear you through the door. Hi, yeah. My name is Tori. I was taking dance lessons with Caro in St. Helena. I'm trying to find a man named Les Hernandez, and Caro said she was his cousin. Tori didn't know who this gorgeous woman was, but if she needed to tell everyone her sob story before she found Les and got him to listen to her, she would. You're looking for Les? You know him? Tori asked eagerly. Of course, this is his home. Well, one of them, he's family. You're related to Les? The blonde smiled. Through marriage. I'm Honey, and my husband is Morgan. Honey introduced herself and announced who her husband was as if Tori would know who he was. Tori shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, she admitted. Morgan is Caro's brother and Les's cousin. I don't know if Les is here or not. But we can go look for him, Honey said. I didn't know if he'd be here or not. I thought I'd just ask Caro. His cousin on his mother's side, Miguel, said he might be here but I. Tori didn't know what to say next without sounding like some desperate lovesick puppy chasing after some man who clearly didn't want her. But damn it, she wanted a chance to explain. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have come here, but now that I'm about to say it out loud it sounds pitiful, she admitted. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. Les's family dynamic is a bit more twisted up than most. His aunt, his mother's sister, is our head cook. She's a part of this family by extension, but Les is family by blood too. Sometimes he comes and bakes in Connie's kitchen. I think it's a way to work out his frustrations and stress. Come on, Honey said with a tilt of her head. She began walking into the house. Tori tried not to openly gape at her surroundings. The entryway opened into an expansive living room, full of rich-looking furnishings. The house, no, the mansion, seemed to go on forever. You said you met Caro at a dance? Honey asked. There's this open-floor ballroom dance they do once a week at the community center. I started going because hanging out in bars was getting old and not much fun, Tori answered. Ballroom dancing. That sounds like something Caro would do. So how did you, or was it her, make the connection that she and Les are cousins? How do you know Les? Tori sucked in a breath and held it. She was going to sound like a groupie, she just knew it. The farm I worked for. You work on a farm? Honey stopped and gave Tori a once-over. You do not look like you work on a farm. Tori stomped down her immediate reaction. What did working on a farm look like? She opened her mouth to protest, but then snapped it shut when she realized she was going to say that she indeed worked on a farm. But she didn't, not any longer. I did marketing and deliveries, Tori admitted. I don't work there anymore. Honey just nodded and started walking again. You were saying? I took care of the special orders and made deliveries to the hotel, where Les is the dessert chef. I mentioned the dance classes one day, and then he and his other cousins showed up. Les dances? Honey asked. That's a hidden talent. I had no idea. So he was there when Caro showed up? Right, and it's a small class, and when you end up dancing with everyone, Tori shrugged. I didn't know that Les might be here until Miguel mentioned it. As they passed through a hall that opened onto what looked like an entertainment room, a man in an electric wheelchair rolled toward them. Remy, am I glad we ran into you, Honey said. She twisted and held out her hand, indicating Tori. This is Tori, she's a friend of Les. You don't know if he's around, do you? The older man looked intently at Tori. She felt like a specimen under scrutiny. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tori. His voice was a presence all its own. There was something familiar about the man. Maybe he just had a family resemblance to Caro. Tori, this is Remy, he's everyone's uncle. Remy chuckled. It's not nearly as complicated as Honey makes it sound. You're a friend of Les's, and he told you he'd be here? Is he expecting you? Remy tilted his head to the side. Not exactly. I came here looking for Caro, because I thought she might know where Les is. But Honey thinks Les might be in the kitchen if he's here. That is his favorite spot, that and the nursery. He was around yesterday, and we had fresh cinnamon rolls with breakfast, so I assume he's here. Cinnamon rolls? Tori asked. They're a favorite around here, so he typically makes them for everyone. If you see him before we do, send him back toward the kitchen, would ya? Honey asked. Of course, Remy said with a nod before continuing on his way. Here we are, Honey announced when they walked into the kitchen. It was the perfect combination of elaborate home and commercial kitchen. A woman sat on a stool, flipping through a binder at a counter. She sipped coffee, and a cinnamon roll the size of her head was half eaten on a plate next to the coffee. Is Les around? Honey asked. The woman looked up. When her eyes met Tori's, she seemed to soften around the edges. She sighed more than said, "Oh, I understand." She gave Tori a warm smile, and then was off the stool. Come on in, have a seat. Would you like some coffee? The woman had Les's eyes. Tori could see the family resemblance with her. Yes please, thank you, Tori said. Connie, this is Tori, Honey started. Tori, that's your name, Connie said. Do you know me? Tori asked as Connie placed a mug of coffee in front of her. Connie shook her head. No, but I know Les, and I'm pretty sure he thinks you're special. Tori sniffed against the unexpected onslaught of tears. Honey crossed the kitchen and returned with a box of tissues. Connie sat down and took Tori's hands in hers. Do you want to tell me about it? Tori plucked a tissue from the box. The words spilled from her. She no longer felt like some idiot chasing after a boy. She just hurt. I don't think Les thinks I'm special any longer. And I need to explain to him what he saw. What do you think Les thinks he saw? Connie prompted. Tori took a shuddering breath. He thinks he saw a text to another man. He thinks I'm seeing someone else. He just left without letting me explain. She blew her nose. If Les saw a text to another man, how can you explain it? Who was the text to? Tori scrunched up her face as pain lanced through her heart. Was it ever going to get easier talking about this? Today, it felt harder than ever. She fisted the tissue with one hand and spread her fingers on the other hand wide. The back of her throat grew thick and her nose stuffed up. Stupid crying. When I was a freshman, Tori began. She told them everything about Samantha. Everything. And so I keep texting her. I can't let her go. She's the only person who ever really got me, you know? She was and still is the best friend I've ever had. And I keep telling her about Les, and that's what he saw. Tori pulled her purse onto her lap and rummaged for her phone. She opened the screen and pulled up the text to show Honey and Connie. It said, I have so much to tell you. I love you, Sam. He saw the I love you, Sam part, and got incandescent with rage and took off without giving me a chance to explain. He doesn't know about Sam? Honey asked. Tori shook her head. I wasn't keeping her secret, she just hadn't come up. I was going to tell him about her, of course I was. We hadn't gotten there yet. To be honest, we were both pretty wrapped up in realizing we liked each other. Honey rubbed her hand over Tori's shoulder. Connie picked up her hands again and patted them. Would you like one of his cinnamon rolls? Maybe half, that looks huge? Tori replied. Honey got up and returned a few moments later with a neatly cut mass of frosted dessert roll. Tori reached out and plucked a piece off. It was perfectly sweet and rich. She licked the sticky frosting from her fingers. Of course it was good. Les didn't make anything other than amazing desserts. When I went to look for him, I thought he'd go into work, but he didn't. And when I went to work, everything got worse because they fired me. Oh, Tori, I'm so sorry. Tori took another bite and shrugged. I kind of expected it. Anyway, his cousin Miguel, I guess he's also your nephew? Tori looked quizzically at Connie. She nodded. Yes, he's one of them. You worked with Miguel at the farm? Tori nodded. I did. After I got fired, I went to say goodbye, and to see if he'd know maybe how to find Les. They hang out together, so. Anyway, he told me about you, and I thought that between you and Caro you might know where I could find Les. I just want a chance to explain. If he decides I was a mistake, then fair enough. Fair enough? I doubt that. Tori, he's jumping to conclusions, Honey said. He needs to hear this and then beg you for forgiveness. Don't let him off that easily. I'm not going to fight for someone's attention when they don't want to give it to me. I already went through all of that to get Les to even see me. This is my last-ditch effort. I can't keep letting him break my heart when he doesn't even know he's doing it. She looked at the cinnamon roll. It no longer held any appeal for her. She stood up. Thank you for the coffee. If you see him, please ask him to call me or come by my apartment. I should go. She turned and walked out the way they had come in. She hurried back through the rooms Honey had led her through. Fortunately, she seemed to remember exactly which way they had come. When she saw the front entrance, tears started to form and she ran out the front door. She started her car and pulled out of the drive. Tears completely blurred her vision. She gave up once on the road. She pulled her car over and sobbed against the steering wheel. Les didn't want her, he was too quick to judge, and he left. She wanted to be strong enough to not hurt like this. She wanted to go back 20 minutes in time and not have trauma dumped everything at Connie's feet. Tori started to hyperventilate. She scrambled to get the door open. She got it open in time to lean out and throw up. She hadn't cried this hard since Sam. Tori took a long, steadying breath since Sam died. Maybe this was her grief reaction when something she loved passed on. Les was still alive, but whatever relationship they had managed to have that she had hoped they would have was now lost. Chapter 21. Jojo giggled as she climbed off the back of Les's motorcycle. That was fun. I told you a fast ride would help your mood. I think it was the TPing of Donnie's front yard. He's gonna be so mad when the homeowners association gets after him. You should have let me egg his house. Les chuckled. I shouldn't have let you do any of it. So as far as anyone is concerned, I wasn't there. I did not aid and abet you vandalizing your ex's property. They laughed as they strode into Mission Run. Jojo darted up the stairs to her room. Les strolled through the rec room to see if anyone was playing any video games. He left his helmet on the snack bar's counter and headed into the kitchen. Hola, Tia. What are we making for dinner tonight? He stretched, eager to start chopping something. Cooking was his zen. It wasn't a chore, it was therapy. Where the hell have you been? Connie's fury blazed from her eyes like flames. Les stopped in his tracks and stared at her. What had he done? I took Jojo for a ride. She's been really down lately. Jojo? Jojo has been moping around here for months. Do you really think taking her for a ride is going to change anything? Connie snapped. Les shrugged. Tia, Connie was pissed, super pissed. He was pretty sure it had nothing to do with taking Jojo out on the motorcycle. Why didn't you tell me your Tori glows? Connie's words were like a sucker punch in his solar plexus. He put a hand over his middle and stepped back. What? He gasped. That little girl was in here, crying her eyes out this morning because you hurt her. And you had the nerve to show up yesterday like some kicked dog, acting like you were the one wronged. Les had never heard Connie so worked up before. Tori was here. Why? She came looking for you. You don't deserve her. She cheated on me. No, she cheated with me on another guy, Les barked back. What was his name? Connie asked. What is your proof? I saw her text message. She told him she loved him, Les said. It hurt to admit he still had feelings for Tori and she used him. You didn't even bother to ask if that was her brother? She doesn't have a brother, Les countered. How do you know? Connie narrowed her eyes and glared lasers at him. His gut clenched. Tori didn't have a brother. Right? Right? Shit. His insides twisted. He shook his head. He couldn't remember a single conversation where she told him how many brothers and sisters she had, or if she had any. She knew about his cousins because they were always there in his business. That wasn't her brother, he said with conviction he wasn't feeling. Connie continued to stare at him. Disappointment pursing her lips together. No, it wasn't. But you didn't stop to ask her about it, or listen when she tried to explain. What the hell, Tia? Why are you jerking me around like this? You should have stuck around and let her tell you what was going on, instead of jumping to conclusions. You were wrong. If I was so wrong, and that Sam guy isn't her brother, who is he? Samantha, Connie enunciated every syllable with sharp edges. Les felt the name stab into him. Samantha. Sam. He dropped to his knees on the floor, burying his face into his hands. What had he done? What had he done? Tears burned his eyes. He assumed Tori would cheat on him, because why wouldn't she? Why would she look at him and think he was something special? He was just a cook. He looked up at Connie. I messed up, didn't I? She glows for you, doesn't she? Connie asked. Her voice was now soothing, like the aunt he was used to. He nodded. How did you know? I don't think she would have come to track you down and pour her heart out to me if she wasn't very special. She's in love with you. Is that what she said? Les asked. His chest tightened and his heart rate sped up. She wanted you to know about Sam, and then she said if you decided you still didn't want her after that, she'd let you go. She was done trying to get you to notice her. And I could hear her heart crack into pieces with each and every word. Les pushed back to his feet. I've got to go. He looked around for his helmet. I can't help out tonight, I've got to go. Go get your Tori, and beg her for her forgiveness, and then ask her to tell you everything about Samantha. And beg her forgiveness some more. Les hugged Connie. Thank you, I'm going. As he ran out of the kitchen, he grabbed his helmet and stopped in front of Morgan's office. The door was slightly ajar. He knocked. Come on in, Morgan said. You got one of those DNA tests? Les asked as he entered. Les, yeah. Morgan reached across his desk and picked up a box and then held it out to Les. Les tore open the box. How do I do this? You're doing it now? Morgan was on his feet. You still want it, right? Yeah, but you just spit into that tube. Les ran his gaze over the instructions. He spat into the tube and sealed it, and then placed it inside a sealable plastic bag. He held it out to Morgan. Sorry that took so long. Why now? Morgan asked. Because assuming I have all the information when I don't, has led me to some avoidable mistakes. Time to fix that. I figured this is one of those things I should probably have known before now. Morgan nodded. I think I understand. Your mate, does she have something to do about this? Les shrugged. I don't know if she's mine anymore. I may have messed that up. I need to go see if I can fix things between us. Good luck, man. If she really glows, she'll more than likely forgive you. I hope. Les rode too fast on the winding roads that got him down the hill and onto Sonoma Highway. Traffic through Napa had him cursing himself until he could open the throttle and speed up the St. Helena Highway. It was past dinner by the time he reached her apartment building. He jumped off his bike and took the stairs 2 at a time. His heart was in his throat as he reached her door, and then his stomach dropped. Something wasn't right. Her door was open. Tori? He nudged the door open, crouching low. He entered her apartment. There was no noise, but her tidy little place had been trashed. It was completely ransacked. He dashed to her room. Tori. She wasn't here. What the hell had happened? Had she tossed her own place in a fit of rage? Returning to the living room, he scanned over everything, looking for a clue, anything that could tell him what had happened and where she could have gone. Her bag looked like it had been dumped out and dropped on the floor. He knelt down and ran his hands through the pile. Her phone was at the bottom of the heap. He pressed the home button, not thinking he'd be able to get in or anything, but he did it anyway. He saw the most recent text Tori had sent to Sam. "I think Les hates me now." His heart hurt as he realized he had caused Tori so much pain. He swiped his thumb across the message. A series of the last few messages Tori had texted to Sam appeared, and small conversation bubbles. "I have so much to tell you. I love you, Sam. I'm in love. I wish you could meet him." Tori was texting her friend, but for some reason, Samantha never seemed to respond. That didn't sit right with him. Tori deserved better people in her life. People who prioritized her. And that included him. That changed now. He wasn't going to screw up and lose her. He couldn't. She was his future, he knew it. So where was she? And why was her apartment wrecked? He spotted a folded piece of hotel stationery. There was a footprint on it, and a piece of tape, as if it had been taped to her door. He checked the front of the door. A torn piece of tape was still stuck to the wood. He opened the note. "Tori, I'm at the hotel, need to see you. We'll have dinner." And it was signed, Les. Only he hadn't written that. The note crumpled as he crushed it in his fist. The door banged shut behind him as he flew down the stairs and jumped on his bike, to speed to the hotel. Chapter 22. The dock area was uncharacteristically dark as Tori arrived. It should have been the dinner rush, but she didn't even see lights on in the kitchen. She pushed open the wide door that led into the kitchen. "Hello." She didn't hear anything, not even the clatter of pots and pans she expected in a busy kitchen. "Tori?" A voice in the dark kitchen startled her. "Are you Tori?" She flinched and her pulse sped up. "Yeah," she said with a nervous giggle. Tori stared into the darkness, hoping to see who the voice belonged to. A woman she didn't know, but recognized as having been around the kitchen, stepped forward. Tori thought she worked for the company that owned the Vista Antiqua, but she wasn't certain. "What's going on?" "I had a note from Les to meet him here," Tori said. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she realized everything was wrong. Les wouldn't have told her to come to a hotel that was doing its best impersonation of a haunted mansion. And this woman was acting like some horror movie character, lurking in the dark. None of this was right. She started to back out. Taking 2 steps backward, she turned to run. She crashed into a thick chest and strong arms grabbed her. She looked up. You always thought you were so special." There was a sharp pain and then nothing. When consciousness creeped back into Tori's brain, she couldn't tell if her head throbbed on its own, or if the flashing lights and moaning alarm were causing the pain in her head. She tried to wrap her arms around her head to make it stop. The action barely muffled the sound. "Shut up already," she complained. Unfortunately, the pulsing lights and noise did not stop at her request. She cracked her eyes open and struggled to sit up. She pushed against something firm but soft. Snatching her hand back, her eyes flew open the rest of the way, and she stared in horror at the body of Victor Kilbride splayed out on the floor next to her. He was only partially dressed in boxer briefs and a dress shirt that was partially buttoned. "Oh God, don't be dead. Don't be dead. Don't be dead," she repeated the mantra, and she crawled to his head. The man was tall, long, as he lay out on the floor. Tori sucked in and held her breath as she felt around for his neck. The only light she had was the strobing red emergency lighting that made it hard to focus on anything. It emphasized the pain in her head more than anything. She felt what she thought was a soft, warm puff of breath as she felt over his face, touching his mouth and nose. She continued running her fingers over his face. His jawline was like a block covered in stubble. She reached his neck and began smoothing her fingers around. She located his ear, and then slowly slid her fingers toward his shoulder. His pulse was stronger than she expected, steady and pouncing against her fingers. She rested her head on his chest as she let out a long, heavy breath. He wasn't dead. Mr. Kilbride, where are we and why are we here? She lifted her head to look around when a door shattered. Get away from him. Cyan's sharp voice cut through the darkness. Tori fell back onto her backside. He's alive, he's got a pulse, she cried out. Cyan covered Victor with her body. Her head snapped to look at Tori. Tori, what are you doing here? I don't know. As Tori described the events that led her to waking up on the floor next to Victor, Cyan shifted, straddling his body and running her hands over him. I can't find any injuries. There is a bump on his head, but the man is hard-headed. I doubt that's what knocked him out. They must have drugged him. What about you? Tori reached to the back of her head, where the throbbing seemed to originate. I think they hit me. Did you see who it was? Before Tori could answer, Cyan was indicating she should be quiet. Find something to protect yourself with, Cyan whispered so low Tori had to strain to hear her. With what? I can't see in this light. Cyan helped her up and backed her into what turned out to be a closet. Okay, this probably wasn't the safest place, but Cyan was clearly doing her best. Where had she been that she hadn't been knocked out too? This wasn't one of the suites, just a normal hotel room. At least that's what Tori decided, as all the questions ricocheted around in her skull. Without making any noise, Tori groped around her surroundings, hoping to find anything that she might be able to use as a weapon. On the other side of the closet door, she heard yelling and a struggle. Someone kicked the door, and it folded open. Cyan needed help. The stupid throbbing light glinted off of something almost triangular in shape. Not worrying about making noise, Tori grabbed the iron, shoved the folding closet door the rest of the way open and jumped. She roared as she brought the iron down on the head of the man trying to grab a hold of Cyan. He grunted and then went limp. Cyan shoved him off like an overly heavy blanket in the heat of the summer. She and Cyan panted for a moment before Cyan started moving again. Well done, little Tori. Thank you. Where is your wolf? Tori wrapped the electrical cord of the iron around her palm and gripped it tightly. Wolf? What? Never mind. Where is Les? We are going to need him. Cyan waved for Tori to follow her out of the room. I got a note to meet him here. I'm beginning to realize he didn't write it. Are we going to leave Victor here? I'm not carrying him. He weighs a ton. He'll be able to take care of himself when he comes to. You, on the other hand, are a lot less sturdy. But you are proving valuable in a fight. I see why Les has chosen you. He is a worthy mate for you. Mate. Les chose her. Cyan's words had to be getting twisted up. Maybe it was a language thing. Tori shook her head. Cyan's English was perfect, and Spanish wasn't so far off that the words would get that twisted. No, it wasn't the language getting twisted up, it was that Tori wasn't quite getting Cyan's choice of words. Cyan tiptoed down the hall. She paused next to an open room door. She glanced in and then pressed her back against the hallway wall. Using hand signals, she told Tori to go the other direction. They walked quickly and quietly until they reached the stairwell at the other end of the hallway. Hurry, we need to find your wolf and get you to safety. The words were English. Tori decided she must have been hit a lot harder than she realized, since half of what Cyan was saying did not make sense. The Vista Antigua had an eerie cast about it. Les slowed his bike and let it sit idling as he tried to figure out what was going on. There were strobing lights and a low-volume pulsing alarm, but there was no crowd gathered at the street out front, and no sirens going off in town that he could hear. He didn't like this at all. Cussing every word he knew in English and Spanish, he started stripping down. He wasn't going into this situation without his defenses. There were vampires involved, he felt it in his core. He headed toward an open transept window and jumped. Les landed, making no sound. His wolf wasn't as large as he knew some of the other Palatines to be, but that didn't make him any less dangerous. The strobing emergency lights were going to give him a headache, but if he managed to find the shutoff, someone would know he was there. Who that someone was, he didn't know. Whoever they were, they did not need to know he was there. He found the first body. His nose told him that Stevens wasn't dead, he just smelled bad. Damn, when was the last time this guy bathed? His sweat smelled like onions and garlic, and not in a good way. Les knew that was a hazard of the job. Showing up for work all fresh and clean, and within hours garlic and onions seeped from pores and grease clung to skin. Working in a hot kitchen was 1 part sauna, 1 part swimming in kitchen scraps. It's why he preferred pastries. At least at the end of the day, he felt sticky with too much flour and sugar, and not permeated by the stronger smells. He treaded softly, his nails not even clicking against the tiled floor. The waffled comfort mats, while they were great to stand on in shoes, were not paw-friendly. Another body. Chef. Les wedged his snout against the man's neck. Les sensed the man's pulse. Good, also alive. Where was O'Connell? He continued to search, using his nose and ears. It didn't smell right. He could smell gas closer to the floor. Several feet above the floor, the air was just wrong. Standing perfectly still, closing his eyes, so the lights didn't interfere with his other senses, he listened. There should be more bodies, waitstaff and dishwasher. Maybe they had gotten out. He stalked into the front of the house. More bodies on the floor. The sharp tang of blood and urine alerted him that something was wrong, before he saw the mangled way the bodies were heaped together. He needed to get Chef out of there ASAP. Les leapt through the pass-through. He shifted while airborne and landed on human feet. A tickle at the back of his neck told him to check the walk-ins. The door to the first one was standing open. Typical for morning prep work. But this wasn't the morning, and the door hung at a weird angle. It was busted. The freezer was blocked. If someone had decided to hide inside, they were trapped. Putting his shoulder to the stack of crates, Les heaved. He pushed and managed to get the majority of the blockage moved. O'Connell fell out of the freezer and against him as soon as he opened the door. She shivered and curse words stuttered out of her mouth. Took you too long. What the hell? Les swept her into his arms and crossed the kitchen. He slammed his back against the doubled doors to the loading dock. They held. With Jen still in his arms, he slammed against the seam of the doors again. A splintering sound cracked through the kitchen like gunfire. Les flinched before realizing it was the door, and no one was shooting at him. He turned and kicked. His bare foot made contact with the already splintering wood. The broken door flew into the alley. The second door swung limply, barely holding on to its hinges. He set Jen down, checked her pulse, and ran his hands over her arms until he held her fingers. He rubbed each finger and checked her color. Pink. Good. You'll be okay. Help is on the way. He wasn't sure why he said that. He stood and looked over his shoulder. There were no sirens going off. Help in the form of emergency services was not on the way. And he hadn't managed to call anyone at Mission Run. No, he was the help, and he was already there. He looked back at her, and gave her a half-assed grin for reassurance and shrugged. She looked up at him. Damn, Les, if I knew you looked like that under your clothes. Has Tori seen all of this yet? Her words slurred together as if she were drunk. He glanced down at his body. Damn, he was naked. You'll be fine, he said. I need to get Chef and Stevens out. Leave Stevens. He's a jerk. A smile found its way across Les's face, despite the situation. Stevens was going to be insufferable and pissed when he found out that Les pulled him into the fresh air. And O'Connell would make sure to constantly remind him that Les did it while naked. Les reached Chef first. Throwing Chef's arm across his shoulder with a roll, he got the larger man hoisted across his shoulders in a fireman's carry. He set Chef down next to O'Connell. She crawled next to Chef and began shaking him. Chef? Chef. Les, is he? She gasped in a sob. Les pressed his fingers on the man's neck. Pulse was there. He's out cold, but he's breathing. Get close, he'll keep you warm. There was a moment Les considered walking past Stevens's unconscious body. Tori was inside somewhere, and no one would really miss the dickhead if he wasn't there any longer. Screw me, Les whined. He wasn't careful with Stevens, as he dragged the other man over the kitchen floor and outside. Les paused long enough to confirm there was a pulse. He ignored Jen as she asked him questions. What was going on? Why was he naked? Where was Tori? As if his state of undress had anything specifically to do with her. He shook his head. Idiota. Complete moron. All of this had everything to do with Tori. As he ran past the lifeless forms of people he once worked with, he shifted back into his wolf form. The air was clearer out of the kitchen, away from the low-hanging gas. He could use his nose. If Tori was in this building, he should be able to track her. After all, he had her scent wrapped around his heart. This was the daywalker's fault. Had to be. But Morgan hadn't seemed worried that Cyan del Fuego was playing in his backyard. They may be one valley over, but it was close enough not to make a difference. Shit. If he had only been able to get a message out to Morgan, or anyone, he wouldn't be in this alone. I'm not one of your enforcers or investigators, I make pastries. Les mocked his previous self, the one who didn't want anything to do with the Palatine half of his heritage. Chapter 23. Tori mostly stumbled down the stairs in the dark. Cyan kept a firm hand biting into her upper arm to hold her steady. Tori didn't understand how the other woman could see in the ink-black stairwell. No emergency lights strobed, and the thrumming pulse of the alarm was muffled. A whimper escaped her mouth. She was trying hard to hold it together, but all of this was out of her depth, and Tori was definitely going under for a third time. You are doing very well, Tori, don't give up now. Cyan's words were comforting, even though her tone was far from it. Cyan pushed through a door, and the lights hurt Tori's eyes. They pulsed in time with the throbbing in her head. She ran, trying to keep up with Cyan's rapid pace. She saw the beast heading toward them and froze. A strangled scream got stuck in her throat. It came out like a vomit of sound. Cyan clamped her hand over Tori's mouth. Shut up, he will not harm us. Give me that. Cyan pried the iron from Tori's clenched grip before you do something you regret. The wolf, and it was a wolf, there was no mistaking the intense eyes, the elongated snout, and the sheer size of the beast, ran straight to Tori, headbutting into her middle. She stood frozen, hands lifted above her shoulders, holding her arms away from him. Cyan reached out and grabbed him by the ruff. Did you bring any friends? The wolf glared at her and then huffed, as if they were communicating. Cyan grabbed one of Tori's arms and wrenched it down, putting her hand into the thick fur at his neck. It was soft and comforting. The wolf let out a soft whine. And then Tori fell to her knees, clutching the beast to her. She was safe now. She didn't know why, but he would keep her safe. Les, I need to get your woman out of here. Victor is still upstairs. You were right, it was Madison. She seems to have gotten a few of my men to turn. And Mark. Oh my God, that was Mark who was with her when she hit me in the head. Tori looked up at Cyan. Madison, long dark hair, sour face. Dresses, super boring and conservative. Right? That's who was in the kitchen when I got here. See, that is her, Cyan confirmed. Why is she doing this? Tori asked. I am not fully certain. But I have my suspicions. We need to go. Cyan dragged Tori back to her feet. She didn't want to let go of the wolf. He was an anchor in this maelstrom of confusion and danger. Be careful, Cyan said to the wolf. He pressed against Tori's hip and licked her fingers. I will keep her safe, go, Cyan dismissed the wolf with a flick of her hand. He ran in the opposite direction. Tori stayed tight on Cyan's heels as they ran down the grand staircase and headed toward the front doors. Cyan skidded to a halt and threw out her arm to stop Tori. What is it? That's my car, but I don't know if I can trust Sigmund anymore. I don't know who I can trust or how far this conspiracy goes. To the back of the building. Tori gasped as the smell hit her first. It was the smell of death. She refused to focus, and for once was grateful for the bad lighting inside. As they pushed into the kitchen, a swarm of wolves flowed past them and into the hotel. She should have been terrified, but something told her they were the cavalry here to save the day. She kept running, out through the broken doors and onto the loading dock. She stopped when she saw Honey kneeling over Chef. "Oh, thank God, Tori, you're all right," Honey said as she pushed to her feet and pulled Tori into a hug. "What is going on here?" Tori asked. "I didn't think Les had called in any backup." "Your presence is most welcome," Cyan said with a bitter chuckle. "Les didn't call. Melinda did. Fernando said Madison isn't who you think she is." "My brother's little wolf is the one who called?" Honey nodded. She helped Tori to sit on the dock. "Tori, what are you doing here? Where did Les go?" Jen crawled from where she leaned against the building to Tori's side. "I don't know what's going on," Tori admitted. "I think it's a terrorist attack," Jen said. "Hardly, it's a coup," Cyan said. "What did my brother have to say?" Honey shrugged. "I got everything second hand." She talked to Morgan. "You can get the specifics from him when they come back. But what I gathered is Fernando thought your new assistant seemed familiar, but couldn't identify her. He picked up some whispering at the Coven house, and then he figured it out. She used to be part of Coventry's harem." Cyan's mouth dropped open. Coventry's harem had all been Rubenesque, voluptuous and blonde. I had taken care of them myself, overseeing the removal of their memories and relocating them. Madison is hardly new. And Cyan stopped talking. "But didn't Coventry get destroyed before Lazarus?" Honey asked. "No, Lazarus fell first and then Coventry. But they had one supporter who got away. He must have found the survivors of Coventry's harem." The conversation that went on above Tori's head was confusing with all the names she didn't recognize. Where was Les, and how was Honey mixed up in all of this? Moments later, a big man with dark hair and who was completely naked hauled Victor onto the back dock. Victor stumbled. Tori thought Victor was big, but the two men were of a size. Cyan braced him with her hands on his ribs and helped him slowly to the floor. "That's a good look on you, babe, but you know pants are a thing," Honey said with a startled laugh. The naked man grumbled something and turned back into the hotel. Honey picked up an armful of discarded clothes and walked into the kitchen. "Tori! Tori!" She spun when she heard Les call her name. He stood hiding behind the broken door. "Les?" She vaulted to her feet and ran to him. "What's going on? Are you okay?" He looked past her and out at the loading dock. "Can you get my clothes? They're on my bike." "What's going on, Les?" "Cyan, will you come in here?" A deep voice called from behind Les. Tori could see people moving about, but she wasn't certain what was happening. Cyan walked past her. "At least grab my jeans. I promise I will explain." Les reached out and ran his fingers down Tori's cheek. "Okay." She turned and walked down the ramp. Nothing made sense. There were a bunch of naked men around, and where had the wolves gone? She picked up Les's clothes. Oh. Suddenly everything made sense if Les and his friends were a bunch of werewolves. And that was stupid. She must have hit her head really hard. She carried the clothes back to Les. He dragged her behind the door with him, wrapping his arms around her and claiming her lips with his. "I'm sorry. I was stupid and jealous." He pulled his jeans on. "Connie about disowned me when I got back. She told me I had to ask you to tell me everything about Samantha and beg for your forgiveness. I know the timing right now with all of this is crazy, but I've never screwed anything up so badly in my life as I did when I left you." Tori put her fingers over his mouth. "Do you love me?" She blinked back tears. He dropped the shirt he had started to pull on and pulled her back into his arms. She rested her cheek against his chest as he began stroking her hair. I love you. I love you, and I've never been more scared than when I knew you were inside, and I couldn't find you. She let out a soft giggle. I still don't know what's going on. That's probably not a bad thing. Let's get out of here, he said. Tori nodded. She bent down to pick up the shirt he dropped. There was a deafening bang. Les dropped on top of her. Stay down, he snarled. Ah! Someone bellowed. Someone else screamed. Are you hurt? Les asked. Tori shook her head. No, not hurt, at least not this time. You? No. Les rolled off her and pulled her tight against the wall, into the small space the open door created. Les crowded Tori behind him, protecting her. The confusing events of the evening continued to unfold, as she watched over Les's shoulder. Victor, clamping a hand over his shoulder, red spreading over the sleeve of his still half-open dress shirt, charged past them like a rampaging bull. The door from the kitchen to the front of the house was open, and Mark, the hotel manager, stood framed in it, a gun in his hand. There was a sound like the fabric of reality was being torn in half, and Cyan was suddenly on Mark's back, her hand around his neck. Someone else screamed. A half-naked man, Tori hadn't seen before, rushed forward. Suddenly he was a wolf, his jeans dropping to the floor behind him as he ran. There was a pile of bodies and snarling animals. Victor kicked someone aside and lifted Cyan out of the melee. He carried her, kicking and screaming, away from the fight. He set her on one of the long prep tables and pointed a finger in her face. Tori didn't hear the words, but it looked like a scolding. And then they were making out as if the world didn't exist. Les? Tori asked, what the hell is going on here? I don't know if I can even explain everything, he admitted. The mass of bodies slowly broke apart. Mark was flat out on the floor. A wolf had its jaws wrapped around his neck. The woman Madison sat, curled in on herself. Her blouse torn to strips, blood smeared over her face, arms and legs. Yet another naked guy held a gun pointed at her. There seemed to be a definite connection between how many naked men were around versus how many wolves were around. And all the men seemed to be built like walls of muscle. Victor still stood with Cyan at the prep tables, only instead of making out, she was tying a strip of fabric over his shoulder. One of his sleeves was missing. Les, help Diablo out, the big man Honey had called Babe directed him. You'll be okay, Les told Tori. It wasn't a question. He stepped out of the space he had crowded her into for protection, and crossed the kitchen, taking the gun from the naked man. Les nodded at Diablo and took the gun. He crouched down behind Mark. And to think he had liked the general manager. What the hell, dude? Les asked. He kept his eyes on Mark's back, only casting a quick glance at Tori, making sure she was still safe. Tonight had turned into one hell of a cluster. I'm not saying anything without a lawyer present, Mark grumbled. Les laughed. As if Cyan del Fuego will let you have a lawyer. I thought you were smarter than this. Banging the boss lady's assistant was probably the dumbest thing you have done in your entire life. You know your wife is going to find out. Your entire career has been destroyed. That man isn't going to have a career after this, Diablo said as he returned and took the gun back from Les. I found this guy out front, Dante said as he followed one of Cyan's suited guards into the area. And guess what I found in the engine? He held up something that looked like an old cell phone, with a lot of wires coming off of it. The guard went straight to Madison and kicked her. You put a bomb in my car, didn't you? Didn't you? He looked up and crossed to where Cyan and Victor were. The guard dropped to his knees and lowered his head. It looked like there was a renewal of vows of some kind. Cyan placed her hand on the top of his head. He stood and immediately took up position behind her. Les made eye contact with Cyan. A smirk spread across her face and she nodded. Whatever this had been, she approved. Approved of what he didn't know. Morgan clapped him on the shoulder and took the gun. You did well tonight. Why don't you take your girl home and try to smooth things over with her? We can talk about this later. Morgan continued until he stood with Victor and Cyan. Les didn't need to be told twice. He immediately went to Tori and grabbed her hand, pulling her outside with him. Let's get out of here while we still can. He didn't stop until he swung her onto the back of his bike. He climbed on and started the engine. Hold on tight. He didn't speed out of the alley, he took it easy. After all, he had Tori on the back. I don't want to go home, Tori said against his ear. Where to? The gazebo, we need to talk. Chapter 24. Tori leaned her head against his back for the short ride. She felt calm pressed against him. It would be better, as soon as he could wrap his arms around her. Les stopped the bike and parked it on the sidewalk. He helped Tori off, and then swung his leg over as he got off the bike. Tori took his hand and led him to the gazebo in the middle of the rose garden. It was quiet and peaceful. The last time they had been here, she had spilled her heart out to him. You have a friend named Samantha, and you call her Sam, and I'm an idiot. Les spoke evenly as he followed her into the gazebo. He pulled Tori down onto his lap as he sat on the bench. Pretty much. But I do have a special long-distance relationship with her. Can I tell you about it? Tori's face scrunched up and her vision blurred. Someday she would be able to talk about Sam without crying, but that wasn't today. Les's arms were around Tori, and his thumb brushed a tear from her cheek. Can I blame my hot Latin blood for jumping to the wrong conclusions and yelling at you like that? Tori nodded, her throat tight from the impact of the sadness that came when she talked about Sam. Today, it was compounded with fear over Les's misunderstanding. Les lifted the hem of his shirt and blotted Tori's cheeks. I'm going to need a lot of tissues, your shirt won't be enough. Les pulled his shirt all the way off and handed it to her. This should be all the tissue you need. And if it's not? Tori tried to tease. Then use me. Les got quiet. Tia likes you a lot. She was ready to ban me from her kitchen. That sounds serious, Tori sniffled. Yeah, very serious. I messed up, Tori. I know I did. And I don't know how you can forgive me, but I hope you can. Will you tell me about Samantha? Les's soft voice was soothing. She played with the fingers on his hand until she could talk without dissolving into tears. I met Sam in college. I decided within 10 minutes of getting to know her that I wanted to be just like her when I grew up. She had leukemia, and in the end it had metastasized into a few other organs. It sucked. But she was a badass until the very end. You know, I had promised her that I would move here because we both loved this area so much. Had no idea what kind of job I would be able to get because I majored in communications, but she made me promise to pursue what I wanted, and to figure out how to make it all work. And I went all stupid macho on you because you still text her, don't you? Tori nodded, rubbing her cheek against his chest. I can't stop telling her about my life. Things haven't been too good for me lately, so I've been texting a lot more. It's hard when you can't talk to the person you need to talk to the most. She was the first person who really got me, my first real best friend since I was little. I told you friends were hard for me. I trust the wrong people too often. But I could trust Sam. We were going to grow up and be neighbors, and our children would grow up being best friends. But now I just have a promise I made to a dying girl to not give up, and it's been really, really tough. Tori let out a shuddering sigh. Les stroked her hair, the soothing caress helped to ease the pain. Her head throbbed, but now she didn't know if it was because of the crying or the blow she took earlier. Te amo. I'm glad you didn't give up. But I did. I gave up on you. It wasn't until I let you go that you came to me on your own. I don't call driving out to Mission Run giving up, he said. You didn't see me after I ran out of there. I was so embarrassed and hurt. I just ran. If you didn't want me anymore, I was done. I was ready to throw my clothes in a suitcase and keep running. But you left me a note. And instead of running away, I ran to you. Les shifted and pulled a crumpled up sheet of paper from his pocket. This note? Tori took it, smoothing out the paper so she could read it more easily. You didn't write this, did you? I didn't. I found it when I got to your apartment. The place had been ransacked. I thought they nabbed you there. No need to nab me. I waltzed right into their trap. You do that well, Les said. What? Be an idiot? Yeah, I guess I do. No, I mean you're good at waltzing. How would you know? You don't dance with me, she sniffled around her hurt feelings. Les shifted and Tori found herself standing with him holding her close. He guided her hand up to his shoulder, while holding the other one close to his chest. There was no music as he stepped, forcing her to step back or fall over. It didn't take her brain long to catch up and dance with him. You are a lovely dancer. I've been chicken shit around you. I was afraid if I started dancing with you, I would never let another man near you. That scared me. You were scared of me? She gazed up into Les's eyes. How did she tell this man she could see her children in his eyes, when he just admitted he was afraid of her? Not of you, but of how much you mean to me. I was afraid that the fall was going to hurt, and now that I have fallen, I realize I was an idiot for hesitating. I should have swan dived into you. He paused and shifted his gaze around. I don't think that sounded as romantic as I was trying for, he chuckled. Maybe not, but I think I understand. They danced in circles. With every step, Tori knew she never wanted to dance with anyone else ever again. What are you, Les? Tori asked. Les took her hand and spun her out, holding her in place before stepping in close and pulling her tight against his chest. She laughed and grazed her fingers over his pecs. I'm Mexican and Italian. There's probably some Native American in there. I don't know. I just took a DNA test, which should tell us when it comes back. Not that. I mean those men, well, everyone was naked including you. And there was that wolf. And I swear I saw the one man start running, but he turned into a wolf. Look, I know I got hit on the head, but what was all that? What are you? Les stopped dancing. He stepped back before dropping Tori's hands. This might be easier than explaining. He glanced around and over his shoulder. Do me a favor and don't scream. He dropped his jeans and curled up on himself. A long moment later, a large gray wolf, with a brown stripe down his back, stood where Les had been. The animal shook, like he was getting water off his back. It was the wolf that she had pet in the hotel. Tori sank her fingers in the rough at his neck, before sinking to the floor of the gazebo and clutching to him. She buried her face against his shoulder and sobbed. It was all too much. I don't think you are an idiot, Les. You are amazing and beautiful. If this is what kept you from me, then I think I have to understand. How could you know you could trust me? And when you thought you could, Sam showed up and scared you more. You haven't been an idiot. You've had more to lose than me. I'm just a lonely girl struggling in a new place, and you've had to protect all of this. Les was no longer fur under her grasp but warm skin. His lips found hers and he kissed her. Take me home. But maybe put your pants back on, she said in a rush against his mouth. What the hell happened? Tori gasped as she opened the door to her apartment. I told you it got tossed. I thought you were kidnapped. It must have happened after they got you, and I hadn't come around yet. How did they know you would come after me? She asked. I think everyone knew I was in love with you before I did. They gambled that I would come to get you.
You did, didn't you?
I didn't know what I was walking into. Did you really hit that guy with an iron? I think I did. He was trying to hurt Cyan, and she was trying to protect me. We were watching out for each other, Tori said. You are brave and beautiful. Les held her against him and gazed into her eyes. I want to forget everything about tonight, including whatever this is going on in here, Tori admitted. I can help with that. And I'll help you clean up in the morning. Tori wiggled out of his arms and picked her way down the short hall to her bedroom. Never mind the morning. If we want to sleep in here tonight, we have to clean up. It looks like broken glass all over the bed. Les breathed through his nose. There were plenty of rooms available to the Vista Antiqua, but he doubted Tori would want to go back there anytime soon. His place was too far away, so was Mission Run. Do you have another set of sheets? I do. Good. He crossed in front of her and pulled the fitted sheet from the bed, wrapping it over the blankets and broken lamp on top of the bed. I'll buy you a new comforter and pillows tomorrow. He carried everything out to the kitchen and rummaged under the sink for a plastic garbage bag. Tori caught up and helped him with the bag. What am I supposed to do about blankets and pillows for tonight? She asked. You've got me. As much as Tori wanted to fall straight into bed and into Les's arms, it was a good hour of cleaning and vacuuming broken glass before her bedroom and the bathroom were inhabitable. She sat on the edge of her bed. I am exhausted, what about you? Les narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. He shook his head. I am suddenly full of energy. Les. Tori giggled as he kicked out of his jeans and tackled her to the clean bed. He rolled to the side and tore his shirt off. Tori rested her hand against his chest. He wrapped his fingers around hers and brought them up to his lips. She shivered, as if his lips stirred something in her. He fell. At first, he wasn't certain if gravity had a hold of him, or if he fell through the universe. But Tori was there, and she wrapped her arms around him. I love you so much, Les. She kissed him, and he felt all of her emotions roll over him like a wave, but they stayed in place, holding him. Mi amor, he said, clutching her as he fell asleep, knowing the fall with her would be the sweetest thing he could ever do. Chapter 25. Hernandez. Chef bellowed as he walked out of his office. It had been a week since the incident, and no one seemed to remember anything. The hotel had been shut down for some retrofitting or asbestos cleanup. The story in everyone's mind was vague at best. But that had been only for a few days. Now they were operating at half capacity, with the restaurant functioning as normal. The general manager, Mark, accepted a transfer to another property. He left in what seemed like a hurry. It had taken a lot of money and a large work crew to erase all vestiges of the nightmare that had happened. There was still a block of rooms under renovation, but the restaurant was as popular as ever. Les knew what had happened, and he also knew that there was no coming back from the property Mark had been transferred to. One simply did not cross Cian del Fuego without experiencing consequences. She was truly a frightening woman. Yes, chef? Had he done something wrong? He felt on top of the world and on top of his game. Tori made him a superhero. He couldn't have messed up. Did you request next Thursday off? The man growled over the clank and bang of the line cooks preparing the lunch orders. Apparently, asking for a day off was a cardinal sin. Les had an ace up his sleeve if he needed to use it. Cian had promised him all the time off he wanted, and if this was when he needed to pull that string, he would. Yes, chef. You had better have a good reason. He had the best. I'd like to take my girl out. Hernandez doesn't have a girlfriend. He's just blowing smoke. Stevens had to contribute, even if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Part of Les had really wanted Stevens to remember that night, so he could remind him how he saved his sorry butt. The muscles around Les's lips tightened. Stevens wasn't worth his time, and he was not going to engage in an exchange of insults right now. He slid the large knife into the creamy cheesecake, rotated the cake, and made another slice. You never go out with the same girl twice. A second date does not make someone your girlfriend, Stevens continued. Aren't you funny? I have a girlfriend, Les sneered in reply. You two worked it out. Chef chuckled. Chef didn't remember getting knocked out, or almost succumbing to gas, but he remembered that Tori had come crying to him looking for Les. I apologize profusely every day, so we're good, Les confessed with a smile. He loved apologizing to Tori. He usually did it while they were naked and in bed. Oh, that sounds interesting. O'Connell joined in the conversation. A wolf whistle from one of the line cooks indicated everyone was now involved in this. Is she hot? Hernandez always gets the hot babes. She's beautiful, Les answered with a wistful sigh. Thinking about Tori made his gut tighten, in a good way. You sound smitten, O'Connell said. I think Hernandez is in love, Stevens said with a childish sneer. For once, Stevens, you were not wrong. Sorry, Hernandez, being in love is not a good enough reason for me to give you a Thursday off on such short notice. It's her birthday. I wanted to do something special. You mean a little Stevens thrust his hips against his workstation. From you isn't special? He always had to make the conversation crude. Can I punch him, chef? So it's Tori's birthday, huh? Where were you planning on taking her? Chef asked. I was thinking of keeping it low-key, making her a picnic, and going up into the hills behind my cousin's vineyard. It's a nice spot, and since it's not harvest time, this would be the perfect opportunity. Bullshit. Stevens fake coughed. No way, his cousin owns a vineyard. Stevens, you need to shut up, O'Connell commented. Chef, you have to give him the day off. I think that's great you're dating Tori. I like her. A picnic in the vineyards sounds so romantic. Thanks, I'm trying. You're dating two-ton Tori? Les threw the knife in his hands down, but grabbed the edge of his table so that he wouldn't seize Stevens around the throat and start shaking. A growl left his lips. Can I punch him, chef? O'Connell, I need you to take that prep over from Stevens. Stevens, come here, chef shouted. Yes, chef. Stevens strode over to where the big man stood. Never insult a man's woman when he is holding a larger knife than you are. There's a large tray of calamari in the walk-in. Go clean it. Chef pointed. Never talk about Tori or women like that again. That's not fair, Stevens whined. The calamari is on the menu tomorrow. I'm adding it to the specials tonight, Chef barked. Stevens shot Les a dirty glare, as if this was all his fault. Hernandez. Chef's yell was even louder now that Stevens had tipped his mood into the foul zone. Yes, chef. Les stood straight, completely at attention. You can have the day off. Do something nice for Tori. She's a good kid. And you are not allowed to punch Stevens in my kitchen, or in my restaurant. Is that clear? He cocked his head to the side, waiting for Les to answer. Yes, chef. Thank you, chef. Perfectly clear, chef. Tori clutched Les's hand as they walked into the Agave Grill. It felt weird being here with him for dinner, not on her own or with those other two. They followed the hostess to a table and slid into a booth. Maria walked up to their table, order pad in hand. Haven't seen you in here for a while. It's only been a week or two, Tori said. That's a long time when you are typically here 3 nights a week. She turned her attention to Les and prattled off something in Spanish, an angry tone to her words. Tori watched with wide eyes and then turned to Les when she left. What did you do? Why are you blaming me? It sounded like she was blaming you. Tori stopped speaking and straightened as the busboy delivered chips and salsa. She dipped a chip into the spicy sauce and began crunching. Sophie is her prima. I guess there is some drama going on between her and Hank, Les explained. Why yell at you? Mi amor, that is something you are going to learn fast if you are with me. You are your family. And me primos are my brothers. We take care of each other, and we have each other's backs. And in this case, Hank needs someone who cares to go bash his head in for messing up with Sophie. He needs to set it straight. Both of your families are close-knit groups, aren't they? Les nodded. But other than your mother and Tia Connie, they don't overlap, do they? Les shook his head and shoved a salsa-covered chip into his mouth. Okay, so Hank and Sophie, I thought they were serious, Tori said. What happened? I don't know. I've been a little distracted. Les smiled. A flush crept up her neck. Since that night at the hotel, and after when they made up, they had been a little out of touch with the rest of the world. Tori didn't mind, she wasn't ready to deal with reality just yet. Reality meant finding a new job, and not playing house with Les. She really liked playing house with Les. But if cousins are involved, it's big, or it's being blown all out of proportion. I'll call him later, Les said. Maria returned, her fist on her hip, and looked at Les. Well? What are you planning on doing about it? I'll bash his head in and make him see sense. Maria didn't budge. Obviously, his answer didn't satisfy her. Les opened his palms and raised his eyebrows. What? She cocked her head to the side. Well, what are you waiting for? Maria, Les huffed. I'm out with my girl. If it's so urgent, you go. Tori felt butterflies when he called her his girl. Maria switched her gaze between Tori and Les. Oh, when did you two? She turned to Tori. Are you sure you want this cabazon? Tori laughed. Fine, I won't make you go deal with Hank right now. But will you talk to him? She's heartbroken. So, margaritas? And a flan, Tori added. Don't look at me like that. I'm starting with dessert tonight. She wasn't about to confess to Maria that she was following tonight's date in reverse order. Dessert seemed like the next logical progression. Les reached his hand across the table. Tori slid her fingers in against his. She loved holding his hand, anything to touch him. She wanted to ask him about what had happened at the hotel, but this wasn't the place for him to explain why a group of werewolves had invaded, or why everyone in town thought it was a gas leak that led to the discovery of something that required a major block of rooms to be refurbished. She'd ask him later. Right now, she just wanted him. After dinner, they held hands and walked back through town. Are you going? She started to ask about that night. Shit, that's right, I have to call Hank. Thank you for reminding me. She held his hand and strolled past the shops on Main Street. Tori window shopped, and Les berated his cousin in a mix of Spanish and English. What was that all about? Tori asked when he finally slid the phone back into his pocket. That was me primo being an imbecile over children they don't even have. Seriously? Are they getting married? Apparently not if she has to name their firstborn after him, and he's insisting on a little Hank Jr. Wait, they are arguing over baby names? Are they even engaged? Tori shook her head at the ridiculousness of it. They might be, but they haven't told everyone yet. Ironing out the details first. I would think the detail would be whether to have kids, not what to name them. Even though she already had her first child's name selected, she still wasn't sure it was worth arguing over. She would cross that bridge when she came to it. Les shrugged. Hank never had his own name, so why should his kid? What about you? Is your name your own? Les nodded. Yep, all mine. You? There was a Victoria a few generations ago. A vague family connection, so that I could inherit some antique linens with a name embroidered on them. Kids. The question caught her off guard. Probably. I guess it depends on where I am and who I'm with. You're with me. Are we having kids? I know you already have the first name picked out, don't you? Les was razzing his cousin for arguing over names, but the tone in his voice didn't make Tori think he was picking on her. She hadn't expected to be at this bridge tonight. She sighed and nodded. That tightening at the back of her throat started. She pinched her lips shut and willed the feeling to subside. Her eyes flooded against her will. I think Sam is a good name. He leaned over and kissed her cheek. Tori lost control and buried her face against his chest with a sob. She wanted Sam to meet him so badly. And here he was, understanding and wonderful. Les held her while she cried the unexpected surge of emotion out of her system. He muttered soothing words in Spanish while he stroked her back and smoothed her hair. She felt Les's arms tighten around her. Look at that. Hernandez is so bad at everything that Tori the farm girl is crying in public. What did you do, jerk? Cook for her? Back off, Stevens, Les growled. He shifted Tori to his side, leaving one arm free. She looked up at Lucas and wished he would just go away. In the group behind him stood Emily and Bella, with another man she didn't know. Tori leveled a glare at them. Come on, ignore him. Let's leave. Tori reclaimed Les's hand and started to lead him away in the opposite direction. Les followed her. You're just a hack piece of shit that needs to get out of my kitchen. Not so tough when Chef isn't around, are you? Les stopped and turned around. It's not your kitchen. If it were, you would be the executive in charge on Chef's days off. And you aren't. I am. What you are is some trumped-up sous chef with a big mouth. Lucas charged forward. Les stepped up to him and halted in his path. Les was taller, but Lucas was broader. Because of you, I had to gut and de-ink 60 pounds of calamari. Lucas pushed his snarling face closer to Les. No, Stevens, you did that all on your own. You don't know shit about real cooking. You only know how to make desserts. Anyone can make a cake. Les snorted. Apparently not. You didn't get the position, did you? Lucas fumed like a snorting bull. Tori pulled on Les's arm. Leave it, Les. Come on. You know, Lucas, maybe we should just leave. Perhaps Emily wasn't as selfish as Tori had been thinking. Yeah, listen to your little girlfriend. Lucas sneered. Tori had enough of him. What is your problem, Lucas? You were actually a nice guy once. Fat girls think they can talk to nice guys. So why are you talking to me? Tori shook her head. He was a sorry jerk, and if he kept this up, he would be a sorry jerk without any friends. Les looked at Tori. She blinked up at him and placed her hand on his arm, begging him to leave with her eyes. He eased a step toward her and she released the breath she was holding. That's it. Run away with your little piggy girlfriend. Les froze. Tori pinned both Lucas and her ex-friends with a glare. They had at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. When Lucas began making grunting pig sounds, Les tensed up under her hand. Les coiled. This isn't Chef's kitchen. Tori couldn't exactly remember how, but 1 second she was behind Les, urging him to leave. The next, her knuckles cracked as she slammed her fist into the side of Lucas's face. Lucas staggered back, his hands covering the spot where she made contact. Ow, shit. Tori held her hand to her chest. She looked at it, and then cradled it again. That really hurts. She hit me, Lucas called out in shock. I'll get your ass fired for that. Les wrapped himself around Tori. No, you won't. Now get out of here before I knock out those teeth that she loosened. Lucas turned to his group and muttered something. Emily ran over and put a hand on Tori's shoulder. Are you okay? That was wow, didn't see that coming. Tori faced the other woman. She didn't say anything, only shook her head. I gotcha. Sorry about that. Emily left quietly. How's the hand? Les gently flipped her right hand over and had her wiggle her fingers. I don't think it's broken. Let's get an ice pack on it. He lifted her aching hand to his lips and placed a soft kiss on the back. Chapter 26. Does this look okay? Tori stepped into the living room and twirled back and forth. She looked beautiful. The skirt of the dress swished around her ticklish knees, and plenty of cleavage was exposed for his visual pleasure. Her hair was in those spring curls he couldn't help but to touch and uncoil, so he could watch them bounce back. You are adorable, he said, reaching for her. He sat on the arm of the couch and pulled her to stand between his legs. You're all dressed up, she said as she scanned her gaze over him and flipped the hem of his kilt up a half an inch before it fell back into place. It's a big day. Are you sure you're okay doing this with me? It's your birthday, you don't have to share it. She rested her arms on his shoulders and looked deep into his eyes. What better than a birthday for this? Les placed his hands on her hips and kissed her, breathing in her scent and everything about her before he stood. He could cancel the visit to the house and just steal her away to their planned picnic among the grapevines. Okay, let's go. He grabbed the basket he had prepared and followed her out of the apartment. He settled into the passenger seat of her car. You aren't going to freak out on me now, right? Les, I have been waiting for weeks for you to tell me everything. I'm not going to freak out. Tori navigated onto the highway out of St. Helena. They had a decent amount of time before they would arrive at Mission Run. Les hoped he had timed this right. My mother and her sister, Tia Connie, started working for the Palatines a long time ago. I don't know at what point they were made aware of or found out about the Palatines, but they knew. My mother had an affair with one of the men. And had me. When she got pregnant, she left and went back to live with her mother, mi abuela. I was raised with that crazy lot until I hit puberty. Unfortunately, around the same time, my mother passed away. She was out with friends on a motorcycle, and there was an accident. Les got quiet for a long moment. Before she died, she had told me that my other family was where Tia worked, and that I would go live with them soon. I didn't know why. Tia came and got me, along with Remy and Joseph. Joe was Morgan's father. You've met Remy. I was taken away from the only family I had ever known. Tori reached over and squeezed his leg. I'm so sorry, Les. He let out a long sigh. I hadn't started shifting yet, but when I did, holy crap was I glad I was with the Palatines and not at Abuela's. So I found out rather traumatically that I could shift, and that one of the adult men there at the mansion was my father. That's it. I don't know who my father is. But we're finding out. And I'll be right there with you when you do. Yeah. I'm not really concerned about who my old man is from my perspective. You see, how do I put this? Tori, you glow. I see some kind of magic aura around you that tells me you are perfect for me. And wolves mate for life. I'm the result of an affair. But whose? And what are their kids going to think of me showing up, proving that the faith everyone has put into the magic of the mate glow is wrong? Are you saying that this aura you see around me is wrong? That we are wrong together? No, not at all. I don't know if it's even possible to be more in love with you than I already am. But aren't I proof? Maybe your biological father wasn't mated at the time? Did you think about that? I'm one of the younger cousins or siblings from our generation in that family. Yeah, I've thought about it, but they're older than I am. Okay. I think we don't worry about that until it's actually time to worry about it. Is that why you waited so long to take the DNA test? Tori asked. Les nodded. He hadn't told her Morgan had been pressuring him for months to take one. Why did you take it if you're so worried about the fallout? I was being a jerk. They had requested it of me before, and my refusal was some kind of ego trip. I was going to lose you, and I was being mean to my family. I needed to start making amends to everyone. Taking a DNA test was an easy enough start to doing that. Tori parked the car in front of the extravagant home. Les got out and walked around to help her out of the car. Les, Tori, welcome back. Remy sat waiting on the front deck when they arrived. Tori nodded. Nice to see you again. Come on in. Morgan is expecting you. Les took Tori's hand and led the way toward Morgan's office. Don't look so glum, Morgan said as they stepped inside. It's a DNA test, not an order of execution. He held out an envelope. Les stared at it. Tori took it. Before we go all afternoon talk show here, I have a few questions. Morgan nodded and sat down. She sat and tugged Les to also sit. What happened at the Vista Antigua? Morgan looked from Tori to Les. You haven't told her? Les shrugged. I've told her what I know. Cyan's assistant was having a fling with the manager. I don't know why they got Tori involved. Cyan had me poking around to see what I could find out. That's all I found out. Tori has been waiting for a chance to ask you. I told her if anyone knew what was going on, It would be you. You're our alpha. She knows about us? How could I not? You were all running around either naked or in wolf form. Morgan twisted his lips to the side. Okay, long story short. Cyan was responsible for the death of her assistant's master. Master? Tori asked. You didn't tell her about the Del Fuegos? Les scratched his head. I wasn't sure if I should. You definitely should, Tori said. That's part of a much longer story. I'll let Les fill you in on those details. What's pertinent to you is that the woman called Madison was playing the long game to get back at Cyan. She was trying to convince or blackmail the guards, and when they weren't taking action quickly enough, Madison went after the hotel manager. She had some mind control and was able to utilize it. What I gathered is she tried to influence Les, but couldn't. She did not know what he was at first. She went after you to use you as leverage to get Les on her side. But that didn't work, did it? Tori asked. Morgan shook his head. Unfortunately, you got caught up in a failed attempted love triangle revenge plot. Love triangle? Tori asked. Les chuckled. That explains why she was sleeping with everyone, trying to get them to do her dirty work. How did you know about it, though? I kept trying to get you to step in, kept telling Cyan to call you. Apparently, Cyan's brother overheard something at his coven, and had Melinda give us a call. Morgan shrugged. And Caro wasn't in St. Helena just for dance classes. How would Cyan's brother have been involved? Tori asked. I think that's part of the longer story Les needs to explain. Tori looked over at Les. You're gonna have a lot of explaining to do at lunch today. Les nodded. He kept looking at the envelope in her hands. I think I need to see that now. Tori lifted it slowly. You sure? I could read it for you if you're not ready. I'm ready, Les said. She handed it over. He carefully peeled back the flap. Have you looked at this? He asked Morgan. No, I think I might be as nervous as you are, Morgan said. Les held the open envelope but left the folded document inside. You promise you won't be mad at me if this says. Les swallowed around a lump in his throat. I'd be proud to have you as my brother. Let's find out. Morgan encouraged. Les scanned over the words. The first page was the ethnographic breakdowns that made up his heritage. There was Native American in there, along with a broad spectrum of European, Spanish, and Italian. Mostly what he suspected. He chewed on his lower lip as he flipped to the second page. Genetic match for mother unknown. Connie matched as an aunt. You made Connie test, he quipped. The next line, he read it and stared. Dropping the paper on the desk, Les stood and walked out the door. Waiting for him in the hallway was Remy. His hands looked neatly folded in his lap, only they weren't still as he wrung them. Les? How long have you known? Les asked in a stilted voice. His gut clenched and his skin prickled. Your mother wouldn't let me tell you. She made me promise that I would have to wait for you to reach out, for you to ask. But you've never wanted to know. Tori slipped her hand into Les's. Her presence was a balm to his frazzled nerves. He looked down at her. Tori, I'd like you to meet my father, Remy, Remus Palatine. She waved. Nice to meet you, Les's father. You two should talk. About what? Les asked. Anything, everything. What do you want to know? Tori said. Did you love her? Les turned back to face Remy. I did. Why did she have to leave? I didn't want her to go. But when she got pregnant, she got scared. I can't shift, but I wasn't able to tell Maria that you wouldn't when you got older. I had no way of knowing. So she took you and left so you could be raised the way she had been, before she had to give you up to come live with us. She could have stayed. I asked her to. I was devastated when she left. I waited for you to get older, and hoped she would come to live here if and when you started shifting and came to live with us. But she died, Les said flatly. But she died, Remy repeated, and I was heartbroken again. But you came, and you have her fiery eyes and fierce determination. And you're my father? Remy nodded. Les twisted to see Morgan standing behind him. Hey cousin. Did you have any idea? Morgan chuckled and shook his head. None. I've got one more question, and then I'm gonna take Tori out for the picnic I promised her. I've got a lot to process. You do, take your time. Remy looked as if he were going to say something else, but changed his mind. Did my mother glow? Remy looked sad as he shook his head. She did not. That didn't stop me from loving her. I agreed to her wishes because I cared, and I didn't want to hurt her. Would you have let her go if she had glowed? Remy shook his head and shrugged. I loved her, glowing or not. I can only imagine that I would have continued to follow her wishes in either case. Les nodded. I don't know who I expected that report to tell me who my father was. I'm relieved it's not someone else. I don't know if I expected your name to be there or not, or what I should be feeling right now. We don't have to go, Tori said, wrapping her arm over his. It's your birthday, Les said, placing his hand over hers. And you just met your father. Happy birthday, Tori, Morgan said. Go take Tori on your picnic. We'll be here when you come back, and do come back for dinner. We'll have a birthday celebration for her, Remy said. She can meet the rest of the family. I don't want to scare her off. Too late. I'd love to come back for dinner. Chapter 27. Tori lay back on the blanket. The sky was a perfect pale blue, not a cloud to be seen. The vines surrounded them, hid them from the world. This place is beautiful, Tori said as Les unpacked their picnic. Yes, it is. You know, Bacchus likes a little nookie around grapes, makes better wine. Tori pushed up on her elbows so she could look at him. He was scanning the fields of vines they were tucked up against. You planned that, didn't you? You're sneaky. It's your birthday. I wanted to do something special. Les said. You mean meeting your father wasn't special? That was my surprise, not yours. Tori rolled into a sitting position and examined the goodies Les had pulled from the cooler. Wine, cheese. Grapes. Crusty sourdough. She continued to open the containers as he unpacked them. Yum, she said when she opened a bakery box with cream puffs and eclairs. You certainly know how to pack a picnic. I know food, mi amor. Picnics are not fried chicken and potato salad when you're with me. Not ever. Tori teased. Okay, maybe sometimes, but I'm making the fried chicken myself. He smiled down at her and she got lost in his eyes. Tori tried to pop the lid on a sealed container. Ouch. She dropped it and shook her hand. Les was by her side and gently stroking her knuckles, still angry red and slightly swollen. Take it easy. You bashed that pretty hard last night. Tori chuckled. She had, but it had been worth it. What the hell is it between you and Stevens? I mean, he's a jerk anyway, but around you. Tori asked herself that question frequently. Well, she had until she'd met Les. By then, she was focused on ignoring Lucas and hoping he would just drop it. Around me, he's worse? Tori asked. Yeah. Les nodded. Tori scooted so she could lean against Les. She turned her injured hand so she could play with his fingers. What happens when you ask a girl out and she says no? Les shrugged. I dunno. If I know her, it's awkward for a week or two, and then things settle back to normal. You aren't one of those jerks who calls her names and threatens her? She already knew the answer. Of course, he wasn't. Hell no, what kind of a man do you think I am? Les tucked a finger under her chin to lift her face to his gaze. She smiled into his eyes. I think you're wonderful. I'm just setting a scene. Tori focused her attention back to their fingers, intertwined and touching. What do you think happens when Lucas asks a girl out and she says no? Les huffed. I have no doubt he's one of those jerks. So you turned him down? No, it was worse. I made the grievous error of being me and asking him out. Les lifted her face again. You asked him out? Aha. He seemed nice. He was nice, until I asked if he wanted to go on a date. Tori gave Les a sardonic smile. You asked Stevens out but you didn't ask me out? Tori lifted her hand and caressed the side of his face. I did ask you out, remember? But you acted like I hadn't, so I didn't push it. You didn't suddenly start hating on me and being rude, so I figured I'd let it go. And it had hurt deep in her chest. I'm so sorry I was dumb about that. I'm an idiot. You know that's not normal, right? Les lay down and rested his head in her lap.
You being an idiot?
Yeah, that's normal, Les admitted. I meant Stevens.
Lucas isn't normal.
But yeah, that's why I stopped making the deliveries. I couldn't handle it. I mean, Chef would tell him not to talk to me, but if Chef wasn't around. And it's why I won't go to the cave. Lucas hangs out there, and it's like he's peed all over the place marking his territory and I am not welcome. Tori continued to stroke Les's hair and gazed at his face. Damn those lashes. Why did you start doing the deliveries again? 'Cause Penny is pregnant? Tori felt the heat rise in her cheeks. I wanted to see you again. And this beautiful face. You liked me enough to deal with Stevens, even after I was stupid? You could have asked me out again. Would you have said yes? Les shrugged. Tori tapped him on the forehead. Les grabbed her hand and brought it to his mouth, kissing her knuckles. How's your hand? Sore. Lucas has a hard head. What would you have said if I had asked you out again? Tori wanted to giggle. Les's lips tickled. Ask me something, see what happens. He pushed Tori so she lay on her back, and he held himself above her. His eyes seared hers, his intense gaze bore straight into her soul. You want to date me, Les Hernandez? Tori bit her lip. Being this close to him, with his hands on her, she couldn't focus. She just wanted to feel him on her skin. I think we've already established that. Ask me something else. What did Morgan mean when he said you didn't tell me about Cyan? You won't believe me. Tori squirmed. You turn into a wolf, try me. I thought that's what I was doing. Les. Tori laughed with frustration. He leaned in close and whispered. She felt his breath on her cheek. It's complex, but she's kind of like a vampire. But not exactly. Tori laughed. I can totally believe that woman is some kind of vampire. Ask me something else. What do you want me to know? I don't know. What's Les short for, Lester? Hell no, it's Leslie. I was named after some old-time movie star. He dipped his head to her. Leslie's good, Tori managed. Ask me something else. Will you please make love to me? Why? His grin was mischievous. Les, you're torturing me, Tori whined. Why do you want me to make love to you? His face was so close to hers that she felt his lips move against her mouth. Because I love you. Because I want. Les stopped again. Because you want what, Tori? His voice was low and husky. Because I want you. I want you to marry me, and I? Tori's eyes went wide. Les stopped and pulled away from her. I'm sorry. That just came out. Les laughed. Didn't you already propose to me the first time we met? Tori began to protest, but he silenced her with a finger on her mouth. No, you were serious. You wanted to marry that cheesecake and have its creator's babies. It slipped. Tori did want to marry him and have his babies. She hadn't intended on letting him know that so soon. In a year maybe, but not right now. Les lowered himself to lay against her, his gaze holding hers. Si, mi casare contigo. Les cupped the back of her head and pulled her lips to his. His kiss was fierce and seeking. Maybe she had asked him the right thing. I already said yes. No take-backs. That's the best birthday present ever. Tori lifted her head to try to kiss him, but he pulled his face away from hers. Oh yeah? I think I can make it even better. Epilogue. Tori leaned against Les as they walked through Mission Run. They made love and ate, and made love again in the vineyard until the sun began to set before returning to the house. They headed toward the large dining area, since they said they would return for dinner. Even if Connie didn't have plans on a celebration dinner, whatever she made there would be more than enough for Les and Tori also. Tori gasped as they walked into the room. Someone had hung streamers and gotten balloons. There were 2 handmade signs hanging on the wall. One said, "Happy birthday, Tori," the other exclaimed, "It's a boy." "Congratulations, Remy." "Are you okay with that?" Tori asked quietly. "I'm okay with that," Les said as he nodded. People started to pour into the room. "They're already here," someone complained. So much for the surprise. Suddenly the room was full of people and little kids. So many little kids. "You have a big family, Les," Tori said. "Yeah? You wait until Hank's wedding, and you meet the Hernandez half of my family." "You must be Tori." A smiling woman approached them carrying an angel of a baby, all big eyes and a wisper of hair on her little bald head. "Roxy Roller." Les reached out and took the baby girl. "Tori, this is Gina, and this is my girlfriend, Roxy. I should have realized you were Roxy's mom." "You didn't know she was mine and Dante's?" "The last time I was here, there were so many little rugrats crawling around, I didn't know who belonged to who." "Are you?" Tori started. Gina shook her head. "I'm married to Dante, that's him over there. The dark-haired one talking to the tall ginger man. Dante is Les's cousin." "Morgan's brother?" Tori asked. "Another cousin. Let's see, have you met Honey?" Tori nodded. "Honey is married to Morgan. They have twin boys, Cass and Pole. Morgan's sisters are Caro and Julia." As Gina gave Tori a rundown of who was related and how, she pointed to everyone. Almost everyone. There were definitely more people in the room than names, Gina said. It didn't matter much. Tori couldn't remember who was who. All she really got was that the Palatine family was excessively good-looking, and everyone was related somehow. "Don't worry, it's taken me a few years to figure it all out." "Why are we having a party?" a sharp-dressed woman called out. "And that's Julia, Morgan's sister." "Who is Tori?" Julia asked. "Julia." Gina lifted her arm and waved Julia over. "This is Tori, she's Les's girlfriend." "Fiancé," Les said as he danced past while making baby noises at Roxy. "What?" Julia asked rather sharply. "You're getting married?" Gina asked. Tori let out a shaky breath. "Yeah, that kind of happened and Les said yes, so I guess so." "Wait, you asked Les to marry you?" "She asked me months ago. It just took me a while to finally agree. She wore me down." Les popped back into the conversation. "That's not what happened," Tori complained. "It's totally what happened," Les said. "Hey, Julia. You and Les are getting married, it's your birthday, so why does that poster say congratulations, Remy?" Les handed Roxy back to Gina. "Because today I found out that Remy is my father. I finally had a DNA test done." "Congratulations, I guess." "Actually, that's why I'm here," Julia said. "We got another test result that looks like the guy Gina and Dante found up in the mountains. Only there's something a little different going on. Morgan needs to send someone to check it out." Tori looked at Les. She didn't know what Julia meant. Les leaned in close. "The ability to shift shows up in those DNA heritage tests, like the one I got back today. We've only known about wolf shifters, but they recently met a guy who is a bear shifter." "Wait. There are bear shifters?" Les nodded.
We didn't know either.
Julia's partner owns a genetic lab. It's pretty big science. Morgan seems to understand it, and it's important to him. It's why he pushed for me to take the DNA test, database stuff. Learning who my father is was actually secondary. You weren't joking when you said your family was a lot, Tori teased. You still want to be part of it? You already said yes, no takebacks. She leaned in and kissed him. Te amo.
This has been Satisfaction Legatum Book 7. Legatum continues with Fearless. She's not wolf. She's not human. But she's about to become the most hunted creature alive. Ruana has always lived between shadows, abandoned, hiding her strange abilities and haunted by dreams that feel more like memories. When a DNA test meant to uncover her past sets off alarms, everything changes. The Palatine labs have detected something other. Something powerful. Something not wolf. Enter Joe Diablo, elite tracker and enforcer for the secretive Palatine family. His mission: bring in the anomaly before the humans find her. But when Joe finds Ruana, instincts clash with duty. She's not just a mystery. She's his fated mate. Too bad she doesn't even know what she is. With enemies circling and time running out, Joe and Ruana must navigate a dangerous world of shifter politics, buried legends and primal desire. Because whatever Ruana's hiding, it's awakening, and it could destroy her. Perfect for fans of fierce alpha males, hidden heritage, and steamy fated mates romance with a dark twist.